Chapter 11:01 Master. Silence filled the arena as the crowd processed what they had just witnessed. The battle still fresh in their minds, thoughts of the awe-inspiring battle arts replayed over and over. For many, this tournament was the first 3 Dao tournament they had attended. All had been expecting to see battles between pinnacle geniuses and powerful battle arts being used. The fame of the 3 Dao sects was almost mythical to most, engraving a heavenly image of the sects and the battle arts they used in their minds. Despite all that, they have not been expecting to see battle arts at this level. Araxis, Yin-Yang, Lightning Tribulation, and John's Kirin God Extinction had pushed well beyond the boundary of what many thought possible for Dao transformation cultivators. Even those who were used to such things were awed by what they had seen, including the powerhouses of the human race. The clash between monstrously powerful battle arts, unleashed by even more monstrously powerful geniuses, was beyond awe-inspiring. The most shocking of all was undoubtedly John's Kirin God Extinction. His Kirin God Extinction had all the signs of a newly created battle art. There were imperfections that a more experienced battle art creator would have avoided, and there were also design aspects that were far too unique to belong to a widely distributed battle art. From a single glance, the powerhouses could tell that the Kirin God Extinction was something almost nobody could unleash, even including their younger, Dao transformation selves. The horrifying amount of qi that they had felt surging through John's body was just too incredible, too self-destroying for a normal cultivator. Only a body cultivator, and a monstrously powerful one of that, could withstand that amount of internal qi rushing through their body. And yet, only an essence cultivator could produce that much explosive, external-use qi. It was an impossible contradiction in the world of cultivation, one not even they could solve. And yet it had happened before their very eyes. The power of an essence cultivator with the body of a body cultivator. They knew John cultivated both, but despite knowing that beforehand, nothing could have prepared them for just how powerful the combination was. A dual cultivator was not supposed to excel in either cultivation aspect, let alone both like John was revealing. It was utterly impossible, tried by billions in the past. The failures of those billions built a bedrock on which the concept of the dual cultivation impossibility was built, and yet that bedrock had been shattered before their very eyes. While the powerhouses digested what they had seen, 2 figures on the viewing platform locked eyes with differing expressions. Jihan studied the amused expression on Lillian's face, then frowned. He looked away, but was drawn back to her as she spoke. Pub future ads. Feeling worried. Jihan scoffed lightly. What is there to be worried about? He asked. While I admit that final battle art was impressive, it's only a mere mage art. I have no reason to be concerned about a mere mage art. Lillian understood his reasoning. Mage arts, while powerful, took too long to unleash in one-on-one combat. The only reason John was able to use his Kirin God Extinction in this battle was because Araxis had allowed it, opting to test the might of his Yin-Yang Tribulation versus John's Kirin God Extinction. For someone like Jihan, stopping John before he could unleash that art was child's play. Lillian shot Jihan an amused look, but said nothing. Jihan's frown deepened, clearly not amused by her expression, which to him felt like mockery more than anything. From what I've seen, he'll be lucky to land a single blow on me, Jihan added a moment later. Oh, for you to be talking this much unprompted, it seems you've been shaken a bit from what you've seen, Lillian mused, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face afterwards. As for catching you, well, I don't think catching you will be an issue for him. Do you mean that crude movement art of his? Jihan scoffed. It's nothing more than a brutish movement art, one not even suitable to be taught in my sect, or any of the 3 Dao sects for that matter. Lillian's amused smile grew wider as she heard this. True, his control over the Dao of space isn't as refined as ours are, but can you truly, and without shame, claim to be able to do what John does? Are you able to barrel through the chaos of the spatial void as if it were a mere nuisance, and not something capable of destroying you if you are not careful? Jihan remained silent. He couldn't make that claim, and he knew Lillian knew he couldn't make that claim. Doing so would only make him look like a lying fool. Why would I bother barreling through something I can completely avoid? Jihin refuted. Lillian studied his face for a moment, then reached out and patted him on the arm in a friendly manner. Just remember my advice from before. Don't piss John off and you'll be fine. She then stood up from her chair and took a step forward as if to leave. Enraged or not, he has no chance against me tomorrow, Jihin said with a light sneer. In fact, I might enrage him just to see what he's truly capable of. As your words imply, he only fights with his full strength if he's angry. An uncouth brute to the end. Pub Future ads. Lillian paused and looked back at Jihin, her amused expression returning to her face. She studied him silently for a moment, then looked away once more. On second thought, you might want to have a skilled healer on standby for your flight tomorrow, she said, then returned her gaze back to the arena below. A frown returned to Jihin's face, while the nearby sword saint looked at Lillian with deep displeasure. She felt the gaze upon her and turned to meet the sword saint's gaze, her amused expression unwavering. And you might want to be ready to interfere with the battle at a moment's notice, she said to the sword saint. On Jihin's behalf, that is. It would be a shame for the Nine Dao world to lose such a pinnacle genius in a place such as this. Not waiting for the sword saint to say anything, she then hopped off the platform and floated down to the arena below. The sword saint stood up in his seat ready to move, but a casual gesture from Jihin stopped him. Leave her, he said to his father. Let her have her fun. When I crush him tomorrow, all of her actions will be moot. The sword saint looked at his son, then smiled, nodded, and sat back down. All eyes followed her as she landed right before John, surprise and curiosity growing as they wondered what she was doing. As for the men in the crowd, their hearts throbbed with desire and envy, watching the elegant, goddess-like figure descend gracefully downwards like an angelic being. While everyone knew who she was thanks to the sword saint's announcement, it was the first time they had seen her do anything of note. They watched as she then took several steps towards John, who turned as he felt her approach. For the first time in well over a year, he was finally face to face once more with his master. He smiled at her, then nodded lightly in respect. Master, Chapter 1102 Chaos Lightning. John had been deep in thought as the Yangdao sect attended to Araxis. His thoughts raced regarding that final clash of theirs and the battle art that Araxis had unleashed. Yin-yang chaos lightning, he mused internally, then raised his hands before his face to look at them. Despite his body limiters activating and working to heal his body, visible wounds still covered his body. The wounds were not grievous or deep, but they persisted despite his intentions to heal them. That last attack of Araxis had been different than the others. The lightning he had unleashed has been far more powerful, far more chaotic. In fact, the remnant energy that persisted in his wounds, making it harder to heal, reminded him of the spatial chaos he experienced when stepping into the other spatial dimension. Not only had this bizarre energy amplified the power of Araxis' attack, it also made it harder to heal afterwards. It reminded him of his destructive lightning in terms of its potency and ability to resist healing effects. Is he truly capable of unleashing chaos lightning? John wondered, and wondered if such a thing even existed. If it did, he had no information regarding it. That last attack of Araxis had been mostly destroyed by his own Kirin God extinction, resulting in the power of Araxis' attack to be greatly reduced. John had been expecting the entire thing to be destroyed, but the bizarre lightning Araxis had unleashed had managed to resist destruction and had made its way towards him afterwards. While the damage was mostly superficial, some of the lightning had managed to avoid falling under his control despite entering his body, which had surprised him greatly. With his origin lightning essence runes, he was able to control all lightning that entered his body. All lightning other than this. Deep in thought, John felt someone appear behind him. Without seeing her or using his divine sense, he could instantly tell who it was. The presence of the figure, the smell, the natural aura was all too familiar. He turned around and locked eyes with Lillian, then smiled. She returned a soft smile, then studied him up and down, most likely inspecting the changes that had happened to him over the last year up close. Pub future ads. Master, John said as he nodded lightly in respect. The moment after he spoke, there was deafening silence. Then the crowd exploded into a frenzy. What? Did he just call her master? Jihin's bride-to-be is John's master. How, what, when? No wonder Jihin and John are so antagonistic. The Sword Saint had betrothed John's master. That must be a sore point for him. I even heard that the betrothal isn't of Lillian's choice, hence the bet between the two. That must really piss John off. He had been beaten, bullied, and brutalized by Lillian countless times in the past. While all that had been done to train him to be a better cultivator and fighter, and while he appreciated her training despite the pain, he couldn't resist talking back to her. While he most likely couldn't defeat her in battle, he was confident in being able to hold his own if he used his full power. That gave him the confidence to do what he had always wanted to do, talk back to her. Lillian silently studied his face for a short while, then smiled for the first time. It was a warm, comforting smile, one that filled John's heart with warmth. You've done well in the time we've been apart, she said to him with full sincerity. John returned her smile, then nodded once more. I've definitely been busy, he replied, then shifted his gaze upwards towards the Sword Saint who sat on the platform high above. How have you been? You don't have to worry about me, Lillian replied calmly. In fact, you could say that despite my situation, my life this past year has been quite comfortable. John chuckled lightly as he heard this. The Sword Saint had no doubt pampered Lillian, who he had considered his daughter-in-law to be, with countless treasures. Lillian had no doubt accepted everything thrown her way with wide arms, and in the end would walk away from that arrangement, leaving the Sword Saint with nothing to show for it. Lillian reached out and touched John's arm, sending her divine sense into his body. Her eyes widened as she noticed the changes to his body, especially his improved meridians. You've definitely been busy, she said, eyes filled with surprise. The Prime Shadow and I paid the Devil Continent a visit, and that visit was quite lucrative, he said to her through his divine sense, surprising her once more. I see, she replied, then withdrew her divine sense. A light groan sounded out next to them, drawing their eyes towards Araxis, who was rousing from his unconsciousness. His eyes snapped open wide, and he hastily stood up, his gaze darting towards John. His narrowed eyes studied John for a second, then he rushed over hastily, hand reaching out towards John. That battle art of yours was amazing, Araxis said as he grabbed John's arm. Can you teach it to me? I'll give you anything. Ooh, it's not something I can really teach you, John replied truthfully. A disappointed look appeared on Araxis' face, who acted normally despite the wounds on his blood-slicked body. Now that he was awake, John couldn't help but ask the question that had been lingering on his mind earlier. That last attack of yours, was that chaos lightning? Araxis paused for a moment, then grinned and nodded vigorously. It was amazing, wasn't it? He asked John, to which John nodded, then felt true surprise as he heard Araxis say something he had not been expecting to hear. Want to learn how to use it? Chapter 1103, the end of the semifinals. John looked wordlessly at Araxis for a short time, almost unable to believe what he had heard. Araxis was his opponent that he had just defeated in this incredibly important tournament. The winner of the tournament was to receive countless treasures and rewards, most importantly the ancient blessings of the 3 Taos. That was a reward that stirred someone like Jihin into an excited state, revealing the weight and worth of such a reward. Araxis was a pinnacle genius that no doubt wanted to seize each and every opportunity to improve his strength, and had proven that in his actions and words during their battle. He detested trickery and tactics, and wanted to battle using only his power alone, wanting to overwhelm his opponents with strength even at the cost of defeat. To someone like Araxis, the ancient blessings would be a great boon to further that desire, and yet that opportunity had been thwarted by John's victory. John would have expected rage, anger, disappointment, and every other negative emotion to come from Araxis, and it would have for the most part been justified. Losing was something that he himself despised and strived to avoid at all costs. And yet, Araxes had not only greeted him with a smile and jubilant attitude after waking up from his unconscious state, but had also offered to teach John one of his most secretive lightning arts. In this moment, John knew everything he needed to know of Araxes' character, who reminded him of someone from his homeworld. He's just like Miko, John thought. Immensely talented and highly competitive, but is someone who values friendship above all. Pub future ads. Someone like Araxes, who was able to smile and joke in such a situation, was worthy of befriending and placing trust in. He was a rare type of person, a type of person that John greatly appreciated. John's surprised expression eventually turned into a smile as he nodded his head. Absolutely. Awesome, Araxes cheered, seemingly more excited than John despite the fact that he was going to be the one giving John a great reward, and not the other way around. If you're able to grasp the fundamentals, you're going to love using chaos lightning. When do you want to teach me it? John asked curiously. Even most of the continent was discussing the semifinals, as recordings of the battles quickly circulated all throughout the land. The main point of discussion was undoubtedly about John, who had entered the tournament as a suspected fraud, one looked down on by everyone. Those thoughts were no more, as everyone now knew that John was the real deal. An unknown talent, never heard of before the tournament, had made the finals of the most important 3-DAO tournament to date. It was a shocking turn of events no one had ever expected, and was something that would be discussed for generations to come. John, Araxes, Nalia, and Zuri entered the Prime Shadows room, and to Nalia's urging, relaxed for a while before starting their training. She made convincing arguments to them, especially regarding Araxes' condition. Pub future ads. How can you two properly train and fight if one of you is on your deathbed? She had told them, convincing both to take it easy for an hour or two, allowing Araxes to recover before starting their training. A healer had come to the room at the request of Nalia, and had worked tirelessly to restore Araxes to fighting condition. While recovering, the two discussed their recent battle, explaining some of the arts they used in more detail. While in the middle of discussion, both John and Araxes fell silent all of a sudden. They looked towards the front door leading into the Prime Shadows' private room, both feeling the presence of a new arrival. An overwhelmingly powerful and familiar presence. John's expression hardened as Nalia went to the door and opened it, revealing the figure on the other side. Standing there with a calm, neutral expression, the Sword Saint instantly locked eyes with John, who was sitting in the lounging area of the room a short distance away. I have some things I would like to discuss with you, the Sword Saint said to John, his voice calm but containing a natural aura of command. May I enter? John raised an eyebrow, surprised at the pleasant and formal request from the Sword Saint. A pinnacle powerhouse like him could do what he pleased, and if he wanted to enter this room, no one here could stop him. John thought over it for a moment, quickly understanding the source of the respect. This was the Prime Shadows room, and no one, not even the Sword Saint himself, dared to enter without an invitation. John gave the others in the room a quick look, then returned his gaze to the Sword Saint and nodded slowly. You may enter. Chapter 1104, The Sword Saint's Offer. The others in the room gave John a surprised look. Although Araxes' expression was more one of amused anticipation than anything else. Being a foremost genius of the Yangdao sect, he was used to interacting with powerhouses and found John's feud with the Sword Saint quite entertaining. The Sword Saint paused for a brief moment, almost as if expecting for John to decline his request. He stepped into the room a moment later, glancing about before returning his gaze to John. John continued to sit, but couldn't help but notice the Sword Saint's natural presence when this close to the man. While he found the Sword Saint's personality to be ill-tempered and short-fused, he couldn't help but admit that the man was a prodigious powerhouse. He gave off a similar feeling to the Prime Shadow, in that his presence alone was like a blazing bonfire on a dark night, unable to be missed and overwhelming in its power. He had no doubt that if he were to fight this man, he would not even last a single second before being snuffed out with a casual wave of the Sword Saint's hand. He didn't worry about it coming to that, as the Prime Shadow's backing was the best deterrent there was. The Sword Saint gave Araxis a brief nod as he entered the room, which Araxis returned, his nod slightly deeper to show respect. While the Sword Saint was a rather unpleasant person to be around, he was still the Sword Saint. His existence alone commanded respect, regardless of whether one felt true respect towards the man or not. As for Araxis, he was a top-2 genius of the Yangdao sect and highly favored by the Yang Sovereign. As such, the Sword Saint treated him with the respect of an upcoming genius, one that may in the future find himself on the same level as the Sword Saint himself. The Sword Saint then gave Nalia and Zuri a brief glance, then looked towards John with an even expression. After a few seconds of silence, the Sword Saint understood that John was not going to tell anyone to leave. "Is that so?" John finally replied with a raised eyebrow. "Of course," the Sword Saint said, smiling. However, his smile was not a friendly one, and was instead something more akin to a snake, with narrowed eyes and almost pursed lips. It was clear that the man was not used to faking his expressions, and was quite bad at it. "However," he continued, "now that I know you are Lillian's disciple, we can put this entire matter behind us. Instead of feuding with you, I would be more than happy to welcome you into the Sword Dao sect as a pinnacle disciple, equal to my son Jihin in status. Normally such a thing would be beyond my ability to do, but with you as the honored disciple of my son's wife-to-be, such a thing is within my power to do. With you and Jihin as the future of the Sword Dao sect, the ascension of the Sword Dao sect to the top of this world is guaranteed." John's eyes widened slightly as he heard the Sword Saint's words, while the others in the room had even greater looks of surprise and even shock on their faces. They could have never guessed the Sword Saint would have come here in an attempt to win John over to his sect. Before John could reply to this sudden offer, the Sword Saint continued. "Before you answer, I would just like to remind you of the opportunities you will receive should you join us. Countless heavenly treasures, cultivation resources beyond your imagining, and fame beyond reckoning. It's all yours should you accept," the Sword Saint said before falling silent, a small smile on his face as he waited for John's reply. John remained silent for some time, almost unable to believe the audacity of this man. This man wanted nothing more than to eliminate him, and would have already done so had John not had the backing of the Prime Shadow. Now that he couldn't do that, he tried an alternative method: bribery. He tried to play this situation up as a misunderstanding, with the hopes that John would be swayed by treasures and rewards into not protesting against Lillian's situation. "This offer is something every youth in the world can only dream of," the Sword Saint said, his smile widening. "So what do you say? Would you like to become a foremost disciple of the #1 sect in the world?" Chapter 1105, A Short Discussion. The Sword Saint's words seemed to echo throughout the room, and also within John's mind. Even after thinking for some time, he was still finding it hard to believe the audacity of the Sword Saint. This offer was most likely some sort of ploy to eliminate him in the long run, and even if it was truly a sincere offer, it was almost farcical that the Sword Saint thought John would even entertain the offer for a second. Such is the way of someone who commanded everyone and everything his entire life, John thought silently. He waves his hand and thinks everyone will rush to do his bidding. Well, I'm certainly not everyone. "What about my master?" John asked curiously. "What about her?" the Sword Saint asked, the small, friendly smile lingering on his face. "Well, you captured her, basically enslaved her, forced her into a marriage she didn't want, and then only gave her an out when you thought there was no way you could lose. Why should I want to join up with someone like that?" John said flatly, not sugarcoating his words at all. Nalia's eyes went wide with shock, while even Zuri had a slightly surprised look on her face. Only Araxis was calm, with an amused look on his face, as if he were truly enjoying where this conversation was going, like a bystander enjoying juicy drama. A sour look appeared on the Sword Saint's face, one that he suppressed with great effort. "That was all a misunderstanding," the Sword Saint said with a wry smile. A misunderstanding, John repeated. From what I know, the situation is quite clear. What is there to misunderstand? That, the Sword Saint said. Lillian, your master, was not forced into this situation. I merely strongly suggested she go through with this marriage, as it would be an affront to the heavens for a union between two pinnacle geniuses such as her and my son not to. The Sword Saint trailed off again, realizing his words were not as convincing out loud as they sounded in his head. Oh, John hummed lightly, leaning back in his chair. So then let me ask a quick question before I give my answer. If I were to lose against Jihin in the finals, and my master decides not to go through with the marriage, would you accept her decision and let her go? Well, of course I would honor, the Sword Saint replied quickly, almost as if expecting this question from John. However, he cut off mid-sentence as he heard John continue. Would you be willing to swear a Tao oath to the heavens that you would respect her decision, regardless of what her decision ends up being? John asked, a questioning look on his face. The Sword Saint froze, his calm, friendly guise gone. Heavenly Tao oaths were something that no cultivator wanted to mess with. Tao oaths made to the heavens were considered the most binding oaths of all. A heavenly Tao oath, if broken, could lead to no consequences at all, or could lead to one becoming despised by the heavens, forever ending up as an enemy. The heavens were fickle, and no one could know for certain what it would end up doing. As such, almost none dared to risk it, especially not someone like the Sword Saint who had so much to lose and very little to gain. To John, who battled the heavens his entire cultivation life, such a thing was acceptable. To someone like the Sword Saint, who already lived at the pinnacle of the world and respected the heavens above all else, breaking such an oath was not acceptable. The Sword Saint's hesitation was all the information John needed. He had heard what the man had wanted to say, and was not interested in the slightest. Even if he didn't have the backing of the Prime Shadow, he would still refuse out of principle alone. He despised people like the Sword Saint, who schemed and plotted with everything they did. I appreciate the offer, but I decline, John said calmly but firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt or debate. The Sword Saint's friendly smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating glare. You will regret this decision, he said as he turned around and strode towards the front door of the room, opening it, then stepping out without pause. Tell Jihin I said hi, and that I hope he doesn't disappoint me, John called out as the Sword Saint vanished from sight. It would be a shame for the crowd to watch a one-sided beatdown in 2 days. He waited for a moment, then turned to look at the others. Araxis immediately started laughing, his boisterous laugh flooding out into the hallway. Zuri had a slightly surprised look on her face, while Nalia looked as if she had seen a ghost. You can't just speak to the Sword Saint like that, Nalia said, her voice shaky. Why not? John replied questioningly. Just because he's powerful doesn't mean I should respect him. Respect is earned with more than power alone. Nalia trailed off, still shocked by the Sword Saint's sudden arrival and hasty departure. You really know how to piss people off, Araxis said with a toothy grin. Hey, I didn't start this feud, John replied, but I sure as hell will end it. How? Araxis asked. Even if you do beat Jihin, that won't end things. While the Sword Saint won't go back on his word and not honor the bet between him and your master, he'll most likely come for you in other ways. He can try, John replied calmly. If my personality was to make the safe decisions and to appease the powerful instead of doing what I want to do, I would have never made it this far in the cultivation world. I couldn't agree more, Araxis said approvingly. I'm glad someone else understands this. All the other geniuses like Jihin and Jaxis only care about fame. It's rare to find another true genius that cultivates for strength and the thrill of combat alone. Speaking of combat, John said as a sly smile appeared on his face. How about we resume our battle once again? Hell yeah, Araxis roared, not hesitation at all to stand up and rush towards the training room entrance. He opened the door and disappeared on the other side, not listening to Nalia's calls of concern for him to properly rest and heal himself. John smiled and stood up, moving towards the training room as well. If Araxis was true to his word, then it was time to see if he could learn to use Chaos Lightning. Chapter 1106 Chaos Lightning Crystal. As he stepped into the training room, John saw Araxis standing a short distance away. A large smile was on his face as he waited for John to walk over, at which point he raised his arm with his right palm facing upwards. John looked at the empty hand with a questioning expression, one that changed to surprise as an item appeared on Araxis' palm. As the item appeared, the atmosphere around them seemed to change. It went from calm to chaotic, as if every sort of energy had sprung up into existence near them. John's gaze was fixated on the item in Araxis' hand. The item was a small, black crystal, no larger than a grain of rice. While the crystal was black in color, a multicolored source of energy glowed from within, its color ever-changing. It instantly reminded John of the chaotic energy he encountered when he slipped into the spatial dimension filled with chaos energy. At the same time, it was also different. The chaotic energy in the spatial void was formless and also boundless. It seemed to contain every source of energy at the same time, changing from one form to the next ceaselessly. While this was similar, the energy emanating from the crystal was without a doubt lightning aspected. The forms of lightning changed, but the source energy remained lightning. The crystal flickered ceaselessly, throwing light throughout the training room, bathing it in different color hues every second. "What is this?" John eventually asked, his gaze still fixated on the crystal. "A chaos lightning crystal, I think," Araxis answered. "Or at least the Yang Sovereign thinks. I showed this to him a few years ago, and that's what he guessed it was." "A chaos lightning crystal," John repeated, a questioning look on his face. "Lightning comes in crystals now." "Apparently," Araxis replied. "I didn't know about it either, but when I was on the continent of War 3 years ago, I stumbled upon a hidden cave. I ventured deep into its depths and eventually found a singular crystal embedded into the cave wall. It was larger back then, but it's been losing more and more of its mass and energy as time goes on. Also, whenever I absorb the chaos lightning within to study it, it diminishes the size of the crystal. After years of studying this crystal, this is all that remains." John remained silent for some time, digesting all the information Araxis had just given him. It was all so shocking, from the existence of chaos lightning crystals to the fact that he had found this crystal on the continent of War. As the crystal flickered before his face, John felt a familiar aura flicker into existence, then out of existence a moment later. "Frost lightning," John said out loud, surprised by the fact that he had felt frost lightning within the chaos lightning crystal. It had a very similar aura to the frost lightning Araxis had unleashed in their prior battle. "Of course it contains frost lightning," Araxis said with a smug expression. "This is chaos lightning. From what the Yang Sovereign told me, chaos lightning is the source of all lightning types. Every type of lighting that exists can be found within chaos lightning." Araxis' explanation stunned John to his core. Every type of lightning that exists was contained within chaos lightning. It seemed far too amazing, far too profound to be true. "Isn't that a little too strong?" John couldn't help but ask. "If chaos lightning contains all forms of lightning, is there a reason to learn any other type of lightning instead?" I guess I exaggerated a little bit," Araxis said with a wry look on his face. "What I meant to say is that, according to the Yang Sovereign, true chaos lightning can contain the multitude of all lightning types, but that doesn't necessarily mean it actually does contain it." A confused look appeared on John's face, as Araxis' explanation was contradictory. "Let me explain," Araxis quickly said to further clarify. "True chaos lightning contains the multitude of lightning types, but that doesn't mean every chaos lightning crystal contains all of those lightning types within. According to the Yang Sovereign, this chaos lightning crystal, while amazing, only contains a portion of the lightning Tao. He figures that either this crystal lost some of its profundity over time by leaking energy continually, thus losing certain types of lightning contained within, or when it crystallized in an incomplete form. Either way, While true chaos lightning contains the multitude of the lightning Tao, this crystal contains pseudo-chaos lightning, or incomplete chaos lightning. It's as if I have a book containing all the information regarding the lightning Tao, but it's missing most of its pages. I see, John replied after a moment of consideration. Still, it's far better than nothing at all, Araxis hastily added. And as far as learning other lightning types, there's still a reason to do so. Chaos lightning is amazing because it contains multiple lightning forms. One second it can be unpredictable and hot, while the next second it can be destructive and cold. It's ever-changing in a way I can't even fathom yet, and as such, when I use it, I don't exactly know what I'll get out of it. With how impossibly complex and profound chaos lightning is, when I unleash it, all I can do is create some rudimentary chaos lightning. Compared to what's in this crystal, it's a night and day difference. Not only that, but after I release it, I cannot control what it changes into. I haven't learned nearly enough about chaos lightning to be able to control it like that yet. The very nature of chaos is its unpredictability, so I can't force it to be destructive or quick, or hot or cold. All I can do is use it, and hope it's good enough once it hits you. If I'm lucky, it's super powerful when it hits my enemy. If I'm unlucky, they can get hit with healing lightning, and I end up helping them more than hurting them. Like when I used it against you, even now I don't know what form of chaos lightning it was when it landed against you. All I could hope for is that it was powerful enough. Oh, it was quite powerful, John couldn't help but say, recalling the damage it had done to him despite his lightning attribute body. The unpredictable and uncontrollable nature of the chaos lightning had made it incredibly hard to defend against, and even harder to get under control once it had landed on him. So, for an attack like your Kirin art, which was absolutely amazing by the way, the destruction lightning you used is far better to use, as the purpose of that art is to cause maximum damage, Araxis continued. Chaos lightning is better to use in a situation when unpredictable attacks are better. Chaos lightning isn't necessarily more powerful, but it definitely has more wide-ranging applications. I see, John replied with a nod of his head. But the most useful part of chaos lightning isn't its combat potential, Araxis said, a sly grin appearing on his face. It's not, John asked. No, Araxis shook his head. The most useful part of learning chaos lightning is that it gives you an easy way to study the lightning Tao in all its forms. Instead of having to track down all the different lightning forms out in the world and study them one by one. You can use chaos lightning to study those forms specifically. For example, if I wanted to study destruction lightning, if the chaos lightning crystal contained destruction lightning, then I could focus on that aspect until I learned to cultivate it. It's how I learned to cultivate both yin and yang aspected lightning types, as you saw in our battle. I see, John nodded again. If you could study all the lightning types, then why focus on frost lightning? Why not something more powerful like destruction lightning? PFT, as if destruction lightning is so easy to learn to use, Araxis scoffed while giving John a pointed glare. Just because you and your freakish body can handle destruction lightning doesn't mean everyone else can. Besides, like I mentioned before, this chaos crystal is incomplete, and so it doesn't contain the really profound lightning types like destruction. AHIC, John replied with slight disappointment. The hell is that look on your face? Araxis grumbled. I'm giving you access to extremely rare chaos lightning, and you're pouting because it's not complete enough for you. Haha, it's not that at all, John said, laughing to try to hide the fact that Araxis was spot on. Araxis gave him a pointed glare for a while, then smiled and reached out towards John, dumping the crystal into John's hands. Still, this crystal is amazing, and has enough inside of it that you'll be studying it for years before you've comprehended everything within. Here, take it, Araxis said. Are you sure? John asked, surprised Araxis was fully handing him the crystal. Of course, Araxis nodded. I've already learned most of what I can from that crystal, and there's only so little left, so it won't do me much good to use the rest. But for you, you should be able to learn a thing or two from it before its energy runs out. John looked at the grain-sized crystal in his hand, then closed his fist around it. He looked at Araxis and gave him a smile and a nod of thanks. "Thanks, I'll make sure to put it to good use," John said. "You better," Araxis said with a toothy grin. "Now then, shall we start this training?" "Sure," John nodded while feeling the crystal pulse with power in his hand. It was time to learn to use Chaos Lightning. Chapter 11, 07 Geniuses of the Three Tao's Store. For the next day, John spent his time in the training room, studying the tiny Chaos Lightning crystal in his hand. He had made significant progress already, although was surprised to find how hard it was to comprehend Chaos Lightning. It was ever-changing, ever unpredictable, making it incredibly hard to use. Using Chaos Lightning was much like starting a fire. One only needed the ingredients to start the fire, the spark and the tinder, and after it was lit, the flames moved and acted according to its own will. It was impossible to control the direction, size, and movement of the flames, just as it was nearly impossible to control Chaos Lightning once it had been sparked into existence. Starting it was doable. Controlling it was next to impossible. Even then, just creating Chaos Lightning is harder than any other type of lightning I've dealt with, John grumbled internally. It's even harder to comprehend and create than Destruction Lightning, although only by a little bit. Bang! The door to the training room flew open, revealing a figure standing in the doorway. "You're still training, huh?" Nelia asked, looking him up and down. She frowned as she noticed the blood, sweat, and grime on his body, revealing that he had not been taking it easy. "The finals are tomorrow, and yet you are pushing yourself to your limits," Nelia grumbled with a pout. "Heth, I'm hardly pushing myself to my limits," John replied with a light chuckle. If Nelia saw how far he could push himself, what would her reaction be? John could picture her shocked expression already. "Still, you're far too antisocial. You missed your ceremony." "Ceremony?" John asked with a questioning look on his face. "Yes, the big, humongous ceremony before the grand finals," Nelia replied. "Everyone went, even Araxis. Everyone except you." "Ah, so that's where he went," John thought. He remembered Araxis saying a few words to him before leaving hours ago, but was far too focused on his Chaos Lightning that he didn't even hear what Araxis had said. "You didn't miss much," Araxis said as he appeared in the doorway and entered within. John looked Araxis up and down, a questioning look appearing on his face as he saw Araxis wreathed with ornaments and other eye-catching things. "Don't lie to him," Nelia said with a stern tone. It was amazing. There was an amazing stage where the top 100 geniuses were showered with praise, rewards, and other things. There were even majestic beasts flying through the sky, while fireworks exploded overhead constantly. It was breathtaking, Nelia described with a reminiscent expression on her face, then frowned. "Without you there, it was mostly a Jihin praising ceremony, though. You should have been there to take some of the spotlight off of him." John merely chuckled upon hearing this. "I'll take that spotlight when I win. Nothing else really matters." "Haha, I couldn't have said it better," Araxis said through boisterous laughter, then gave John a gesture to get up and follow them. "Come on, let's go," he said. Go where?" John asked. A while later, John found himself out of his room, exploring the countless hallways, stores, entertainment venues, and restaurants with Araxis, Nelia, and Zuri. Somehow, they had convinced him to take a break from his training to spend some time hanging out as friends before the tournament ended. John had eventually agreed, and had spent the last few hours hopping from entertainment venues, such as casinos, to restaurants, and everything in between. While he did miss training, John couldn't help but admit that taking a break now and then was good for the mind. It helped him reset, allowing him to see things from other angles and perspectives when he resumed his training. As he explored the mind-bogglingly enormous stadium, the most surprising thing was the attention his group got. Wherever he went, people stared with expressions of awe and wonder, to anger and hate. It was quite amusing, especially the times that the adoring fangirls rushed up to Araxis, begging for his signature. He received no such greetings, but it wasn't surprising. He had eliminated favorites of each of the three Tao sects, and had garnered quite a bit of hate from the fans and members of those sects. Ah, let's go in there. Nelia pointed as the group was walking past a row of shops, each specializing in different things. John gave the store a quick look, then looked at Nelia. You're kidding, right? The store, named Geniuses of Three Dows, was adorned with bright, colorful signs, indicating the goods they sold within. Novels, comics, figures. Not at all, Nelia said as she rushed into the store, followed by Araxis and Zuri. John sighed and entered a moment later. As he stepped into the large store, he was greeted with a vast floor space covered with a variety of objects. The objects in question ranged from figurines, ranging from small to life-sized, to books, novels, comics, and more. It was unlike anything John had seen before, as there was nothing like this store back on his homeworld. "Haha, look what I found," Nelia said as she rushed back towards the group, holding a small figurine in her hand. John looked at it, then went wide-eyed. "That's me," he said, flabbergasted. "What the hell is a figurine of me doing in this store?" The figurine was a foot tall and depicted John with shockingly accurate detail. It was wearing his robes and holding his scythe in a heroic pose, making it look quite impressive. "It's not just you," Araxis said while clapping him on the back, then pointed to a nearby shelf. There, John saw shelves and shelves of figures of youths he recognized, such as Chloe, Ishnai, and more. "It's all of the high-ranked geniuses who participated in this tournament. This is one of the many stores that sells merchandise relating to the tournament participants." He inspected the shelves, then looked back at Araxis. "Why are there no figures of you then? Or Jaxus or Jihan?" he asked, not seeing any of those three. Araxis gave him a wide, toothy grin. "That's because everything related to us three is already sold out. Unlike you, I'm quite popular. Chapter 1108 Geniuses of the Three Dows Store PT. 2. The haughty look on Araxis' face caused John to roll his eyes. He then stepped forward and inspected the other figures, then moved about the other rows. While perusing, he noticed a section that seemed to be dedicated to him. It was a table covered in books, scrolls, paintings, and more, all depicting him on the art. He reached out and picked up one of the books, a rather thin and flimsy one, and opened to the first page. He was greeted with a comic of him, one that he quickly flipped through the pages to read. The comic depicted him as a youth, seemingly an origin story of his. He was supposedly raised by a dark and mysterious figure, one that tasked him with the mission of destroying the Nine-Dao world. His first mission since emerging from his secretive training was to destroy the other geniuses in the Three-Dao tournament. His eyes went wide as he flipped through the comic, which depicted him in quite a villainous light. "I never agreed to any of this," John grumbled. "Are you okay with your likeness being used like this?" He turned and asked Araxis. Araxis merely shrugged. "This is how it's always been, so it's not worth getting worked up over." John returned his gaze to the comic in his hand, which was suddenly snatched by a newcomer. "No reading unless you buy the comic," the newcomer said, then stopped immediately as he finally noticed John's face. The man, a man who appeared in his 30s and had a rather portly frame, went wide-eyed as he looked at John. His eyes went even wider as he noticed Araxis. "Ah, it's you. And Araxis, what an honor it is to have you in my store," the man hastily said while removing his cap and wringing it nervously in his hands. He then noticed he still held the comic he had snatched from John and hastily returned it. "Ah, here you go. Apologies for my hastiness," the man said to John. "It's all right," John said flatly, then looked at the table next to him that held all the merchandise regarding him. The man looked as well, then looked at the comic in John's hands. He grimaced and quickly picked up another book from the table, then handed it to John. "Pub Future ads." "Here, you should read this one instead," the man hastily said. "This comic depicts you in a much, much better light. Not all the stories about you paint you as a..." His voice trailed off. "A villain," John filled in the rest, while the man's grimace deepened. "It's all right," John waved his hand dismissively. "I'm assuming you didn't make this comic." "No," the man shook his head. "I just purchased them to sell to the tournament crowd. Your items have been selling like crazy ever since you defeated Erixu." He paused while glancing at Araxis, who stood nearby. "It's all right to say it," Araxis said. "He beat me fair and square." The man sighed a breath of relief, obviously happy that Araxis wasn't a pompous genius like most others, who were sore losers as well. He then gestured to the table. "Take anything you like. It's on the house," he said to John as well as Araxis. "Thanks," John nodded, then took a few of the novels and comics about him. While he wasn't really concerned about what they said, he was quite curious to read them nonetheless. Afterwards, the man hounded John with a million questions, mostly asking about his past and upbringing. To everyone, John was a mysterious youth with almost nothing known about him, and so the man used this opportunity to garner as much information, most likely for his novels and comics, as possible. John answered some of the questions, giving vague enough answers that it didn't reveal much, while still satisfying the man's curiosity. I see," the man mumbled excitedly while taking notes. "You were raised by a rather low-born clan and worked your way up mostly on your own. How exciting. I'll be able to use this information to make the most accurate comic yet. It will sell like wildfire." Pub future ads. This continued for a while before John finally got bored of it and said his goodbyes to the man. The man thanked John with great eagerness, then wished him luck for the fight to come. "Good luck, young man," the man said with a large smile on his face. "I truly hope you win. Not only do I detest the Sword Dao sect, but I don't think much about that Jihin either. Going along with his father's ploy to force your master to marry him, how barbaric." John smiled lightly and thanked the man for his kind words, then left the store with the others as well as some new stories and books to read in the future when he had free time. The others in the store watched the group leave with odd looks on their face, then hastily began to discuss what they had overheard. As John and the others left the store, he felt that the day, while enjoyable, had run its course. "I think it's time for me to get back to training," he said, then got a stern look from Nalia and Zuri. "I'm close to making a breakthrough with Chaos Lightning, and I'd rather do that sooner than later while the comprehensions are still fresh in my mind." That answer seemed to appease the two, who nodded their heads. "All right, let's go back then," Zuri agreed as the group stepped into the wide and busy hallway to return to the Prime Shadows lodging. They walked and conversed for quite some time, as the trip back to the room would take over an hour at this pace. While they could rush to the room with faster speed, that was looked down upon in this place. "I already told you, I'm unable to teach you the Kirin God extinction," John said to Araxis, who begged him to teach it to him. "I made it specifically for me, so even if I taught it to you, you wouldn't be able to." John's words cut off instantly as he felt his instincts flare with warning. His Danshin instinctively sprung to life as Chi flooded into his body, activating his Dragon God shift as fast as possible. An instant after his instincts flared with warning, Araxis and Zuri both surged with power as well, all three of them turning to see a powerful sword image, almost on them, piercing directly towards John's heart. The nearby crowd was blasted away by the sudden explosion of auras as the sword image reached its target. Boom, Chapter 1109 Assassination Attempt. The day before the grand finals of the Dao Transformation Tournament, a pleasant yet excited mood permeated the Yongdao Sect Tournament Stadium. The stadium, hundreds of miles long, containing tens of thousands of stores, restaurants, entertainment venues, and more, were buzzing with activity. Despite the tens of millions of spectators attending the tournament, many who were at odds with spectators supporting those from rival sects, the Yongdao Stadium had yet to experience any sort of conflict outside of the arena itself. That all changed in an instant. Boom, please visit letter 1D4C3, letter 1D45C, VEL letter 1D48F, letter 1D452XT. Letter 1D4B at letter 1D45C, letter 1D52A website to read fastest update. "John!" A unison cry of shock boomed from Zuri and Araxis, who were a step too late to help him. The hallway suddenly sprung to life as the sword image pierced into John's chest, slamming against his ribcage. The sword image came to a sudden halt as John's hands slammed inwards towards the sword image blade, stopping it just shy of his heart, thanks to his overwhelming strength and durability of his flesh and bones. Blood spurted from his chest as he flew backwards from the power of the sword image. Cries of shock and panic rang out throughout the crowded hallway as he barreled over the unsuspecting crowd, knocking aside many as he flew backwards through the hallway. Boom! He slammed against a wall some distance away, coming to a brief and sudden stop. The wall exploded from the impact, while John slammed onto the ground below, landing on his feet, wobbling briefly before stabilizing himself. A wave of pure anger and bloodlust surged through John as he successfully defended against the surprise attack intending to claim his life. His head snapped up towards the source of the attack, a place shrouded in dark shadows several hundred yards away. Pub Future ads. A line of destruction stretched forward for 100 yards, from where he had encountered the attack to his current location. Hundreds of injured laid scattered about on either side of the wide hallway, many groaning in pain as they tried to comprehend what had happened. "I'm fine. Go after the attacker," John roared loudly as he noticed Araxis and Zuri speeding towards him. Without missing a beat, both nodded and turned around, using their fastest movement to speed towards the place of the attack. John growled with anger and sped after them a moment later, opting to use his physical speed instead of his lightning shatters the void. While incredibly fast, it was a powerful and destructive movement art, destroying the space near his entry point and exit point. With so many of the crowd, many greatly injured, nearby, he opted not to do so as using his movement art would surely cause more harm, and perhaps even result in several deaths. The hallways shook with a violent shockwave as he sped through it with incredible speed, appearing like a trailing blur to everyone. He arrived at the location of the attack a moment later, where both Zuri and Araxis stood, their heads looking around, their divine senses spread to their maximum range. John spread his divine sense as well, after finding nothing visually. Then frowned deeply. Within his divine sense were tens of thousands of other cultivators, with hundreds strong enough to have made such an attack. With the sudden chaos of the attack, many were leaving and more were arriving by the second, making it impossible to track everyone's movements. "They're gone. Fuck!" Araxis growled deeply, lightning crackling over his skin, his eyes still scanning in all directions. At the same time, Zuri used her control over the spatial Tao to search in her own way, but her deepening frown indicated to John that she had found nothing either. The Sword Saint shot John a curious look and studied the wound on his chest for a second before speaking to the sovereigns once more. "I do not recognize the lingering sword aura in his wound, so I can say with confidence that it is not someone from my Sword Tao sect," he continued, then shot John a quick glance, his gaze firm. "Besides, I would never deny my son the opportunity to defeat this boy in the arena. My son's glorious victory will not come at the hands of some underhanded assassination." Those final words seemed to be spoken true and from the heart, surprising even John with the sincerity he felt in them. He had immediately assumed this was the working of the Sword Saint, but now had some doubts regarding that. While it was certainly possible the Sword Saint was lying, from what John knew of the man so far, the Sword Saint wore his emotions on his sleeves. For him to lie, and so convincingly at that, was out of character for the man. The softening looks on the Yang Sovereign and Mage Sovereign seemed to indicate they believed the Sword Saint, who returned his gaze to John, his brows furrowed. "Don't you dare die before the finals tomorrow," he said with a low growl. "You will not deny my son the opportunity to thoroughly defeat you in the arena. I will not have your death stain my reputation or my son's reputation." "You don't have to worry about that," John replied with a firm voice and narrowed eyes. "I won't be dying anytime soon." The Sword Saint locked gazes with John for a moment, then looked back towards the sovereigns. "I will look into this matter, as I'm sure you too will as well. If I find the one responsible, I will bring him to you for judgment." "Very well," the Yang Sovereign nodded, as did the Mage Sovereign. The Sword Saint then vanished, while the sovereigns checked in on John and the others before diverting their attention to the injured in the hallway. A group of Yangdao sect healers appeared a short while later, healing those who had been caught up in the attack. "Do you believe him?" Zuri asked John as she stepped next to him. For some reason, I do, John nodded. Everyone knows of my dragon god shift by now. That attack was strong, but was definitely not strong enough to overwhelm me in my dragon god shift state. Either the assassin thought I would be caught by surprise and not defend in time, or they expected me to defend against it. Why would they attack you if they knew you could defend against it? Araxis asked curiously. Shouldn't they have used a stronger cultivator to attack you then? That's what I'm wondering as well, John replied with a thoughtful tone. It doesn't make any sense. Whatever the reason, we should get you back to the Prime Shadow's room for now. It's not safe out here anymore, Zuri said, to which John agreed. Uncaring of the social conventions of the arena, the group used their movement arts to speed through the stadium hallways, arriving in the room a short while later. As he arrived and stepped inside, a nagging thought appeared on John's mind. Where was the Prime Shadow? Chapter 11:10, Discussion with the Prime Shad. For the next several hours, the Yongdao sphere was buzzing with frenzied activity. Thousands of Yongdao sect, Sword Dao sect, and Mage Dao sect elders worked tirelessly to investigate the assassination attempt, hoping to find out the truth of the matter. While they investigated, the news of the assassination attempt spread like wildfire, shocking everyone who heard of it. Who was crazy enough to attempt such a thing in the Yongdao sect? Such an action was an outright insult to the Yang Sovereign. If the Yang Sovereign ever caught the one responsible, their fate would no doubt be incredibly miserable. Several hours after the assassination attempt, a knock appeared at the door. After checking who it was, Nalia let in the Yang Sovereign himself, surprising everyone that he would show up personally. The Yang Sovereign greeted the group, then explained what they had found. Unfortunately, we were unable to catch the one responsible, he said with shame. I ask for your forgiveness in this lapse of protection. I had not thought anyone would be bold enough to attempt such a thing in my sect. It's fine, John replied calmly, slightly disappointed in the outcome of the investigation, but not surprised either. Whoever it was, they were skilled enough to attack him and leave unnoticed by anyone. It was obviously not a rank-and-file cultivator who had attacked him. You should stay in this room until the finals tomorrow, the Yang Sovereign said while glancing about the room. I plan on doing just that, John nodded, then decided to ask the question burning in his mind. Do you know where the Prime Shadow is? Based on what had happened, John would have expected the Prime Shadow to show up right away. Since he had yet to arrive, John could only wonder what was keeping the Prime Shadow occupied. After your semifinal, the Prime Shadow said he had some matters to attend to and left the Yongdao sect. I am uncertain of his current location, the Yang Sovereign said, to which John thanked him. Flash. As if summoned by his name alone, a flash of darkness appeared in the room a moment later, followed by the Prime Shadow stepping out of the smoky darkness surrounding him. What happened? He asked firmly while hastily stepping towards John. He quickly inspected John's body, then shot an angered gaze towards the Yang Sovereign. You assured me John would be protected during my absence, the Prime Shadow said, a tinge of simmering anger in his voice. I apologize for my lapse in judgment, the Yang Sovereign said, appearing apologetic for the events that had unfolded. I had assumed no one would dare to make an assassination attempt within my sect grounds. It appears my hubris has clouded my judgment. The Prime Shadow gave the Yang Sovereign a firm stare for quite some time, before looking back towards John. I'm fine, really, John assured the elderly man, who finally sighed a breath of relief. Have you found anything? The Prime Shadow asked the Yang Sovereign, who shook his head from side to side. Gee, the Prime Shadow clicked his tongue. Please leave us for now, he said to everyone. The others followed his orders and left the room, while the Yang Sovereign lingered for a moment, apologized once more, and then left. The door closed behind him, leaving only John and the Prime Shadow in the room. Before John could speak, the Prime Shadow's power flared, enveloping them in a cocoon of darkness. What happened? Truly. Leave no details out, the Prime Shadow instructed John, who quickly explained the events in as much detail as he could remember. Silence filled the cocoon of darkness for some time as the Prime Shadow thought over the matter. "Where were you?" John eventually asked, drawing the Prime Shadow's gaze back towards him. "I was out," the Prime Shadow said, a grim look on his face. "I sent Grandmaster Darkcloud on a mission to seek out the truth regarding Asuri." "Asuri," John repeated, his brows furrowing. That woman was responsible for the death of Zuri's father and siblings, and who knows what else. She was currently in the Sword Saint's entourage, casting doubt on the Sword Saint once more. "What did you find?" John asked curiously. "Nothing," the Prime Shadow said with a low voice. "Grandmaster Darkcloud went silent quite some time ago, and I have no idea why. His last mission report was that he was in Jagged Cliff City, following a lead regarding Asura. After that, he stopped sending sound transmissions." John's eyes went wide with surprise. Grandmaster Darkcloud, a half-step holy manifestation cultivator, had gone silent like that. There were only two explanations. Either he had been captured, or he was dead. "I left after your fight to seek him out, but didn't find anything. While searching the city, I received word of the assassination attempt and made my way back here as fast as possible." "I see," John replied, his question finally answered. Silence filled the cocoon of darkness for some time before the Prime Shadow spoke again. "I'm afraid there's much I do not know about the events surrounding this tournament. Whoever is in charge is incredibly careful. They've left no clues whatsoever. And my ability to move throughout the sect is limited as well. There are far too many eyes around. Powerful eyes that would notice any movement from the guild," the Prime Shadow said, a deep frown on his face. "Do you think something's going to happen tomorrow?" John asked curiously. "Perhaps. I'm not certain what's going on, but I'm certain something is going on," the Prime Shadow replied. "I will keep looking for answers, but all I can say to you right now is be on guard at all times. I will handle the rest." John nodded firmly, his thoughts swirling with the chaos that was unfolding. Just exactly what is going on? Asuri is with the Sword Saint, but the Sword Saint doesn't seem to be the one who tried to assassinate me. It's all so conflicting. John mused as the Prime Shadow undid his darkness cocoon and vanished, most likely to investigate the assassination location himself. John remained in place for some time, thinking over everything that had happened. After a while, he shook the thoughts from his mind and walked to the training room to focus on what was truly important at the moment, winning the tournament. The hours quickly passed by as he trained. The training room door opened the next day, with Zuri stepping in to greet him. She studied his condition for a moment, then smiled and gestured for him to approach. "Come, it's time for you to clean up and restore your energy. The grand finals starts in an hour," she said. John looked at her, nodded, and then smiled. It was finally time. Time for him to battle Jihin. Time for him to embarrass the Sword Saint. Time for him to win Lillian's freedom. Time for him to battle to his heart's content. With the assassination attempt and everything else that had happened, John felt his blood and battle lust ignited to a level far greater than normal. His smile turned into a look of firm resolve as he walked over towards Zuri, his thoughts swirling on the battle to come. With his blood and battle lust ignited, even if he didn't use his Asura transformation, he was not going to hold back at all. While he might not transform into an Asura for the battle if Jihin was not strong enough to force him to do so, he was sure as hell going to fight like one. It was time to reveal to the Nine-Dao world what it truly meant to be a pinnacle, heaven-defying genius. Hey everyone. Apologies for the lack of chapters over the last few weeks. The end of last year was incredibly busy for me, leaving me almost no time to write. Chapter 11:11, Start of the Grand Finals. 11:11, Start of the Grand Finals. As the sun rose on the next day, the entire human continent stirred into a frenzy only seen every 3 years, when the Dao Transformation Grand Finals commenced. It was the most anticipated event in years, and this year's tournament was special even when compared to the previous Dao Transformation Grand Finals. It was the matchup between Jihin, the youth touted to be the most talented Nine-Dao world genius in hundreds of thousands of years, and John, the dark horse who came out of nowhere to display talent beyond anyone's wildest comprehensions. It was a battle between two monstrous geniuses, with the outcome completely up in the air. Across the entire human continent, almost every single person was focused on the grand finals. For those not in the arena, live formation screen showings were displayed across the continent to give those not fortunate enough to attend the tournament in person a chance to witness history. After cleaning up and recovering his strength, John followed Nalia to a large room on the bottom floor of the stadium. The room had a tunnel leading directly into the arena itself, where he was to enter the arena from after being announced. "Are you nervous?" Nalia asked while fidgeting with an item in her hands. John looked at her, noticing her nervous demeanor, and smiled lightly. "It looks like you're more nervous than I am." "How could I not be?" Nalia replied with a soft voice. "Your opponent is Jihin. He's beyond monstrous, and I know you're strong, but—" "I'll be fine," John said with a firm tone and a confident smile. His demeanor seemed to appease her nerves, as a small smile appeared on her face a moment later. "What's that you're fidgeting with?" he asked her, noticing that she was playing with some sort of necklace, one that he had not seen on her before. "Oh, this," Nalia said, holding the item for John to see. "The Yang sovereign gave it to every Yangdao sect disciple. It holds several formations within, such as a defensive formation or a spatial formation. It's a gift meant to celebrate this year's successful tournament." John looked at the object, which was a small metallic formation seal attached to a golden chain. It was quite beautiful, and he couldn't help but nod his head at its craftsmanship. He then glanced at Araxis, who stood nearby, and saw him wearing the same necklace. Pub Future ads. "Must be nice having such a rich benefactor," John said teasingly, to which Nalia stuck her tongue out at him. "Being part of one of the strongest sects in the world does have its perks," Araxis chimed in with a smug smile. John scoffed in jest and shook his head, then fell silent as he thought about the pressing matters on his mind. The Prime Shadow said something was going on with this tournament, yet no more moves have been made against me. I wonder what, if anything, is going to happen, he thought, then pushed the thoughts to the back of his mind. The grand final was his first and only concern as of right now. He would leave the rest to the Prime Shadow. The room began to tremble slightly a moment later, steadily growing stronger, followed by the sound of the crowd above them growing louder. The crowd continued to grow louder and louder, while John could hear someone speak from within the arena, while at the same time he was attended to by some Yangdao sect elders, ensuring that his formation armband worked, and that he knew what to do once announced. That announcement came sometime later, to which John looked at his friends, giving each an assuring nod of the head and a confident smile. "Good luck," Nalia said with a nervous expression and clenched fists, while Zuri merely smiled and Araxis patted John on the back. "Don't beat Jihin up too bad," he said. "I still need him alive so I can one day beat him myself." John couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that, then nodded again. "I can't promise anything, but I'll do my best to keep him in one piece." Their parting words said, John walked forward towards the tunnel entrance, his expression turning from a calm and relaxed to firm and resolved. Each step he took made the sound of the cheering crowd grow louder. Each step made his heartbeat speed up as his battle lust started to grow. Entering the tunnel felt like entering the lair of a powerful beast stomping on the ground on the other side. The tunnel shook from the booming crowd, and as he stepped out of the tunnel and into the light of the arena, the 10 million spectators came into view, like an endless ocean of people, as did the collective sound of 10 million cheers and boos, drowning him in a cacophony of noise. It was the most electric atmosphere John had ever felt before, and even he couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken as he was drawn into that electric atmosphere. Entering the arena, John Fenix. While he had not heard what the announcer had said leading up to his entrance, the moment he stepped into the arena, he heard his name booming across the stadium, greeted by another, even louder wave of cheers and boos. John did his best to ignore the crowd and the sounds, and walked towards the center of the arena where the Yangdao sect elder was standing. He stopped a few feet away and greeted the elder, then stood in place as the elder introduced Jihin next. The crowd erupted into an even louder commotion for Jihin, with both the cheering and booing louder than what had been done for John. The Sword Dao sect members cheered for him with unwavering passion, while the members of the other sects mostly booed, as they were rival sects. John watched with calm, yet simmering battle lust as Jihin entered the arena and walked over to him, stopping near the elder as well. Jihin entered the arena with the same haughty, arrogant expression he always wore, and when he locked eyes with John, that expression only grew stronger. John returned the smug expression with a wide grin, like that of a predator about to devour its prey. Before the two could say any words to each other, the Yang sovereign stood from his seat and raised his hand, asking for silence from the crowd. As this year's host of the 3 Dao tournament, it is my utmost honor to announce the commencement of the Dao Transformation Grand Finals. While yesterday's events are an unfortunate stain on the legacy of this tournament, we should not let it diminish the prestige of this tournament or the accomplishments of the geniuses who have made it this far. The crowd fell silent as they listened to the Yang sovereign's speech, while John looked up at the sovereign as well to listen to his speech. As the sovereign went on, John looked a bit to the side and shared a quick, knowing smile with Lillian. Lillian sat on her throne-like chair with relaxed comfort, and the small smirk on her face revealed that she was looking forward to what was going to happen. John then exchanged a quick glance with the Prime Shadow, who sat to the right of the Yang sovereign. The Prime Shadow gave him a quick nod, to which John returned. He also noticed the Sword Saint nearby, looking down on him with a flat, arrogant expression. As expected, Azuri, the one who had killed Fury, Suri, and Luri, was standing behind the Sword Saint's chair. John gave her a quick glance, then looked away, not wanting to draw attention to himself and the fact that he knew of her. Lastly, John looked to the other side of the Yang sovereign, to the chair on his left. That chair had been used by the mage sovereign thus far, but she was not sitting in it at the moment. Most likely still dealing with the death of Ishnai, John thought, as he studied the features of the one sitting in the chair. It was a woman he had never seen before. The woman, appearing to be in her early 40s, had a regal aura about her, like a queen who had ruled for millennia. She had an alluring and beautiful face, one that her mature age only accentuated her charm, and one that was no doubt able to topple kingdoms in her earlier years. She wore a dress that was green at the top, fading into red at the skirt. Lastly, her most unique feature was her hair. She had long green hair which changed to red at the ends, which was something that John had never seen before. It appeared to be natural as well, adding to her unique allure. Lastly, her cultivation was in the early holy manifestation realm, surprising John slightly. After looking at her, John returned his attention to the Yang sovereign as he began to wrap up his speech. "And thus, it is a great honor for both me," the Yang sovereign said, then gestured to the red and green-haired woman sitting next to him, "and my wife, who was unfortunately out on important business before today, but thankfully made it back in time to witness this historic event, that I announce the start of the Dao Transformation Grand Finals. Elder Tarish, please proceed." Wife, huh? Well, I suppose the Yang sovereign's partner should be strong as well, John thought. The elder in the arena, Elder Tarish, nodded his head, then turned to the two fighters. Both nodded their heads that they were, with both Jihin and John withdrawing their weapon before the fight even started. Then, it is my honor to announce that the grand finals between Jihin of the Sword Dao sect and John Fenix begins. Chapter 11-12 Struggle. 11-12 Struggle. An explosive roar louder than any the crowd had unleashed yet blasted across the stadium, shaking it as if it had been hit by powerful battle art. The weaker members in the crowd, those in the Meridian Forging realm, groaned in discomfort from the power of the crowd, their bones creaking and souls aching. For this very reason, any cultivator below the Meridian Forging realm was not allowed to attend the tournament in person, as the atmosphere was far too electric to contain. John completely ignored the sounds coming from the hysterical crowd, instead focusing only on Jihin. The moment the match started, John's aura burst alight like a heavenly bonfire, drowning the arena in his power. Scythe tightly gripped in hand, he prepared to launch towards Jihin in an instant. "Wait," Jillian said calmly, raising his hand in a gesture to stop John before he could react. John's surging battle lust stalled for an instant, while his eyes narrowed, wondering if Jai T. Ian was trying to pull some sort of trick. Knowing Jihin's prideful character, he paused for a moment, but was ready to act at a moment's notice. As he stood there, John noticed something he had not expected. Jihin's armband formation did not activate and restrict his cultivation. Instead, Jihin's cultivation remained in the half-step world expansion realm, surprising John greatly. What cultivation speed? John couldn't help but admit. Since Jihin's cultivation would be restricted to his cultivation when he was exactly John's age, this indicated that he had already stepped into the half-step world expansion realm when he was only 19 years old. "You look surprised," Jihin scoffed with light mockery. "I really am surprised," John nodded his head, holding back his urge to start the fight. "You reached the half-step world expansion realm almost over 2 years ago, and now, after all this time, you're still in the half-step world expansion realm. Talk about a bright candle burning out too quickly." John had expected Jai T. Ian to react negatively, as his cultivation and power was the #1 point of pride for the youth. Instead, Jihin smiled. It was the smile of someone looking down on another, thinking they're nothing but a dumb, uneducated peasant. Pub Future ads. "It's true that I've been in the half-step world expansion realm for over 2 years, Jihin confirmed, but that was by my own design." "Your own design," John repeated questioningly. "Yes, my own design," Jihin said, staring at John with complete calm and confidence. "I purposely kept my cultivation in this realm for one simple reason." "I see," John nodded, his blood still rushing with nearly uncontainable battle lust. "And the reason is—" "The reason should be quite obvious," Jillian replied. "I wanted to participate in this year's 3 Dao tournament. Had I stepped into the world expansion realm, I would have been unable to enter this tournament and would have missed out on the ancient blessings of the 3 Dao's reward. The ancient blessings is an enticing enough reward to halt my cultivation progress for a year or 2. "I see," John hummed, nodding his head lightly. "That is a good reason, I suppose." Jihin smirked, his confident gaze locked onto John like a hawk. "Now that you know the truth of the matter, that I was holding back in each and every fight thus far, are you going to do the smart thing and concede? You should now know that Vu have no chance of victory. Either you concede in shame in front of all these people, or I cut you down until what's left of you is hardly recognizable. These are your only 2 options. This is the price you must pay for attempting to stand against me." John fell silent for a moment, his face scrunched up in thought. The crowd had fallen silent as well, holding their breath in bated anticipation. Jihin's true cultivation speed had shocked them all, and now that the truth was revealed, all felt a sense of hopelessness for John. They had hoped for an amazing fight, but it seemed as though it would become a one-sided slaughter. "You really like to ramble, don't you?" John replied, his words causing Jillian to frown slightly. "So, you do not wish to concede, even when your defeat is guaranteed?" Jihin asked, a slight smile appearing on his face as if he were hopping for this answer from John. "You might find the truth unfair, but in this matter you can only blame yourself and your lack of cultivation talent. In the world of cultivation, combat prowess and cultivation speed are equally important." "Nothing in this world is guaranteed," John scoffed. "Besides, I'm rather happy with my cultivation speed so far. You've probably been cultivating since your early childhood, while I only started 5 years ago. If anything, your cultivation speed is the one that's lacking." "Impossible," Jihin scoffed dismissively, not believing John's words for a second. John merely shrugged, not caring at all if he was believed or not. "Very well," Jihin said as his aura flared for a moment, then his cultivation began to slowly drop in power. "If you wish to fight, then I will not give you the honor of fighting against my true power. I will restrict my cultivation to your level and show to you that this battle was hopeless from the start." As he spoke, Jihin's cultivation dropped from the half-step world expansion realm to the late Dao transformation realm. a full minor realm higher than John's middle Dao transformation cultivation. "Fuck that!" John roared loudly as his aura reignited, bursting alight with vibrant golden power. At the same time, a draconic roar seemed to echo from within his body, as if a true dragon would emerge from within. The process happened instantly, followed a moment later by space shattering around John as his body sprung to life with devastating lighting. Boom. Boom. Space shattered twice, once at John's location and once near Jihin, like a god of war. John burst out of the ruined space, his body covered with green draconic scales and golden draconic armor, his scythe slashing out towards Jihin's side. Not expecting the sudden attack, Jihin turned and slashed his sword outwards to meet the attack. Scythe and sword collided, followed by Jihin soaring backwards through the air, his eyes widening ever so slightly as stared at John. In that exchange, despite Jihin's cultivation still being in the late Dao transformation realm, he had lost out in an exchange of strength against John. While John was a body cultivator, Jihin still had an emperor-grade variant body, granting him physical strength far beyond the normal essence cultivation genius. Jai T. Ian looked at his sword, which still trembled slightly from the lingering power, then looked back to John, who was slowly and steadily walking towards him, his aura steadily growing by the second. In that moment, Jihin felt as though a true dragon were walking towards him, its power increasing with each and every step. "I'm not going to give you an excuse when you lose," John said, his voice low and firm, his scythe held at his side, his footsteps steady. "Your half-step world expansion cultivation will not buy you victory, it will only buy you time. So use your full power and struggle as long as you can. Struggle for your father, struggle for your sect, struggle for yourself and struggle for your pride. But most importantly, struggle for me. Struggle and fight as long as you can so that I can taste the thrill of true battle for at least a moment. This is the only option you have. This is the price you must pay for attempting to stand against me." Chapter 11:13 Jihin's Provocation. 11:13 Jihin's Provocation. John's words reverberated throughout the stadium, stunning everyone. No one could believe he would utter such words, yet alone say it with such confidence. After Jihin revealed his cultivation speed, the fight should have been over there. It was almost impossible to jump 2 minor realms, let alone against a pinnacle genius like Jihin. Even with his cultivation paused at the late Dao transformation realm due to John's interference, that was still an entire minor realm higher than John's cultivation. That gap was utterly impossible to bridge against a genius like Jihin, where fighting him at even cultivation was next to impossible. And yet there was no doubt, no uncertainty in John's tone, nor was there any hesitation in his movements. He walked calmly towards Jihin, like a beast who had already cornered its prey with no hope of escape. It was not the demeanor of someone who was at a great disadvantage as everyone had thought. "Is he bluffing?" some asked those near them, confused as to what was going to happen next. "Surely this is a bluff, right? He's going to act strong, then accept defeat before he is gravely injured, thus saving face," others assumed, still unconvinced that John could stand against Jihin. While the crowd discussed the fight to come with anxious anticipation, Jihin looked at John with a calm, yet slightly furrowed expression. He held this gaze for a short while, then closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. "I'll admit your physical strength is far greater than I had assumed it would be," Jihin said, putting his weaker sword away and drawing his true sword instead. "But what good is your strength if you can never reach me? This battle will end without you drawing a single drop of my blood." A smirk appeared on John's face as he steadily approached Jihan. Jihin then shifted his gaze upwards and to the side, up towards the VIP viewing platform. John followed his gaze and noticed he was staring at Lillian, who watched with a calm expression from high above. Jihin then returned his gaze towards John and smiled lightly. "Since you do not know your place in this world, I'll let you in on a little secret. Your master, or shall I say, my wife-to-be, warned me not to anger you during our battle." Jihin scoffed lightly to himself, as if he were remembering a funny joke. "I thought nothing of it at the time. just empty threats from a desperate woman. But with everything unfolding as it has, I now understand that she truly believes you not only have the power to win, but that you have the power to utterly destroy me should you become enraged enough. You would be wise to listen to her words, John replied, the distance between the two only several dozen yards by now. On the contrary, J.T. Ian sneered lightly, I will do exactly that. I will push you to the edge of sanity. I will enrage you until all you see is red. I will pull every ounce of strength out of you, and when you are at your strongest state, I will cut you down as easily as if you were a fly or a rat. I will destroy you at your strongest state, so that there isn't a shadow of a doubt regarding where we both stand in the cultivation world. And how do you plan on enraging me? I'm quite level-headed, you know. It takes quite a bit to push me over the edge, John asked, pausing when the two were separated by only 10 yards. The two locked eyes for a short time, at which Jihin smiled and sent over a sound transmission for only John to hear. Jihin's words and images flooded directly into John's mind. Words and images of Jihin and Lillian, of things Jihin wouldn't dare say out loud, of things he planned to do to her, as the depravity of it all was far too grotesque for anyone else to hear. John's expression darkened as these words and images flooded his mind, disappearing only half a minute later. He stood there silently staring at Jihin, his smug expression nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was only simmering bloodlust, boiling hotter each and every second. While he knew these images had never happened, and knew Jihin was only showing him these things to upset him, it did the trick. Any goodwill that John had towards Jihin vanished at that moment. Any mercy he had planned evaporated like water in an arid desert. The scythe shaft in his hand groaned under the force of his tightening grip, while the Asura within him felt as though it was about to burst out on its own accord, wanting to rip Jihin apart limb from limb. John pushed the emerging Asura within him back down. Against someone like Jihin, his dragon god shift was enough. Jihin did not deserve the honor of losing to his full power. He was not worthy of making the Asura appear. Your son is an absolute moron, Lillian said out loud, her tone tinged with mockery. What did you say? The Sword Saint asked, his eyes snapping towards her. The others on the platform looked over as well, surprised to hear Lillian say such a thing, to the Sword Saint no less. Only the Prime Shadow reacted differently, with an amused smile creeping onto the corner of his mouth for a moment. I said he's a moron, Lillian repeated calmly, turning to look at the glowering Sword Saint, meeting his heated gaze with a cold, indifferent expression. I warned him not to anger John, and he ignored that warning. Just so what if that boy is angered? His anger won't help him, the Sword Saint sneered. Lillian smiled ever so lightly, then averted her gaze, returning it back to the arena below. I hope you have a good healer on standby, she sighed lightly. Your son is going to need one very soon. This battle has only one conclusion, the Sword Saint scoffed. With my son reigning supper. Boom, Chapter 11 1400-yard sword image. 11 1400-yard sword image. A sudden explosion of incredible power blasted below in the arena, snapping everyone's attention back towards the two youths. As they looked back at the arena, all they could see was a towering surge of chi, golden in color like that of the sun, piercing into the sky, stopped only by the defensive formation at the very top of the stadium a dozen miles overhead. Many wondered if they had missed the start of the battle, caught up in the Sword Saint and Lillian's discussion, to the point that they had missed the youths using battle arts. Their eyes widened as they saw the real reason for the sudden explosion. It was not some pinnacle battle art being used by the two geniuses, nor was it caused by a clash of their weapons. Even the Sword Saint's expression changed, from smug arrogance to stunned disbelief. Impossible, the Sword Saint muttered, his mouth slightly agape. To his side, Lillian merely smiled, then leaned back in her chair, awaiting the bloodbath to come. Down in the arena, Jihin looked at John with a stunned look, one almost never seen on his face. His eyes trailed upwards, following the surge of chi that pierced into the sky, then looked back at John. The source of that overwhelming surge of chi was not from a battle art. It was not from an explosion. Instead, it was entirely from John's aura, a byproduct of him pushing his essence Danshin. Body Danshin and Dragon God shift to its absolute limits for the very first time since enhancing his meridians from the Titan Demon meridian essence. With his power no longer restricted by the amount of chi he could send through his meridians, John's current state equaled that of his Dragon God shift and Asura transformation, combined before augmenting and fortifying his meridians. The arena and the entire stadium itself shook from the power of his aura alone. It was as if a powerful battle art was exploding ceaselessly, drowning everything with its power. Even while protected by the formation barrier, the weaker cultivators in the crowd felt as though they were suffocating from the weight of the aura, unable to draw a single breath. Even Lillian's eyebrows raised slightly as she felt his power continue to surge higher and higher. Then she smiled. "It seems you've improved more than I had guessed," she hummed with amusement. "Well then, you've held back for long enough. It's time you had some fun." Boom. The ground beneath John's feet exploded as he took a step forward, sending cracks snaking outwards for miles in each direction. Without any hesitation, Jihin snapped back into focus and took to the sky, separating himself from John, as only a fool would fight a body cultivator in close combat. John snapped his gaze upwards, his eyes glued to Jihin like a hawk. His power fully unleashed, the overwhelming draconic energy surging through his body, John opened his mouth and unleashed the most primal of roars. Roar. Almost everyone in the crowd clamped their hands over their ears, nearly unable to withstand the might of the roar. Even space itself rippled ever so slightly from the roar, bending under its power. The roar blasted towards Jihin, its might no less than the most powerful of Tao transformation battle arts. Then he pressed off the ground, which shattered like glass beneath his feet as he surged up towards Jihin. "Infinite sword domain," Jihin said as he moved his sword in an arc all around him, forming a complete circle. Wherever the sword passed, a sword image as true as his real sword appeared in the sky, each sword arching through the air around him. One sword turned to 2, then 4, then 1,000, then countless as the sky around Jihin became a sea of swords. His sword domain activated. Jihin slashed his true sword towards the approaching roar, unleashing a quick yet powerful sword image. Chi. Jihin's sword image cleaved through the powerful roar, reaching John an instant later. Scythe gripped tightly in his right hand, John extended his left arm and pointed towards the sword image. 20-fold lightning ruin. Boom. A beam of lightning blasted out from his finger, slamming against the sword image, shattering into a million pieces of light that scattered in the air like dust. He streaked through the sky like a god of lightning, his scythe slashing out as he neared his opponent. Chi. A scythe image shot towards Jihin, who sneered as his sword domain moved to intercept it. Scythe and sword smashed into one another, the power of the seemingly simple exchange drowning the arena in ruinous energy. John blasted through the explosion, completely ignoring its power, appearing next to Jihin like a ghost. His scythe slashed towards Jihin's waist from below. Jihin sneered and slashed his sword towards John's scythe, while thousands of sword images pierced towards John from all directions. Heavenly lightning domain. Thousands of lightning nodes flickered into existence around John, followed by an explosion of thousands of lightning beams moving from one node to the next. The instant before the sword images pierced into him from behind, a solid cocoon of lightning appeared all around John, leaving only his front unprotected. Boom, boom, boom. The thousands of sword images rained down on the lightning cocoon like meteors, each shattering into thousands of pieces of light as lightning and sword met. The arena trembled once more as the barrage of swords fought against the lightning wall, both being destroyed by the second. No longer having to protect his back, John's scythe continued towards Jihin, brimming with the power of space and lightning. In that moment, even Jihin felt danger, his instincts warning him not to confront John in a head-on collision. Jihin sneered as the spatial Tao enveloped him, making him disappear in an instant. Flash. Jihin flickered back into existence an instant later, now several hundred yards away from John. His sword was already slashing towards John even before he reappeared, sending a sword image far more powerful than before towards John. The sword image grew in an instant, creating a brilliant white sword 100 yards long. Space rippled from the might of the sword, with the tip slicing a thin line into space wherever it passed, with space reforming only a short while later. John flickered to the side as the last possible moment as the sword sliced inches to his side, its size dwarfing him, making him look like an ant before it. After dodging the attack, John snapped his gaze towards Jihin, who floated in the air a distance away. "Not a single drop of blood," Jihin said, repeating his boast from before that John wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Ignoring the taunt, John gripped his scythe and prepared to move once more. The instant before he did, his instincts flared with warning at the same moment his divine sense detected the massive sword image piercing towards his back. Somehow, without him noticing, Jihin had managed to redirect his previous attack, sending it back towards John with almost no warning at all. A sneering smile appeared on Jihin's face as the massive sword image reached John. It was far too late for him to dodge, and even if he stepped into the spatial void, the spatial aspect of the sword image cleaved into the spatial void as well, able to harm John even if he used his spatial movement art. In that split second before the sword image reached him, John planned his response. "Roar." John roared once more, turning towards the sword image while unleashing the full might of his dragon god shift and body limiters to push his strength and durability to the maximum. His scythe vanished from his grip, returning to his spatial realm as its massive weight would slow him down too much to counter with his own scythe art. As he turned around, the tip of the 100-yard sword image was upon him, just feet from his chest, a distance that would be closed in less than 100th of the time it took to blink. Unleashing another primal roar, John's arm muscles bulged beneath his skin, like mountains emerging from the earth as he punched his right fist with his full, uncontained might. The crowd gasped with horror as they watched John punch towards the sword image, one powerful enough that not even Jaxus or Araxis would dare to block without a weapon. John's right fist exploded forward, space rippling outwards from his sheer might alone. Boom! The air shattered like 1,000 battle arts went off as his fist slammed into the side of the sword, just 2 inches past the very tip of it. The power of his fist blasted the tip of the sword slightly to the side, enough that the sword image shot past his body at the last possible moment, only lightly grazing his left shoulder. Chi. The blade of the sword carved into his flesh, creating a shallow wound in his upper arm. John ignored that insignificant pain as he turned to face the flat of the massive sword, which was shot by him in an instant. As the sword fully passed him by, he reached out towards it, his 2 hands clamping onto either side of the sword image's 2-yard-wide hilt, barely able to wrap his arms around the massive grip. Then, like an ant wielding a sword, he turned and threw his arms downwards, sending the massive sword image slashing towards the one who had created it. Chapter 11, 15 Sword V's Sigh. 11:15 Sword V's Sigh. The crowd, from the lowliest of meridian-forging youths to the powerhouses themselves, watched with awe as John forcefully redirected the massive sword image back towards Jihin. Made from his prodigious chi quality, Jihin's sword image was so dense that its weight alone was something that only a body cultivator could directly deal with. However, its weight was not the only factor. Since Jai T. Ian had created the sword image, its direction and momentum were completely under his control. It moved wherever he wanted it to move, and only something even stronger than Jihin's control over his own chi could change that. That level of strength should have been impossible for one in the Tao transformation realm, but John's actions once again defied all sense of reality for those watching. Chi. Despite his best efforts to stop it, the 100-yard-long sword image slashed down on Jihin's position with ruinous power, as John combined the momentum the sword image already had with his own strength. The sword sliced apart space itself as it descended, opening the thinnest sliver in space, which shone a brilliant multi-colored hue from the light of the spatial chaos leaking through. "Futile," Jihin sneered, watching the sword fall towards him. He then waved his hand to the side, intending to send the sword away from his position. His expression wavered slightly as he felt an overwhelming force resist his control over his sword image, keeping its direction towards him. He frowned and waved his hand again, this time with more power. This time, the sword changed directions ever so slightly, but then a moment later returned to its original direction, directly towards him. Jihin clicked his tongue in defeat, then snapped his fingers in a casual motion as the sword reached his location. The crowd gasped as the sword fell directly onto Jihin, then suddenly dissolved into a million tiny sword images, which scattered in the air before dissolving into nothingness. He had intended to overwhelm John's strength with his control, proving that his essence power was greater than John's physical strength. In that endeavor, and for the first time in a decade, Jihin had lost out on an exchange. Begrudgingly accepting his defeat at the last possible moment, he undid his sword image, scattering its chi to the wind. The sword images fell down to the ground and faded out of existence, like a million snowflakes drifting in the air. As the sword image faded from his hands, John didn't let up for a single second. While other geniuses would have paused for a second to contemplate what had happened or exchange words with their opponent, John was consumed by one singular goal at the moment, beating Jihin until he was bloody and unrecognizable. Boom! His body exploded with power as lightning appeared all over him, turning him into a glowing lightning war god. Space then shattered around him a moment later, then reformed, swallowing him into the chaotic void. Boom. Pub Future ads. Space shattered once more near Jai T. Ian's location, as John burst through the spatial veil, scythe already slashing towards Jihin. "Too predictable," Jihin said, his sword already slashing towards John, sending a simple yet monstrously powerful sword image directly towards him. While the action was simple, the sword image was equal to some of the strongest attacks unleashed during the tournament thus far. Such was the power of a true sword Dao cultivator, especially one in the Dao Lord stage such as Jihin. Each and every attack of his was sharp and quick beyond compare, with a casual swing of his sword capable of cleaving apart mountains and even space itself. Boom! Sword image and scythe collided, sending sparks of sword light flying outwards in all directions as John's scythe shattered the sword image. The sparks of sword light slammed into his body, but with its power greatly diminished, all they could do was cut him superficially. His momentum still strong, John surged towards Jihin, who was flying backwards through the air, unleashing sword attack after sword attack. Boom, boom, boom. Scythe and sword images slammed into one another ceaselessly, while swords images from Jihin's sword domain moved about the air, surrounding John and piercing towards him without pause. Boom! Mustering a full-powered blast of lightning chi, John sent out an explosion of lightning radiating in all directions, like a ball of lightning expanding like an exploding sun. The lightning blast slammed into the approaching sword images, doing enough damage to weaken and destroy some of the swords, but not all of them. The remaining swords shot towards John while he chased Jihin, the sky around them chaotic with swords and lightning. "Idiot!" Jihin sneered again as he saw John ignore the remaining sword images piercing towards him, instead focusing on Jihin himself. Jillian smiled and stopped retreating, then slashed his sword hundreds of times in a second towards John, sending sword image after sword image slicing outwards. John's scythe moved with fluid speed and power, slamming against each and every single sword image, slicing each apart before it could reach him. While Jihin's sword chi was nothing to look down on, when it came to sword image versus his scythe created by Taoist eternal weapon himself, there was no comparison. Pressing forward with unyielding might, John carved his way through Jihin's torrential stream of swords like an unstoppable war god. He arrived before Jihin and slashed his scythe forward once more, this time with Jihin as the target. "Truly an idiot," Jihin said. He waved his free hand upwards. Summoned by his power, The thousands of domain sword images near Jihin appeared before him with incredible speed, forming a thick wall of powerful sword images the moment John's scythe struck forward. Chi. John's scythe carved into the wall of sword images with his full might. The sharpness of the abyssal demon's scythe blade carved into the sword wall like it was paper, while a blast of lightning emanating from his scythe blade blasted from within the gap in the sword wall, blasting a hole directly into it. Pub Future ads. He could see Jihin standing just on the other side of the sword wall, staring at him with a smug grin. He then shot forward into the hole in the sword wall, speeding directly towards Jihin. The thousands of sword images behind John, weakened but not destroyed by his lightning, finally caught up to him, as the momentary pause Jihin created was all it needed catch up to John. Chi. Like a torrential rain of heavenly swords, they smashed into John's unprotected back, shattering into him with lethal intent. The remaining swords in the sword wall then moved as well, turning and piercing tip first towards John, smashing directly against his unguarded body. Boom! The air above the arena exploded into a storm of sword light, drowning both John and Jihin within. The crowd gasped as they watched the events unfold, with many wondering if John would be able to survive such an attack. Chi. A beam of blue lightning suddenly pierced out from within the blinding explosion of white sword light, pressing against Jihin's body as he was forcefully blasted backwards by its power. The beam of lightning then exploded with furious power, drowning Jihin in a sea of lightning. Boom! The entire stadium trembled as sword and lightning exploded within, while the crowd watched with wide eyes and bated breath, unable to discern what the outcome of this exchange was. One thing was for certain, though. If John was not on his deathbed, the wounds he sustained from Jihin's sword images were certainly grievous enough to end this battle. Rah! A roar of anger boomed out from within the lightning blast, followed by a wave of sword chi blasting outwards, pushing the lightning aside. Jihin's figure was revealed a moment later, his brows furrowed, his expression cold. He stared directly into his sea of sword images, which continued to drown John within. The wide eaves in the crowd somehow widened as Thev looked towards the information screens, noticing that John's health metric had only dropped 10% and was rising by the second, undoing the damage that had been done to him. Even Jillian couldn't believe his eyes, as he had thought that exchange would have gravely injured John. Thousands of his sword images had smashed directly into John's unprotected body. While he wasn't using his full power, that attack of his was enough to injure an early world expansion cultivator with ease. Jihin's furrowed expression instantly changed as he felt his instincts warning him to a level he hadn't felt in over a decade. Then, from within the fatting explosion of sword light, Jihin saw a figure standing in the air, with a glowing beast of lightning behind him. Kiringat Extinction. Boom. Chapter 11, 16 Lightning and Nothingness. 11:16 Lightning and Nothingness. The fatting sword light evaporated into nothingness as an enormous beam of lightning burst from within the mist, its power pushing aside Jihin's remnant power like it was dust. The arena flashed a brilliant blue, its brightness causing many to raise their hands to shield their eyes. His instincts flaring with grave warning for the first time in years, Jihin's confident expression vanished, replaced by a grim yet firm expression. He clicked his tongue, silently chastising himself for allowing John to unleash his Kiringat extinction. He had made the bold claim to Lillian just days ago that he would never allow John to unleash this long-channeled attack, but that boast had been shattered just minutes into their battle. That failure alone caused Jihin to feel a slight anger he rarely felt, the anger of failure. His hubris had been his undoing in this matter, as he not only believed John to be defeated after taking a barrage of his sword domain head-on, but also because he was acting as if he were battling another genius of the three Tao sects. While the geniuses of the three Tao sects, such as Jaxus, Araxis, and Ishni, were no doubt powerful, they were far too inexperienced with real life and death battles. Most of their battles had been done in a controlled environment against other geniuses, and so their combat instincts were not nearly as refined as John's. Had they survived Jihin's attack, they would have retreated to recover, or used the moment to make boastful claims. John did neither of those, instead opting to use the cover of Jihin's chaotic sword energy to quickly channel his Kirin God extinction. While it was not a fully powered Kirin God extinction, it was good enough. Boom. Space rippled wherever the beam traveled, sending visible shockwaves throughout the arena. The deafening thunderclap of the blast slammed against the defensive formation like an invisible tsunami, causing it to light up to defend against the power of the sound wave. Below, the makeshift mountains and valleys nearby shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the deafening thunderclap. Despite being caught off guard, Jihin, being the pinnacle genius of the Nine Dao world, instantly reacted. He sped backwards at his fastest speed, all while pointing his true sword directly towards the lightning beam. "White flame true sword," Jihin mumbled softly as his sword began to glow a brilliant white hue. The shining rapidly intensified, his sword quickly glowing like a white, blinding sun. Pub future ads. Then the glow began to fade at a rapid pace, while Jihin's TME sword began to grow larger and larger, growing to the size of his 100-yard sword image he had unleashed earlier. However, unlike that attack, this large sword was his true sword, making its power and sharpness much greater. While the blade of the sword grew and grew, the handle remained the same size, allowing Jihin to wield it with ease as he thrust it forward. Chi. The massive true sword shot forward as it grew larger, piercing directly towards the beam of ruinous lightning. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks met as the massive sword cleaved directly into the middle of the lightning beam. The sword plunged directly into the herd of the lightning beam, like a rock parting a stream of water. Boom! Another thunderclap blasted outwards as the lightning beam was carved into two halves, both sides parting to the side of the massive sword. Jihin's face tensed, his teeth gritting tightly as the massive sword trembled in his grip, threatening to break free from the monstrous energy coursing through his sword and into his body. Jihin roared as the two halves of the lightning beam blasted by him, both sides missing him by mere inches. He strained as the beam continued to blast onto him, ceaselessly unleashed by the Kirin avatar, still visible at its original location. The lightning Kirin's figure rapidly faded away as it converted its power into the monstrous attack, finally fading away into nothingness only a few seconds later. Bang! The two lightning halves blasted against the defensive formation dozens of miles away, slamming into it with apocalyptic purpose. The world turned to white and blue as the power of the blasts exploded in all directions, redirected by the formation screen. The explosion blasted directly towards Jihin, threatening to drown him within its remnant power, which, while not strong enough to defeat him, was definitely strong enough to injure him. Chi. Thousands of domain swords soared through the sky gracefully towards Jihin, falling into place a short distance behind him. The wall of pure white sword images quickly grew to be hundreds of yards wide and across, forming just in time to brace against the approaching explosion. Boom! The blast shattered into the sword wall like a stamping beast tide, shattering some of the swords into pieces, which then faded to dust. New swords quickly formed and reinforced the wall, keeping it firm against the explosion. The lightning blast continued past the sword wall in all directions, forming a cage of ruinous power on all sides of him. Pub future ads. Jihin's gaze snapped around in all directions as he desperately searched for John, who had seemingly vanished into thin air after unleashing his Kirin God extinction. He had initially thought John would use the lightning blast as a screen to attack him immediately, but he had felt no such threat approaching. Neither did Jihin feel John surging through the spatial void towards him, as his high command of the spatial Dao allowed him to feel into that realm without actually being there physically. "Where?" Jihin muttered under his breath, his face truly grim, as for the first time in a decade, he felt he was in a battle no longer fully under his control. His divine sense continued to search the arena, covering every mountain, valley, cave, and lake, searching for his opponent. However, the search was fruitless, frustrating him further. Hiding now? How pathetic! Jihin roared as the lightning blast started to fade. He waved his hand to the side, sending thousands of sword images throughout the arena, slicing into mountains and valleys, destroying every possible hiding place John could be in. Several miles away, standing out in the open on the ruins of what was a moment ago a tall mountain, John looked up at Jihin, who frantically searched for him. Ha! He breathed out slowly, a stream of hot air leaving his mouth as his mind became more and more blank, his thoughts vanishing from himself and the world. The ground nearby shattered and trembled from Jillian's sword attacks, but even those quickly became a distant memory. The thoughts of Jihin, of Lillian, of the Nine Dao world, of the Sword Saint, of the Asura, of everything. Every thought scattered into the wind as his mind and soul became an empty beacon of nothingness. That nothingness radiated outwards from him like an invisible energy, slowly enveloping the area around him in its power, erasing its presence and memory from the world. After what felt like an eternity to his formless mind, John breathed in slowly, his consciousness, his thoughts, his existence returning to the world. The thoughts of the battle crashed back into his mind, reminding him of his current purpose. His eyes snapped back into focus as he locked onto Jihin hovering in the air a mile away, still frantically searching for his opponent. With the Tao of nothingness still thick in the area around John, his figure was still shrouded from Jihin's sight and divine sense, although only for a short moment. That short moment was all the time John needed, as his dantian surged to life once more, sending monstrous amounts of qi surging through his meridians. The powerful qi tried to pierce through his acupoints and flare into the air around him, only to slam into his flesh and skin, his acupoints forcefully sealed. John felt his body tremble and groan from the strain of the internal qi, but he ignored the growing pressure and pain, instead focusing his all on his attack. Circulate, recirculate, recirculate, increase power, increase explosiveness. Cycle after cycle of qi churned through his body, rapidly intensifying the power growing within him. Then, following the practiced principles of his recently learned assassination art, John exploded to life with a bang as all the qi in his body converged, slamming forward within him in one direction, his target still hovering in the sky. Shadow of Death, Form 2. Boom, Chapter 1117, The Price of Arrogance. 1117, The Price of Arrogance. Dragon God Shift. Limiter of pain, limiter of power, limiter of speed, limiter of healing, limiter of life. Shadow of Death, Form 2. All these components of John's power flared to life at the same time, filling his body with an indescribable level of strength. A monstrous explosion of qi blasted inside him, powerful enough to rip apart any other Tao transformation cultivator with ease. His bones creaked, organs trembled, and flesh and muscles ripped as the explosion within shot him forward like a heavenly meteor intent on destroying all in its path. Boom! The veil of nothingness shattered as John accelerated forward like a blur of heavenly lightning, so fast that only the most pinnacle of powerhouses watching could follow his movements. Even then, they watched with wide eyes filled with awe, nearly overwhelmed by the profundity, explosiveness, recklessness, and lethality of the assassination art he had just used. A shiver of instinctual dread crawled up the spine of many, including the likes of the Sword Saint and even the Yang Sovereign, both who couldn't help but look towards the Prime Shadow, who sat there with a wide and proud smile on his face. They studied him for a moment, the realization of what they were seeing creeping in. The ultimate assassination art of the most powerful assassin in the world, one that even they couldn't help but respect and fear, had been taught to a genius whose talents and genius far eclipsed the Prime Shadow himself. A thought occurred in their mind at that moment of a future time, when this pinnacle genius was at his fully realized cultivation level, able to unleash such a deadly assassination. Chi. Space rippled like a jet stream behind him as he accelerated towards Jihin. The gap between the two of them closed in the blink of an eye. What? Jihin cried out with shock and even disbelief as he felt a lethal danger approaching out of nowhere. By the time he turned to look, John was already upon him, scythe already slashing out towards his waist. At that moment, Jihin's eyes went wide as he felt TME dread for the first time in his life, with thoughts of not only loss of the tournament, but loss of his life flashing through his mind. His mind raced with options, his instincts desperately trying to deal with the situation. There was not enough time to move his domain swords to intercept John. There was not enough time to seal John with his seal of sword and space or counterattack with his divine sword pierces the firmament. These arts were powerful enough, but were not quick enough. Pub Future ads. His pride and hubris shattered like glass by his instinctual will to live. Jihin's instincts took over, his actions occurring before he could even think or process them. A primal roar of desperation boomed out from Jihin as his Danshin flared to life with his absolute power, smashing through the self-imposed restriction on his cultivation. His cultivation instantly climbed back into the half-step world expansion realm, his power doubling in an instant. At the same time, his body flared with vibrant strength as his Emperor-grade variant body activated, unlocking the few limiters he had unlocked earlier in his life. While he was not a true body cultivator, and thus could not unlock all the limiters available to a Dao transformation cultivator, he had managed to unlock the core formation limiter of pain and meridian forging limiter of power. While these paled in comparison to the later limiters' usefulness, his instincts were activating every inch of power he had. Flash. At the same, his body became alight with bright, powerful flames as his flame attribute body activated as well, augmenting his explosive power and defensiveness. Finally, his true sword returned to its normal size. He slashed it outwards with the full power of essence and strength he could muster in time. The moment before John's scythe sliced through his waist, Jihin managed to raise his sword, swinging it halfway before scythe, and sword collided in an apocalyptic clash of power. Boom! Already weakened by the spatial altering effects of the Yangdao sphere, space splintered like a web of cracks in a window pane where the two weapons met. The cracks slammed onto both John and Jillian, the force of the spatial chaos enough to cut their skin and flesh. Gah! A cry of pain boomed from Jihin, as despite using his full cultivation and everything he could throw at John, his hastily summoned power was still weaker than John's overwhelming speed and heaven-defying strength. At the same time, John felt a wave of surprise rush through him, as the clash had managed to injure him as well, a testament to Jihin's formidable strength. His arms trembled from the force of the impact, his muscles and bones straining in protest. Chi. Jai T. Ian shot backwards through the sky like a kite, his body tumbling head over heels hundreds of times, his momentum far too great to steady. Blood spurted out of several wounds on his body as he tumbled through the sky, painting the sky with streaks of red. Having activated his near-full strength at the last possible moment, Jihin's instincts had saved him from a swift and sudden defeat. Being caught off guard like this could not be blamed on Jillian. He, as well as most of the world, had no idea that such a terrifying assassination art existed. He had no idea that one in the Dao transformation realm would be able to completely erase their presence in such a short time. Had he known that John possessed such a dangerous assassination art, he would have used his full power from the very start to cut John down before he could use it. Such was the terrifying nature and lethality of the shadow of death. Form 2, used by the most perfect match for such a self-harming, yet explosively powerful and stealthy battle art. Refusing to lose his advantage, John pushed down the pain in his arms, sending a full wave of essence and body chi into his meridians once more. His body flashed to life with brilliant lightning as he shattered space around him, stepping into the void. Chaos lightning shatters the void. Using his newly improved movement technique after learning chaos lightning, John surged through the spatial chaos with far greater ease than before. After learning the initial properties of chaos energy, he found his ability to read and even slightly control the flows of spatial chaos to be far greater. Combined with his ability to directly smash through the chaos with his body alone, This movement art was far more formidable than just a week ago. Boom! Space shattered directly above Ian's position as John smashed through the spatial void like a war god, his right leg slamming down onto Jillian's waist with his full strength. Boom! Jihin cried out in pain again as he shot down towards the ground, slamming into it with disastrous power. The mountain he hit shattered into a million pieces as his body pierced directly through it, tumbling head over heels on the other side, smashing apart more mountains, valleys, and everything else in his path. Flash! John flickered into existence again, stepping out of the spatial void directly above Jihin once more. He hovered 100 yards in the sky, looking down on his wounded opponent. Blood sickened Jihin's body, while John pressed the advantage once more, giving Jihin no time to react. This series of events had been from Jihin's own doing. Had he used his full cultivation, his full power from the beginning, John would have never been able to overwhelm him as he had just done, at least not without using his Asura transformation. This is the price of your arrogance, John thought as he tightened his grip on his scythe, spatial power and ruinous lightning flashing into existence on the blade, transforming it into a reaper of spatial lightning. His power fully surging through his body, both essence and body pushed to the limits, filling each and every inch of flesh with monstrous chi, John raised his scythe, which suddenly burst alight with awe-inspiring power. 4 Taos surged onto his blade, merging towards one another. The Tao of power fused with the Tao of lightning, creating a burst of brilliant lightning far more powerful than any lightning unleashed yet. At the same time, the Tao of space fused with the Tao of annihilation, the aspects of both Taos, speed, sharpness, lethality, mixing in perfect harmony. His soul strained under the weight of creating not one, but 2 fusions of profound and powerful Taos, the process draining even for someone as gifted as himself. At every moment it felt as though he would lose control of the fusion, resulting in a catastrophic explosion directly in his face and within his soul. Teeth gritted and soul pushed to its limits, he finally stepped over the edge after a brief struggle. 4 Taos combined into 2 fusions, his scythe slashed downwards, unleashing a scythe image unlike anything he had unleashed before. His face paling slightly from the chi expenditure of this monstrous battle art, he breathed out softly, muttering the name of the battle art for the first time out loud. The name seemed to reverberate through the air, lingering there for a moment, allowing all to hear its name. The name of a battle art created to cleave through anything in its path. A battle art combining the strongest aspects of his combat talents. A battle art created with the singular purpose of felling his ultimate foe. Asura Reaping Scythe. Chapter 11:18 Asura Reaping Scythe. 11:18 Asura Reaping Scythe. Asura Reaping Scythe. The very air seemed to chill from the mere name of the battle art, as if its name alone had the power to cleave apart all of creation. That chill lasted for only an instant before being shattered by the power of the scythe image unleashed by John's slash, the 4 intermixing powers of lightning, space, power, and annihilation, creating an unfathomably powerful scythe image, one that seemed capable of cleaving the entire world in half. The space before John was instantly cleaved apart as the scythe image shot towards Ian, forming an unbroken gash of exposed spatial chaos trailing behind the attack. The lightning flickering off the scythe image blasted in all directions, shattering the spatial void even further, widening the gap created between this realm and the realm of spatial chaos. The nearby air rushed into the gash in space, like water rushing into a chasm, forming a tempest behind the attack. Every single person watching the battle drew in a deep breath of shock and awe. Many felt disbelief by the sheer lethality of the scythe image, their bodies and souls feeling as though they would be cleaved apart at any moment. John's aura then exploded once more, the power of the spatial Tao bursting off him. This spatial power expanded outwards towards Jihin in an instant, its speed even faster than the Asura Reaping Scythe. A visible wave in space appeared for all to see, blasting downwards at a horrifying speed. Boom! The wave of spatial power blasted against the ground where Jihin was, shattering it with its invisible might. The ground trembled violently from the blast of spatial power, which then didn't evaporate, but instead remained strong and dense in the area. The very air seemed to solidify from the thickness of the spatial Tao, as if space itself was turned into a solid object. "What is this?" the Sword Saint roared as he jumped from his seat, eyes glued to the descending scythe image. Even the nearby Yang sovereign looked on with shock on his face, with both the Prime Shadow and Lillian sharing similar expressions. Despite both of them knowing John and his incomparable combat prowess, they were still stunned by the sheer deadliness of the attack. Boom! The ground below shattered as an aura of pure white, like a heavenly bonfire of Yang energy, pierced up into the sky. Boom! The ground shattered once more as Jihin shot up out of the destroyed earth, his body slickened with his blood. Despite his gruesome appearance, a look of grim determination appeared on his face as he saw the scythe image fall. His instincts within activating to its limits, searching for a way to deal with this attack. The thought of dodging didn't even cross his mind for a second, as he felt the spatial Tao around him thick and powerful. While he had the strength to break free of these confines in a short time, the time taken to destroy John's spatial cage was longer than the time the scythe image would take to reach him. All he could do was face the attack head-on, using the greatest strength he could muster in time. And most disastrous of all, he did not have enough time to unleash his sacred sword scripture, the only sword art he had capable of dealing with this monstrously dangerous scythe image. Chi. 8 swords flickered into existence and shot up towards the scythe image, the swords brimming with the spatial and sword Tao. His 8 swords arrived around the scythe image in an instant, then flared to life with the power of space and sword. Seal of sword and space. The 8 swords flashed with a blinding brilliance, then vanished, along with the scythe image. As he had done with Jax's attack a round before, his sword art sealed the attack in the spatial void in an instant. Chi. The spatial void suddenly ripped apart, a long line of spatial ruins springing into existence as the scythe image cleaved out of Jihin's seal, its sharpness unable to be contained by such a hastily formed sealing art. "Jihin!" the Sword Saint roared, his face turning white. Reacting to his defeat instantly, Jihin pointed his sword directly at the scythe image, which was only dozens of yards away, a distance that would be closed in an instant. At that moment, everything within him went still. The lethality of the scythe image was so strong that his instincts took over once more, his mind going blank, his thoughts and actions instantaneous. The thoughts of the tournament, of his father, of John, all that went blank. All that remained was one deafeningly loud thought that blasted within his mind and soul. Survive. As Jihin's entire being searched for the answer, the entire crowd watched with horror as the scythe image cleaved towards Jihin with lethal intent, their thoughts all similar. Was it possible to survive such an attack? Were they truly about to witness the death of one of the most heavenly geniuses the Nine Dao world had ever seen? Standing on the ground, sword pointed towards the scythe image, Jihin felt his entire essence locked onto the solution to survive. It was abstract at first, but the life-threatening danger of the situation pushed everything to its limits, making it so that even the scythe image seemed to move in slow motion. Piece by piece, the solution to his survival became clearer, his existence closing in on the only way to survive. In fact, not only was there still a way to survive, but to win as well. All he had to do was cling to it, grasp it, and make this surging power his own. His lips began to move as a slow, harmonious chant began to echo from his mouth. The air around him began to twist and turn with a blinding brilliance as his existence pushed through the bottleneck. The power to survive this attack finally obtained. His sword flashed a brilliant white as his entire essence was poured into his sword, which began to grow in an instant. Flash. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the attack like a ghost, his right hand raising towards the scythe image while his brilliant white aura flared with incredible strength. At the same time, a unified gasp echoed throughout the stadium, the 10 million spectators unable to believe their eyes. Chi. The scythe image slammed into the figure's outstretched hand, smashing against his palm. The figure's chi flared on his hand, pressing back against the scythe image, a stalemate forming between the two sources of power. The scythe image continued to press against his hand, the air shattering, reforming, and then shattering anew as the two powers contested. After what felt like an eternity to all those watching, the hand stopping the scythe image tightened, shattering the scythe image into a million sparks of chi. Space shattered one last time before slowly returning to normal, while a deafening calm replaced the once chaotic battlefield. 10 million eyes stared with disbelief at the figure hovering in the sky, while John's expression turned from surprise to cold, simmering anger. He and the Sword Saint locked eyes, the Sword Saint looking at him as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. "This attack was done with the intention of claiming my son's life," the Sword Saint roared, his aura blazing wildly like a wildfire. "I was right about you all this time. Your ruthless barbarity has no place in this world. I will." "You're an absolute idiot," John said coldly, cutting the Sword Saint off. The Sword Saint paused for the briefest of moments before becoming enraged once more. He then made to move, but paused as he saw John point behind him. The Sword Saint turned around, his eyes going wide with disbelief. He then saw Jihin staring up at him, a look of fury and rage on his face, a rage only equaled by the fiery aura blazing around Jihin's body and sword, ember-like runes glowing on his skin. Jihin's sword had grown and pierced forward, almost into the Sword Saint himself, stopping just inches short. This sword art that had been unleashed to deal with the Asura reaping scythe. A sword art brimming with a terrifying flame chi of one who had broken through his limits, stepping his flame attribute body into the awakened stage, pushing the power of his quick-use sword arts to a level that, while not stronger than the scythe image, was powerful enough to weaken it considerably, thus protect his life and allowing him to continue this battle. "Jihin, you broke through," his voice cut off as he noticed the look of pure disappointment and shame on Jihin's face. "Congratulations," John said from behind, his voice even colder than before, feeling no pride or joy from this turn of events. "Your lack of faith in your son just cost him this tournament." The Sword Saint blanched, the realizations of his actions finally setting in like a cold splash of water thrown on him. In his panic, he had cast everything aside to save Jihin from an attack he thought his son could not survive. He realized that if Jihin had protected himself, with his newly acquired power and full knowledge of John's strength, victory was entirely possible for Jihin, or at least it had been until his interference. The Sword Saint looked up towards the Yang Sovereign, who met his gaze with one of regretful disappointment. "The rules are the rules," the Yang Sovereign said, sighing, his tone filled with disappointment for this historic tournament ending in such a miserable fashion. "Your interference has ended this fight. The victor of the Tao Transformation Tournament is John Fenix." A thick silence hung in the air as everyone looked on with disbelief, trying to comprehend what had just happened. They had been promised the greatest battle of all time, one to be remembered forever. And yet, in the blink of an eye, the promised battle had been cut short before it could really even begin. The Sword Saint opened his mouth, the words he wanted to say not coming out. Suddenly, his gaze snapped upwards, his as well as everyone else's expression becoming grim. Flash, 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 flash. Before a single person could react, the arena suddenly flashed to life as hundreds of cloaked figures appeared in the air within and above the stadium, weapons in hand, auras flaring to life. Then, without any warning at all, a hidden blade emerged from the shadows and pierced towards the still-seated Yang Sovereign, its power, sharpness, and lethality eclipsing the Asura reaping scythe like that of an ant to a dragon. Boom, Chapter 1119 Hidden Formations. 1119 Hidden Formations. Before anyone could react to the Sword Saint's sudden and unexpected interference, another unexpected event occurred, far more bewildering and shocking. As if triggered by the final round's ending, hundreds of mysterious figures cloaked in black robes appeared in the air throughout the stadium, each having a cultivation in the world expansion realm or above. The 10 million spectators gasped in shock, then jumped in absolute fright as the viewing platform of the powerhouses exploded with a sharp and precise power, shaking the entire Yangdao sphere like nothing before. Boom! Those near the Yang sovereign, the target of the attack, were blasted away by the remnant power of the attack. John and the two others in the arena looked up with startled confusion as well, not expecting such a sudden and chaotic situation to unfold. Flash. Before he could worry about Lillian being caught up in the explosion above, a flash of light appeared nearby, with Lillian emerging from the spatial void to appear right next to John. The two exchanged a quick glance before looking back up at the large viewing platform, hoping to see what exactly was going on. On the platform, the Yang sovereign sat on his throne, his chin rested on a fist. A calm yet simmering cold expression on his face as he stared at the dagger frozen in the air directly in front of his face, not able to reach him due to a defensive formation enveloping his throne. Crack. A cracking sound rang out, loud enough for all to hear. A crack appeared a moment later on the Yang sovereign's throne, then another, the cracks spreading like wildfire. Bang! The seat exploded into 1,000 pieces, crumpling to the ground while the visible defensive formation faded away as well. The Yang sovereign landed gracefully on his feet, turning towards the one holding the dagger nearby, who had retreated ever so slightly after his surprise assassination attempt failed. "What is the meaning of this, Prime Shadow?" the Yang sovereign asked coldly. Pub future ads. The Prime Shadow stood 10 yards away, a grim expression on his face as he shifted his gaze momentarily to the now-destroyed throne. The remnant pieces revealed traces of a now-exhausted formation, one powerful enough to block a surprise attack from the Prime Shadow himself. While that attack was not his full strength, as attacking with his full strength would have destroyed almost every living soul in the Yangdao sphere, it was still a considerable portion of his power, all condensed into his blade. Had the defensive formation not existed, his attack would have been capable, at the very least, of greatly injuring the Yang sovereign. "Explain yourself," the Yang sovereign's wife yelled, her face red with anger as she made her way back to her husband's side after being blasted away. "What is going on here?" the nearby Netherfrost beast leader asked as well, enraged as some of his weaker clansmen had been injured by the blast, saved only due to the timely interference of the Netherfrost beast leader himself. They had been enjoying the chaos of the tournament as indifferent outside spectators, but now that this event had injured his own, his rage was ignited. Flash. Another figure appeared nearby like a ghost a moment later, a marble white sword brimming with awe-inspiring might pointing directly at the Prime Shadow. "Explain yourself now," the Sword Saint demanded, his face a mixture of confusion and rage. "Have you gone mad?" The Prime Shadow shot the Sword Saint a quick, unconcerned glance, then looked back at the Yang sovereign. "A hidden defensive formation built into your throne, almost as if you expected to be attacked during this tournament, and one profound enough to not only stop my attack, but also escape my detection. How many spirit crystals did you spend to create such a powerful formation?" the Prime Shadow asked coldly. "One cannot be careful enough these days, as this event has shown," the Yang sovereign replied, his tone calm yet cold. "Now explain the meaning of these traitorous actions of yours. I treat you as a close friend for thousands of years, and this is how you repay my friendship, with betrayal." "Do not speak to me of betrayal," the Prime Shadow replied with a cold, murderous tone. "Not when you plan to betray every living soul here for your personal gain." The Yang sovereign's relatively calm gaze narrowed in that instant, a cold, piercing expression appearing instead. "Do you have any proof of these baseless lies?" the Yang sovereign's wife replied angrily, pointing a finger directly at the Prime Shadow. "Give us one good reason why we don't destroy you and your entire guild for this treachery." The Prime Shadow's gaze shifted to the woman, his eyes becoming filled with cold, murderous rage. The woman, Seraphia, took a step back as she felt the murderous bloodlust oozing from the Prime Shadow, her instincts warning her to flee from this lethal danger. Only the presence of her husband, the Yang Sovereign, kept her somewhat calm in front of the world's most dangerous assassin. Flash. Another flash of light appeared as a figure materialized like a ghost, hovering in the air a short distance away. The Mage Sovereign looked on with confusion and caution, arriving due to the sudden explosion of power she had felt. While she was not attending the grand final, she was still within the sect itself and was able to arrive almost instantly. The Prime Shadow gave her a quick glance, then ignored her as she seemed to not be taking any action yet, waiting for clarity on this unexpected manner. When did you plan on enacting your plan exactly? The Prime Shadow ignored everyone else and asked the Yang Sovereign. I'll have no idea what you are speaking of, the Yang Sovereign replied coldly. I ask again, what has? Silence, the Prime Shadow sneered, cutting the Yang Sovereign off. He then turned to look at Seraphia, his cold gaze as if he wanted to rip her apart at this very moment. You ask for proof because you think I have none, and thus want to turn the world against me. I admit you two have been incredibly careful in your movements over the last few centuries, careful enough to evade my detection as well. He then paused and raised his hand upwards, a small formation disc appearing a moment later. The Yang Sovereign and his wife exchanged a quick glance, a small, almost hidden look of reassurance appearing on Seraphia's face, before the two looked back to the Prime Shadow. A cold smile appeared on the Prime Shadow's face as he looked at them, then at the disc in his hand. The Yang Sovereign's brows furrowed ever so slightly, his eyes turning from calm to a cold, piercing gaze, while Seraphia's expression remained cold yet calm, as if she had no worries about the Prime Shadow's next actions. The Prime Shadow smiled as he noticed her relaxed expression. But in all your perfect secrecy, you made one singular mistake, he said, looking directly at Seraphia. Your dealing with Grandmaster Darkcloud was meticulous, to a level that even I cannot help but be impressed. Even I couldn't find him, nor could any guild member I sent to find him, the Prime Shadow said, the mere mention of Grandmaster Darkcloud causing the Yang Sovereign's expression to darken, while his wife paled ever, her eyes widening slightly. When you captured Grandmaster Darkcloud, I'm sure you stripped him of everything, sound transmissions included, the Prime Shadow continued, his grip tight on the formation disc as if it were the most precious thing in the world to him at the moment. But you missed one crucial thing. No answer came from the two as they waited for the Prime Shadow to continue. They couldn't outright take action against him at the moment, as despite everything, he was the Prime Shadow. He was not someone that could be confronted easily, at least not through battle, as such a battle would destroy the entirety of the Yongdao sect, a cost the Yang Sovereign was unwilling to pay. The Prime Shadow glanced at the Yang Sovereign's destroyed throne for a moment, a small, sad smile on his face. Much like the formation you hid within your throne, high-ranking guild members of mine have hidden formations embedded into their body, or in this case, their heart, to use in times of grave necessity. A formation that can do many things, including record and transmit sound. Seraphia's pale face whitened even further, a slight gasp coming from her mouth. The only way you would have discovered the formation within Grandmaster Darkcloud's heart was if you knew of its existence beforehand. These hidden formations are inexorably linked to the heart, and the only way to activate them is through self-sacrifice, converting the entirety of one's essence into one last, brilliant burst of power, the Prime Shadow continued. Grandmaster Darkcloud's final action in this world was activating his hidden formation, which combined with his burning life essence had the power to pierce through the most powerful of restriction formations, the one he was captured within included, the Prime Shadow said as he sent a surge of chi into the formation disc, which activated with a burst of light. With his last breath of life, Grandmaster Darkcloud sent me this, received only minutes ago. The formation disc then activated, the voice of Grandmaster Darkcloud and Seraphia's conversation transmitting throughout the stadium for all to hear. Chapter 1120, The Yang Sovereign's Plans. 1120, The Yang Sovereign's Plans. The Yongdao Stadium, a place that held 10 million powerful cultivators, was as silent as a grave as the audio began to play for all to hear. Why are you and the Yang Sovereign doing this? The Grandmaster's hoarse voice sounded out, his voice alone giving enough insight into his condition when he said these words, as the pain and agony he felt was audible for all to hear. "What are you going to do?" "HMPH," Seraphia scoffed, her tones smug and haughty. "What, so you can escape and tell that little prime shadow of yours our plans, hoping that he can put a stop to it all?" Silence lingered for a moment before Seraphia's laughter could be heard, at which point she spoke again. "I'll suppose I've already stripped you of everything, and this formation is beyond your means to break free from, so consider this as fulfilling the last wish of a dying man," she said, her voice growing louder as she was approaching the Grandmaster at that time. "The full details are too exhausting to explain, but by the time the 3-Dao tournament is over, my husband will have successfully absorbed the 9-petal Yang Lotus, and by doing so, will ascend to a level of power beyond even the eternal serpent. This world will become his once our plans have been achieved." 1M, possible, the Grandmaster replied weakly. "The 9-petal Yang Lotus is far too powerful for the Yang Sovereign, for anyone in this world to absorb. Doing so is suicide." "You are correct," Seraphia replied, "and carrying out this plan is still a great risk to my husband and the Yangdao sect, but the alternative is far worse for us." "Alternative?" Grandmaster Darkcloud repeated questioningly. "What alternative?" "It's all that stupid Lotus' fault," Seraphia sneered angrily. "If that Lotus knew what was good for it, it would have allowed my husband to absorb it long ago, and together they would have been able to rise to heights beyond the scope of this world." Her voice trailed off, silence filling the air for some time. "But," she chimed up eventually, "instead of being absorbed, that stupid Lotus is trying to bring ruin to everything my husband and I have built over tens of thousands of years. It continues to defy us, continues to grow stronger and stronger, and has begun to reach a level of power that can no longer be contained by the formations of this world. Once that happened, once it broke free from our formational confines, its power would destroy the entire Yangdao sect, as well as the surrounding land for tens of thousands of miles." A rhythmic tapping sound played next, as if Seraphia was drumming her fingernails on a nearby table. "So, realizing this issue hundreds of years ago, my husband and I have been tirelessly planning to deal with that problematic Lotus," she continued. "And the culmination of our plans will play out at the end of the 3-Dao tournament, and if successful, will change everything." Why not ask the other powers for help? Surely together, the Grandmaster's voice was cut off by a loud scoff. "HMPH, ask the Mage Dao sect, the Sword Dao sect for help," Seraphia sneered with obvious disdain. "There's no way either of them would ever agree to help." A short silence hung in the air before Seraphia spoke again. "What? You don't believe me? Well then, let me ask you this question," she said with a loud whisper, as if she were leaning close to the Grandmaster. "Now that the Yang in Tus is reaching a level that can no longer be contained, there are 2 ways to deal with it. The first is to use everything to destroy it, although neither my husband nor I know if that's even possible." She paused momentarily again, as if she were considering that option for a brief moment. "Even if it was, the Yang Lotus is the cornerstone of our sect. Destroying it would be akin to destroying the future of the sect itself. That is out of the question. The second option," she said after drawing in a deep breath, "is to absorb it permanently. And there's only one person strong enough when it comes to Yang Qi to absorb it without perishing, my husband. Now, my question for you is this. Do you really think the Mage Dao sect or Sword Dao sect would help my husband absorb something that will give him power to dominate them completely? If my husband absorbed the Lotus, he would become the true hegemon of this world. Do you really think the other Dao sects would allow such a thing? Allow them to be surpassed by another?" "No," the Grandmaster's soft whisper sounded out after a long, deafening silence. Seraphia's words rang true. "Exactly," Seraphia sneered disdainfully. "The Sword Sovereign would never allow such a thing to come to pass, and would sooner destroy the entire Yangdao sect before allowing my husband to absorb the Lotus. The only reason that old sword fanatic hasn't tried to destroy my husband already is because he does not believe it possible for the Yang Lotus to be absorbed. But he's wrong, so very, very wrong." Her voice trailed off with heated hatred, as if the mere thought of the Sword Sovereign filled her with rage. So you see, Grandmaster, Seraphia said, her voice firm once more. While our actions may be reprehensible to you, we were left with no choice. It's either us or them, and I chose us. Elsie, the Grandmaster whispered again, defeat in his voice, as he could not argue against her logic. Then, how do you plan to do it? He asked another question. Is it even possible to absorb the Yang Lotus? Seraphia cut him off. Of course it is, otherwise, why would we even bother with this plan of ours? If our plan fails, we lose everything, so it must work. Her footsteps could be heard as she paced back and forth, then returned to speak with Grandmaster Darkcloud. As for how we are going to do it, well, we've been planning for it for centuries, as I mentioned, she continued. And while I'll spare you the boring details, let's just say that there's a reason we built the Yangdao Stadium to hold 10 million of the strongest cultivators in the world. Their qi and blood will be very useful in subduing the lotus, at least long enough for my husband to absorb it and make it his own. Chapter 1121, The Yang Sovereign's Plans PT. 2. 1121, The Yang Sovereign's Plans PT. 2. Seraphia's words struck every single person like the most heavenly of battle arts, stunning them to their core. No one was able to utter a single word, as their thoughts, their very souls, still tried to comprehend the sheer madness of this situation. Even John could only stand there with wide eyes, doing his best to process this horrifying situation. I see, the Grandmaster's voice sounded out again, filling the deafening silence. Then, before you kill me, answer me this one last question. Oh, I'm not going to kill you just yet, Seraphia scoffed with amusement. No, there's still much you will tell me regarding your Shadows of Death Guild. Only once I'm confident that your guild poses no threat to my husband in the future shall I grant you the release of death. But I shall answer one last question, as a gesture of goodwill towards all the good your guild has done for this world. The string of assassinations, the Grandmaster said hoarsely. The sect leaders that have been assassinated over the last year or two, was that your doing? Oh, those, Seraphia replied, her tone as if those events were a distant memory only now remembered. Yes, those were of our doing as well. Why? The Grandmaster asked. Why kill uninvolved sect leaders? Some of those were loyal to your sect. Why kill them? To cause a distraction, Seraphia replied as if those assassinations meant nothing to her. To be more specific, they were meant to distract your guild specifically. In order to set everything into motion, we needed to make several plays, many large enough to be caught by your sniveling guild, should you be allowed to sniff around like normal. To deal with that, we decided to kill dozens of powerful sect leaders and act as if the devils had done it. Also that your guild would spend countless resources on a false trail, allowing us to move on our plan unnoticed. If we had only killed those belonging to the other sects, it would have been suspicious. So unfortunately, some of our loyal subsects needed to be sacrificed for the greater good. We fed some baseless reasons to those assassinate in case of prying ears to add further confusion. And yet, Seraphia continued after a short pause, you and your guild still somehow managed to discover this place of ours. Tell me, how did this come to pass? How did your guild manage to find this place? This place, as well as several others, is where we've raised countless of our spies who keep tabs on the other Dao sects, as well as do our bidding. My husband and I have made certain of this place's secrecy, so I truly have no idea how you managed to find it. So that's what all this is, Grandmaster Darkcloud said softly, finally putting all the pieces together. Now answer me this question, Seraphia said with a commanding tone. How much of our plan has your guild discovered? Pub future ads. Only silence answered her, the Grandmaster not giving up a single ounce of information. Just expect it of your guild, Seraphia sneered. No matter, if your guild had found any evidence at all of our plans, that prime shadow of yours would have already taken action. His lack of action tells me everything I need to know. Footsteps filled the audio next, growing softer as if Seraphia was walking away from the Grandmaster. Now I have to attend the grand finals, but once the tournament is over, rest assured I will return here to finish our conversations, she said. Then silence. A deafening silence unlike any before filled the arena as the sound transmission recording cut off. 10 million souls churned with chaos, confusion, and disbelief, so thick they were unable to make a single sound. Then, within the silence, a single voice erupted, filled with so much rage and fury that it snapped everyone out of their daze. "You fucking bitch!" Zuri roared from her seat in the stands dozens of miles away, her aura exploding with furious hatred, her gaze locked onto both Seraphia and Azuri, who stood on the platform with a stunned expression, clearly not expecting what had just happened. "You murdered my father, my brother, my sister. I'll fucking kill you both." Boom. The stadium around her exploded as she pressed off the ground, soaring into the sky towards the floating platform. Dark, shadowy tendrils blasted off her as she prepared to attack Azuri and Seraphia. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy appeared in the air around her, enveloping her in a cocoon of darkness. She slashed out towards the cocoon to destroy it, but was unable to make it budge an inch. "Let me out, I'll kill them," she roared to the Prime Shadow, who had used his power to subdue her. With Zuri's middle world expansion cultivation, she was no match for Azuri, let alone Seraphia. As Zuri raged against the cocoon of darkness, her actions snapped everyone back to reality. Soon, voices started to cry out, at first dozens, then thousands, then millions, as every person in the stadium began to roar with questions, rage, hopelessness, and everything in between. Pub Future ads. The roars became so loud that they shook the Yongdao sphere violently, as if a million beasts were trampling over it. "Is this true? Have you betrayed us? Yang Sovereign, surely this is all false. Tell everyone these accusations are not TME. Kill him before he activates his plan." Even the Sword Saint and Mage Sovereign couldn't help but look at the Yang Sovereign with disbelief, wanting to ask him if the recording was a lie. It had to be. "Silence!" A booming roar from the Yang Sovereign blasted out, so loud that it knocked many of the weaker cultivators unconscious, as if he no longer cared for pretense or cordiality at all. The stadium fell silent once more, a heavy sense of anxious dread lingering in the air. "Do you deny what everyone just heard?" the Prime Shadow asked, his voice cold and angry. "Of course we deny it," Seraphia hastily exclaimed. "That recording is nothing but a fabrication, a lie meant to trick." "It's enough," the Yang Sovereign said to her, placing his hand on her shoulder. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he looked back at the Prime Shadow, his face so calm that even the Prime Shadow couldn't help but feel unnerved. While the Prime Shadow was powerful, so was the Yang Sovereign. Now that his assassination attempt had failed, killing the Yang Sovereign was far, far more difficult. At the very least, a battle to subdue him would destroy everything and everyone, a price no one was willing to pay. John, amongst many others, realized this exact thing in this very moment. Now that everything had been revealed, with the assassination attempt failing, it might no longer be possible to stop the Yang Sovereign, at least not without the battle killing every single person here, John thought, a cold dread washing over him. As it was, the battle may have already been lost. Chapter 1122, The Nine-Petal Yang Lotus. 1122, The Nine-Petal Yang Lotus. "I underestimated you," the Yang Sovereign said to the Prime Shadow. "I thought I had you fooled this entire time. How did you manage to discover the trail that led you to sending your Grandmaster to investigate? Entertain this question of mine, and I shall give you the answers you seek." The Prime Shadow considered the question for a moment, then shifted his gaze towards Azuri. Azuri froze up as she felt the Prime Shadow's murderous gaze, as it felt as though she would die from his gaze alone. "When Azuri killed Fury, she left one witness behind," the Prime Shadow answered truthfully. "That witness identified her, which led us on a trail to find proof to confront her and the ones behind her." "I see," the Yang Sovereign said, his gaze turning cold and murderous as he glanced at Azuri, her face marble white from the shock and fright she felt. "Yang Sovereign, he's lying," Azuri hastily exclaimed. "There was no one left to identify me. The only one not accounted for was a Dao transformation boy, but there's no way someone so weak could have survived that explosion." Her voice cut off as she realized she made a grave error, her face going more pale. Not only had she just confirmed that she had assassinated Fury, but also that the Yang Sovereign was the one who had commanded it. "A Dao transformation boy, huh?" the Yang Sovereign said, his gaze shifting down towards John in the arena, instantly filling in the blanks of what had happened. John was the only one associated with the Prime Shadow who could have survived such an explosion in the Dao transformation realm. Pub Future ads. "Azuri," the Sword Saint suddenly roared, his voice filled with questioning rage. "You were a spy for the Yang Sovereign this entire time." Azuri opened her mouth to speak, but no words formed. She was too stunned by everything that had happened, the entire plan unraveling because of her carelessness. She knew that even if the Yang Sovereign carried out her plans, there was no salvation for her any longer. Her reaction made the Sword Saint's expression turn to one of furious rage. "I found you as a child. I raised you almost as my own. I nurtured you to become what you are today, and now I found out that not only have you been a spy for the Yang Sovereign, but you are complicit in a plan to destroy us all." Azuri continued to mumble, stumbling backwards in shock and fear. Watching from below, a look of surprise appeared on John's face. He had thought Azuri was working for the Sword Saint, and that the Sword Saint was the one behind the undiscovered plot. Based on the Sword Saint's reaction, it was clear he was as surprised as everyone else to hear the truth. "Perish!" the Sword Saint roared, his sword slashing towards Azuri with a sharpness beyond description. "Chi!" Before she could react, the sword image cleaved directly through her from head to feet, her expression of horror and disbelief parting in two as her two halves fell to the ground. The once prideful half-step holy manifestation powerhouse felled in a single stroke, her legacy forever tarnished. 10 million gasps echoed within the arena, their souls feeling as though they were about to be snuffed out from the pure horror and shock they felt. The Yang Sovereign glanced at the now-dead Azuri, then shifted his gaze to the Sword Saint, who was hovering in the air a short distance away, sword pointed directly at the Yang Sovereign. "Your plan has been discovered, and you are surrounded," the Sword Saint growled, his position in this matter made clear to all. The proof that had just been given, as well as the reaction of the Yang Sovereign, was all the proof he needed to make a decision on the matter. "Surrender yourself, or don't blame us for destroying you, your sect, and everything you hold dear. You may be powerful, but you have no chance of victory in this battle." The Yang Sovereign stared at the Sword Saint with a cold, piercing gaze for a moment. "You are correct, Sword Saint. My plan has been discovered, and I do not deny it," the Yang Sovereign said as he looked about the stadium, taking in the looks of shock and horror from the Yangdao sect members who had no idea of this plan, and looks of hatred and disbelief from everyone else, his gaze returning to the Sword Saint, then the Prime Shadow. Then he smiled. It was the smile not of a cornered man, but one still completely in control. It was a smile that sent shivers down the spine of all who saw it. "But the discovery of my plan only changes the time frame in which it is enacted. I'm afraid that for you, and everyone else here, the plan has already been set in motion," the Yang Sovereign said, his words causing gasps of shock and looks of horror to appear on most faces. Before anyone could react, a soft rumbling appeared, shaking the entire Yang sphere. That rumbling quickly intensified until it felt as though an earthquake was going to rip it apart. "In fact, the moment you all set foot in my Yang sphere, you were already trapped," the Yang Sovereign said, as the arena below suddenly shook violently, a visible seam ripping down the middle of the arena, then through the stadium itself. "Watch out," Lillian called to John as the two, as well as Jihin, sped to the side, avoiding the chasm that had appeared and was widening by the second. The 10 million spectators braced themselves, as well as the entire world seemed to be parting, soon revealing a massive chasm several miles wide that had split the entire Yangdao sphere into two halves. Then, like the sun rising in the morning over distant mountains, a glow began to emerge from the depths of the chasm. The glow quickly intensified to a point that it was nearly blinding, while a merciless heat escaped from the depths as well. Hovering in the sky a short distance away from the edge, John couldn't help but look over the edge, his eyes growing wide as he saw an ocean of magma far below, glowing with an orange brilliance, with a singular object resting on the surface of the magma. An object surrounded by visible formations, one that seemed to be pushed to their limits, straining from the power of the thing they contained. A beautiful, mesmerizing object, several dozen yards wide, glowing with the power of a sun. Feeling as though his soul was about to be ignited just by looking at it, John drew a deep breath as he instantly realized what the object was. The Nine-Petal Yang Lotus, Chapter 1123, The Nine-Petal Yang Lotus PT. 2. 1123, The Nine-Petal Yang Lotus PT. 2. The nine-petal Yang Lotus burned like a brilliant sun, its light all-encompassing, its heat and intensity beyond compare. It was as if the Yang Sovereign had just opened up a portal to the deepest, hottest pits of hell, bathing the Yang sphere with nearly unbearable heat. Hundreds of layers of a spherical formation enveloped the Yang Lotus, each brimming brightly as they struggled against the might of the lotus. John couldn't help but notice that the innermost formations were showing signs of weakness. Visible cracks coursed through the formations, looking as if they were about to burst apart at any moment. The energy leaking through the cracks was suppressed by the layers beyond, but even those layers were not able to contain the Yang Lotus fully. And that's while it's still contained in that formation. If it was unleashed without restriction, it would burn everything to ashes, John thought, feeling true awe for the first time in quite a while. After taking a peek over the edge and into the abyss below, John moved backwards a good distance, then looked back up at the Yang Sovereign and Prime Shadow. A grim look appeared on the Prime Shadow's face, a look that was not comforting in the slightest. John had never seen such a look on the Prime Shadow's face, who was normally in control of every single thing that happened around him. The powerful trembling of the Yang sphere eventually ceased as the chasm stopped parting, leaving only a deep, ominous vibration coursing through the Yang sphere, the source of the vibrations from the Yang Lotus itself. Despite being contained by one of, if not the most powerful formation John had ever seen, its power was still leaking through, unable to be fully contained. "As you can see," the Yang Sovereign said calmly, gesturing towards the Yang Lotus far below with his right hand. "The nine-petal Yang Lotus is continuing to grow in strength and has reached a level that even the most potent of formations can no longer fully contain it. By my most recent calculations, its power will grow to a level strong enough to breach the formations fully in less than a month. I'm afraid I had no choice in this matter but to proceed with my plans." "This is madness," the Sword Saint roared, his sword still pointing at the Yang Sovereign. "It's not too late to stop all this. Release us, let us help you subdue the Yang Lotus, and we can forget any of this happened. No lives have been lost yet. It's not too late to put an end to this madness." The Yang Sovereign glanced at the Sword Saint, his eyes focused on the sword for a moment. "I'm afraid that's no longer possible," he said, his voice almost a regretful sigh. "The only regret I have is that I was not able to convince the Sword Sovereign to attend this tournament. After I absorb the Yang Lotus, and after what I'm about to do to everyone here, he will no doubt do his utmost to kill me. He will no longer be my equal after I absorb the Lotus, so his death is only a matter of time. But the damage our battle will do the continent will be disastrous." "Why wait?" the Sword Saint sneered, his sword tip moving, pointing towards the ceiling of the Yang sphere above. "I will destroy this sphere of yours, contact the Sword Sovereign directly, and have him come here to help us put an end to your madness." "El would advise against doing that," the Yang Sovereign replied calmly, then gestured in all directions towards the Yang sphere enveloping them. "El have been planning for this moment for a long, long time, and have considered every possible outcome. I have planned for every countermeasure, every contingency, every plan you could possibly come up with." He then slowly pressed off the ground, soaring into the sky directly over the arena for all to see. He stopped directly above the Yang Lotus and peered down into the deep chasm, eyes glued to the Yang Lotus as if it were a god to be revered. "The Yang sphere's construction was planned for this very day," the Yang Sovereign continued. "It's been constructed with inbuilt formations, far too profound to be detected, far too powerful to be undone. Sending sound transmissions is impossible." He paused, glancing quickly at the Prime Shadow, remembering what Grandmaster Darkcloud had done. Well, nearly impossible. But even if you do manage to send a message to the outside, it's futile. The Yang Sphere's defensive formations have been activated. Not only has space itself been locked down, but any attempt to breach the Yang Sphere itself will result in a catastrophic explosion, killing everyone for tens of thousands of miles. Gasps of shock and horror rang out throughout the stadium, as everyone was coming to terms with this tenable situation they found themselves in. Many had thought to break free and flee, but the Yang Sovereign's words crushed those hopes. Those proficient in the spatial Tao tested the Yang Sovereign's claims and were shocked to find that they could not burrow into the spatial void like normal. Even John found his spatial power contained, able to be used, but not able to be used to break through to the other spatial realm. "You're a madman," the Sword Saint roared. "You'd kill your whole sect, your entire legacy. All your greatest geniuses are here, the future of your sect. Even if you succeed, they will no doubt perish in this endeavor." "I'd rather it not come to that," the Yang Sovereign said. "Either my plan succeeds or we all perish. There is no other outcome to how this will play out." At that moment, John noticed someone approaching him and land nearby. He shared a quick glance with Araxis, whose surprised, almost honified expression revealed that he had no part or knowledge of this plan. "The Yang Sovereign has gone mad," Araxis said to John, his tone a mixture of pain and anger. "Are we able to stop him?" John asked curiously, hopping for one of the pinnacle geniuses of the sect to have a plan or an idea of what to do. Araxis' grim expression and shake of his head said otherwise. "My geniuses," the Yang Sovereign repeated, then glanced about the stadium. "Elders and disciples of my Yangdao sect, you all have a choice to make today." Araxis and the other members of the Yangdao sect tensed up, wondering what the Yang Sovereign was going to do next. "The future of the Nine Dao world will be controlled by us, the Yangdao sect," the Yang Sovereign continued. "As loyal followers and disciples, I offer you a path to follow me into that future. Recently, each and every member was bequeathed many items, a spatial talisman included." Upon mention of that, Araxis looked down as he grabbed the ornate necklace he wore, one gifted to him by the Yang Sovereign during the ceremony 2 days ago. He and Nalia had shown these gifts to John earlier, but had no idea what the Yang Sovereign had in plan when gifting them. "And so, the choice I give you is this. Activate your spatial talisman and be taken out of the Yang Sphere, to be safe from what's to come next. These talismans are the only way out of the Yang Sphere. All those that do so will be treated as true, loyal followers, showered with treasures and rewards beyond your wildest imagination. Or refuse and die with everyone else." Chapter 1124, The Yang Sphere's True Purpose. 1124, The Yang Sphere's True Purpose. "What? You plan to kill us all. You're an absolute madman. What about us? We've been a loyal subject for thousands of years. Where is our talisman?" Millions of differing cries boomed out in unison, making it hard for anyone to hear anything. John glanced at Araxis, who held the spatial talisman in his hand, looking at them with wide eyes. He stared at the talisman for quite some time, then glanced at John. "You want it?" he asked, much to John's surprise. "Use it and become complicit in the deaths of 10 million cultivators." "That's not my style," Araxis said, a light sneer in his voice, clearly enraged by the Yang Sovereign's actions. "Then I'll pass as well," John declined, feeling his approval and friendship towards Araxis surging like a raging bonfire. "I expected as much," Araxis smiled, then flashed away towards the stadium. There, John saw him hand the spatial talisman to a Meridian forging girl, one who had a look of horror and fear on her face. She accepted the talisman with wide eyes, tear-filled eyes, holding onto it tightly. A surge of cultivators crashed towards her, trying to steal it from her. A quick surge of power from Araxis blasted them away, doing enough damage to keep them at bay. The girl began to cry, mumbling something to Araxis. He smiled and clasped her hands around the talisman, then used his own chi to activate it. The girl was enveloped in a thick spatial power, then vanished a moment later. Araxis returned to John's location moments later, his expression determined, and resolved for whatever came next. The two exchanged a head nod, then looked around as tens of thousands of talismans flared to life, bringing those who had chosen to accept the Yang Sovereign's offer out of the Yang sphere. John looked towards Nalia, whose Yuri now stood at her side, released by the prime shadow after the death of Azuri. He watched a teary-eyed Nalia be taken away by the talisman, forced to leave by Zuri. John nodded to her, relieved to see Nalia leave, who nodded back. The Yang Sovereign watched those who accepted his offer leave, then returned his gaze to the Prime Shadow and Sword Saint. "So what happens next?" the Prime Shadow asked coldly. "This," the Yang Sovereign said, a formation disc appearing in his hand, which activated instantly. At that moment, the entire inside of the obsidian Yang sphere flared to life as millions of fiery formation runes flared to life, activating in an instant. Boom! A wave of crushing pressure suddenly permeated the entire Yang sphere, slamming into every single person like a brick wall. Those on the weaker side were instantly crushed against the ground, some flattened nearly to death against their seats. The stronger cultivators were able to continue standing, but were shocked to find that their power had been cut off from them. "My Danshin. I can't access my Danshin. My cultivation. It's restricted. What have you done to us?" Millions of panicked cries boomed out in unison as the cultivators within felt their powers fleeing from their control. John felt this pressure envelop him as well, wrapping around his essence like a cage, making it impossible for him to access the powerful chi stored within. No matter how he tried, he was unable to summon chi from his essence Danshin, making him feel like he had lost a limb. He couldn't even access his spatial rings or spatial realm, as that required chi to be able to do so. He glanced to the side and saw Araxis and Lillian with looks of shock on their faces, clearly suffering from the same thing. He then looked back up to the Prime Shadow, who usually looked like a deadly Grim Reaper, but now looked much more like a mortal old man. The edge, the danger that permeated from him was no longer there. "Such a powerful formation," the Prime Shadow said grimly, testing his power but finding it out of his reach. "Just how much did this cost you to create?" "A lifetime of resources, the accumulated wealth of my entire Yang Dao sect, and more," the Yang Sovereign replied calmly as he began to fall slowly from the sky. "The Yang Sovereign as well," some called out, noticing that the Yang Sovereign himself seemed to have been weakened the same as everyone else. The Yang Sovereign moved to the platform once more, landing on it as his power faded. "So you've drained us all of our power, yourself included," the Sword Saint said as he landed on the ground, no longer able to fly well. "Do you really think you can take us all in battle if all our powers are restricted? You are not a body cultivator. You cannot defeat us all alone. Even if you were, you could not defeat all of us." "You are correct, Sword Saint," the Yang Sovereign nodded. "My cultivation is restricted as well. For this repression formation to be all-powerful, it needed to have no exceptions to who it restricted, no flaws in its design. Only by ensuring that there was no flaw, no countermeasure, no way to bypass its restriction could I be confident in its success. In that case, I, along with every other cultivator here, shall beat you to death with our hands," the Sword Saint said, his expression brimming with murderous bloodlust. The Yang Sovereign smiled at that, sending a shiver down the spines of all who saw it, as it was not the smile of a cornered opponent, but of one still very much in control. "My cultivation may be restricted the same as the rest of you, but that does not mean I am powerless. On the contrary, I am the only one here that has any considerable power remaining," the Yang Sovereign replied with confidence. Then, slowly but surely, the Yang Sovereign began to rise into the air, drawing shocked gasps as no one else could do so. He moved through the air to his position above the Yang Lotus, his arms stretched wide as his aura began to slowly but steadily grow, soon becoming powerful enough to burn brightly like a blazing sun. "The Yang Lotus," Araxis exclaimed, drawing John's attention. "He's absorbing the Yang Qi coming from the Yang Lotus. He's absorbing the Lotus Qi directly and is using it as a remote Danshin." "What? Can you do that?" John asked quickly. "No," Araxis shook his head. The Yang Lotus is the ultimate source of Yang Qi. Only the Yang Sovereign can withstand that potent Qi, let alone use it. He is the only one here who can do such a thing. While his power isn't as great as it normally is, compared to the rest of us, he might as well be a god amongst men. John looked up at the Yang Sovereign and felt his power. The Yang Sovereign normally had a cultivation in the late holy manifestation realm, but that was no longer able to be felt. Instead, he could feel the general level of power emanating from the Yang Sovereign, then compared it to what he had felt from others before. Early holy manifestation. Using the Yang Lotus as a remote Danshan, the Yang Sovereign has the strength of an early holy manifestation cultivator. Compared to everyone else who is nearly powerless, he truly is like a god amongst men. The Yang Sovereign hovered in the sky above all, his body glowing brightly like the sun. Everyone looked up at him like he was truly a god, looks of fear and horror on their faces. Yang Sovereign? A deep, almost guttural voice boomed out, drawing everyone's attention. The Yang Sovereign shifted his gaze towards the Netherfrost beast leader who had spoken, who also seemed to be restricted by the repression formation. "We will not interfere with these plans of yours," the Netherfrost beast leader said. "What you humans do to each other is none of our concern, but we still not stand idly and be caught up in your human schemes. Release us, and we will leave quietly." "Release you? Why would I do that?" The Yang Sovereign scoffed as if he had heard the funniest joke. The Netherfrost beast leader's eyes went wide with rage. "If you dare harm us, the entire weight of the beast continent will bear down upon you. You cannot withstand such a... When I have fully absorbed the Yang Lotus, the entire world will become my domain, the beast continent included," the Yang Sovereign interrupted, then slowly flew towards the Netherfrost beasts, stopping a short distance away. "I will have no need to concern myself with the opinions of the weak. Besides," he continued, a sinister smile creeping onto his face, sending shivers down the already frozen spines of the Netherfrost beasts, "I invited your race for a very specific purpose. After all, I am trying to absorb the most potent and powerful source of Yang in the world. A source so powerful that even with my full strength, I am unable to absorb it." Bang! The Yang Sovereign's hand shot out, clasping onto the weakened Netherfrost beast leader's icy neck before it could react. Ai's sharp claws began to scrape against the Yang Sovereign's arms, but with its power restricted, all it could do was leave faith scratches and nothing more. He then lifted the Netherfrost beast leader into the air by his neck, then floated back over the center of the arena directly above the Yang Lotus. "No, even with my full power, I am not able to subdue the Lotus," he said, looking down below. "As such, the only alternative is to temporarily weaken the Lotus itself so that I may absorb it." The Yang Sovereign then returned his gaze to look directly into the eyes of the panicking Netherfrost beast. The ultimate source of Yang can only be weakened by the ultimate source of Yin, and when it comes to Yin, there is no better source than the Netherfrost beasts. The Netherfrost beast's eyes went wide with realization and horror, finally understanding why they had been invited by the Yang Sovereign himself. They had considered it a sign of honor. Instead, it was only a path of death. Then, in front of 10 million wide eyes, the Yang Sovereign let go of the Netherfrost beast's neck and watched him plunge down into the abyss, directly towards the Yang Lotus. Chapter 11:25, A Horrifying Sacrifice. Cries of horror boomed out from the Netherfrost beast clan as they watched their leader plunge into the fiery abyss below, disappearing from sight as he fell helplessly into the formations surrounding the Yang Lotus. As if expecting the Netherfrost beast's arrival, the formations enveloped him with ropes of light, then guided him towards the Yang Lotus. Cries of agony sounded from within the chasm for a short moment before falling silent as the Netherfrost beast leader plunged directly into the Yang Lotus. A sizzling sound emanated from the chasm a moment later, like the sound of something being fried in pan. That sound faded a moment later as well, followed by a slight drop in the power and heat emanating from the Lotus. "Nuwu, Patriarch!" The tearful cries of the Netherfrost beast group, ranging from youths to other elders, boomed over the stadium. "Do not despair. the Yang sovereign said to them with a calm, comforting voice. "I will soon reunite you with your patriarch." You devil!" Some of the Netherfrost beasts roared, cursing the Yang sovereign, their expression the epitome of rage and bloodlust. Flash. The platform they were standing on flashed with formation runes, then quickly moved towards the Yang sovereign, hovering above the chasm. Their expression went from rage to horror as they realized what was to come, and their screams of fear and agony rang out as the platform gave way, sending the hundreds of Netherfrost beasts plunging into the abyss below. The same sounds filled the stadium as the Netherfrost beasts fell into the Yang Lotus, their bodies incinerated by the immense heat. At the same time, the potent yin within their bodies acted like water on a fire, dousing its power, subduing its heat. As the last Netherfrost beast was consumed, the power of the Yang Lotus dropped by a noticeable amount, although it was still akin to a miniature sun, one capable of destroying everything should the formations surrounding it fail. Ha! A powerful half-step holy manifestation cultivator, a sect leader from a Tier 2 subsect, roared in amusement. "Even with the Netherfrost beast blood, the Lotus is still too strong for you to absorb. You have failed." "And the formations surrounding the Yang Lotus seem to be failing," the Prime Shadow added, feeling the powerful restriction formations diminishing in power. "I'm assuming you did not have enough spirit crystals to power both the restriction formations and the Yang Sphere formation." "You are correct, Prime Shadow," the Yang Sovereign nodded. "What then? We wait for the formations surrounding the Yang Lotus to fail, thus destroying us all." The Sword Saint sneered, his expression still brimming with murderous bloodlust. "Not quite," the Yang Sovereign smiled at him. "This is all according to plan. I was not naive enough to think the Netherfrost beasts alone could subdue the Yang Lotus, but their yin qi did subdue it by a considerable margin, enough for the rest of the yin energy to do its job in subduing it. But before then, I think it's time I reinforce the Lotus formations for now." Snap. The Yang Sovereign snapped his fingers, activating another hidden formation built within the enormous Yang Sphere, a once awe-inspiring construction now turned into a tomb. Everyone saw as more runic patterns emerged on the Yang Sphere overhead, its power intensifying greatly. Then, they felt their dantians, no longer in their control, start be drained of their power. Like a whirlpool consuming everything that approached it, the formation restricting them began to tug on their dantians, forcefully drawing the qi from their bodies. Everyone began to panic, doing their best to resist the pull from the formation, but no one was able to stop it. With horrified expressions, the 10 million cultivators, the pinnacle powers of the human continent, watched as their qi streamed through the air as if controlled by an invisible hand, then surged down into the abyss, infusing the weakening Yang Lotus formations. Millions of cries of pain, of agony, of fear, of hopelessness sounded out as everyone desperately struggled to resist, but to no avail. One by one, the cultivators felt their dantians become drained of qi, their bodies growing weaker, their faces growing more and more pale. Bang! A cultivator, a meridian-forging youth from a Tier 3 subsect, collapsed to the ground, his qi fully drained, leaving him an empty husk without power. Then, as if reacting to his drained state, an invisible power picked him up and dragged him into the air, directly above the chasm. On the edge of unconsciousness, the boy struggled as much as he could to break free of the invisible restrictions, but was powerless to do anything. With one final cry of horror, he plunged into the depths below, disappearing within the Yang Lotus fiery power. Bang, bangs, bang. More and more cultivators, all on the weaker side, began to collapse, completely drained of their qi. Then, same as the boy, they were flung into the abyss towards the Yang Lotus. Like drops of rain hopping, to extinguish a raging wildfire. "Stop this madness at once," the Sword Saint roared, his voice brimming with desperation. "Stop it," the Yang Sovereign scoffed. "It's only getting started. While far less potent than the Netherfrost beasts, the blood of a typical human cultivator is naturally yin-aligned, except for when one cultivates yang, thus changing their blood to be yang-aligned. To subdue the Yang Lotus, I need far more yin energy than what the Netherfrost beasts were able to provide. But that much yin energy, you would need to kill millions. The Mage Sovereign roared with helpless anger. Yes, millions of the strongest human cultivators on the continent, the Yang Sovereign agreed. And the only place where I would be able to gather millions of the strongest yin-blooded cultivators without any suspicion was this tournament. It's almost as if the creation of this tournament 100,000 years ago was done by divine intervention, done with the singular purpose of what is occurring today. You're actually insane, the Mage Sovereign growled, looking on with helplessness as hundreds, then thousands of cultivators were sent over the edge, plunging towards the Yang Lotus below. Your hatred is expected, the Yang Sovereign said, his words meant for her and everyone else. The only thing I can do to console you all is to promise that your sacrifice will not be in vain. Once I absorb the Yang Lotus, I will use my newfound powers to dominate the devils and the beasts and bring humanity into the forefront of this world. The sacrifices of today will lead to a prosperous future for the rest of humanity. Fuck that. You're a murderous bastard. Traitor. Thousands of insults boomed out from those still maintaining their consciousness. The Yang Sovereign ignored their insults, instead waving his hand towards the Yang Lotus. The world began to tremble once more as the light emanating from the chasm began to grow brighter. Then, in front of millions of stunned and awed faces, the Yang Lotus rose from the chasm, appearing for all to see. The formations enshrouding the Yang Lotus fought with furious intensity to keep its power and brightness in check, as otherwise everything, even the Yang Sovereign, would be destroyed. The Yang Lotus continued to rise up into the air, eventually resting high in the sky dozens of miles above the stadium. Ah! Cries of panic and pain rang out as those fully drained of their chi were sucked up towards the Yang Lotus like dirt in a vacuum, disappearing within the apocalyptic flames of the lotus. The Yang Sovereign watched the process continue for some time, with thousands, then tens of thousands of cultivators sacrificed to the lotus, all while the Prime Shadow, the Sword Saint, the Mage Sovereign, and everyone else could only watch with hopelessness on their face, waiting for their inevitable turn. I'm sorry, young one, the Prime Shadow's defeated voice sounded out within John's mind, sent through direct sound transmission. My friendship with the Yang Sovereign blinded me. It seems I have lost my edge in my old age. I have failed you and everyone else. I hope you can forgive me. John drew in a deep breath, the weight of the Prime Shadow's words crashing into him. If there was anyone who could save them, it was him. But even the Prime Shadow had been ensnared in the Yang Sovereign's trap, making him as powerless as the rest of them. As more and more cultivators were sucked into the Yang Lotus, its power began to slowly but visibly diminish. The Yang Sovereign watched the process happen, then against all expectations, turned and looked downwards towards John. The two locked eyes, a furious bloodlust contained within John's gaze. I was going to extend an olive branch towards you in hopes that you would join me, the Yang Sovereign said. After all, your talent is truly unlike anything I've ever seen, and to waste it like this is almost unforgivable. But I can see from your expression that you would decline such an offer. Such a shame. Then, without looking back, the Yang Sovereign soared up into the sky, hovering a short distance from the Yang Lotus. The lotus has been tempered enough to begin the process, he said softly to himself, a smile of anticipation appearing on his face. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he moved forward through the restrictive formations, which opened a tunnel for him directly into the center of the lotus, then disappeared within the lotus itself. His figure barely visible through the yang flames of the lotus. Everyone watched as the Yang Sovereign sat down within the lotus, the lotus powers slowly beginning to flow towards and into the Yang Sovereign's body. Chapter 11:26, A Glimmer of Hope in an Ocean of Despair. Like a door to salvation being closed before their eyes, the millions of cultivators felt their last hope vanish as the Yang Sovereign stepped into the Yang Lotus. Many had the tiny glimmer of hope that the Yang Sovereign would change his mind, realizing the madness of his plan, but his entry into the lotus sealed their fate. We're doomed. The Yang Sovereign has betrayed us all. I can't believe my death is going to be at the hands of a sovereign. He should be protecting us, not destroying us. Millions of cries of anguish and despair rang out within the stadium, mixed with the cries of horror from those sucked up into the lotus, their bodies incinerated to nothingness. It was like a cacophony of anguish, composed by the vilest of creatures. Everyone, link arms. The strong should help the weak, stopping them from being absorbed into the lotus. Link arms and brace yourself against something solid. If we can prevent this process, we may be able to stop the Yang Sovereign from absorbing the lotus. A Tier 2 subsect leader said, trying to find a path to salvation. The Yang Sovereign would rather destroy everything than allow himself to fail. Your plan is doomed before it even begins, another sect leader replied. So what? I'd rather him die with us than live on, using our lives as stepping stones. The first leader exclaimed with furious anger. Is that truly better? If the Yang Sovereign destroys everything, himself included, the power of humanity will drop to a level that can no longer withstand the beasts and devils. If that happens, the human continent will be swept upon like a plague, its destruction guaranteed. Perhaps it's better for him to succeed, otherwise humanity itself is doomed. Another cried out. What about the Sword Sovereign? Someone cried. What about him? The Sword Sovereign is the strongest of us humans, but can he alone stem the onslaught of both beast and devil? While the Sword Sovereign was not caught up in this situation, he alone was not powerful enough to withstand the powers of the devils and beasts. With the Yang Sovereign, Prime Shadow, Sword Saint, and Mage Sovereign dead, humanity would meet a swift demise at the hands of the enemy powers. This realization was like a cold bucket of water, dousing the hopes of those who still clung to it. Even if they succeeded somehow in destroying the Yang Sovereign's plan, that would only ensure the destruction of humanity. While they hated the Yang Sovereign more than anything, ruining his plans and destroying humanity was even more unspeakable than what the Yang Sovereign was doing. Pub Future ads. Back and forth arguments continued within the stadium for a short while before a loud, commanding voice boomed out, drowning the voices and silencing everyone. All eyes turned to the Mage Sovereign, their hopes slightly reignited. If anyone could get them out of this mess, it was the Mage Sovereign, the Sword Saint, and the mysterious Prime Shadow. Cool heads must prevail if we are to get out of this situation alive, she said, her tone firm and commanding. Do you have a plan? A nearby subsect leader asked, a small glimmer of hope on his face. The Mage Sovereign grimaced slightly, biting her thumbnail as her face scrunched up with thoughtful contemplation. Her mind and soul raced for solutions, although her increasingly hopeless expression doused the reignited hope everyone felt. I may have a way, the Sword Saint said, drawing 10 million eyes to him, hope appearing once more within the despair. How? The Mage Sovereign asked hastily. I have a secret domain art, a domain art taught to me by the Sword Sovereign himself, the sacred sword domain. It is a domain where the sword Tao is king, forcing aside all other forms of energy. While I won't be able to fully negate the effects of the Yang Sphere, I should be able to return some of my strength, at which point I can destroy part of the Yang Sphere formation, restoring everyone's power. Perhaps with that, we can. That won't work, the Mage Sovereign said, shaking her head. I've been studying the Yang Sphere formations since they appeared, and now understand some of it. From what I can tell, the Yang Sovereign was completely ruthless in its creation. Any tampering with any portion of the Yang Sphere will result in its destruction, killing everyone here before their powers would return. The only hope we have is to defeat the Yang Sovereign directly, the Mage Sovereign said, her narrowed gaze locking onto the Yang Lotus. From what I can tell, there is an internal pocket realm within the Yang Lotus, in which the Yang Sovereign currently sits, she continued. He won't be able to leave it while the absorption process is taking place, so if we can enter it and battle him there, we may be able to destroy him without him activating the destruction formation of the Yang Sphere. Can your sword domain negate the formation's influence on others as well? Perhaps if we could join you, the odds would be greatly in our favor. The Sword Saint grimaced upon hearing this, his shoulders slumping in defeat. No, only my cultivation will become unbound by the restriction, no one else's. It is a domain focused on the self and the sword, nothing else. Besides, even if I restore my power through the sacred sword domain, I would at best be at the half-step holy manifestation realm, as my domain alone would not be enough to completely erase these formation effects. I will not have the strength to defeat the Yang Sovereign, not alone. The Sword Saint's words created another wave of despair, all hope smothered out once again. A thick silence hung in the air, only filled by the screams of those sucked into the Yang Lotus above. Then all hope is lost, a sect leader sighed, his voice echoing the thoughts of everyone else in the arena. There was no hope. No one had any power remaining other than the Sword Saint, who could not handle this burden alone. Down below in the arena, John glanced up at the Yang Sovereign, who was fully enclosed within the lotus. With the Yang Sovereign fully focused on absorbing the Yang Lotus, it was now safe to move through the Yang sphere without being targeted. He glanced at Lillian, who stood nearby, who felt his gaze fall upon her and looked at him. Her expression was calm, or as calm as one could be given the situation. There was an underlying tinge of anxiousness, an expression never seen on her face before, giving more weight to the gravity of the situation. That calm expression changed slightly as she saw John's expression, an expression she had seen on his face many times before. It was the same look when he destroyed the Bloodfiend sect, the same look when he had dominated Asuros in the Divine Realm trials, the same look when he faced off against the Asura while they fled for the portal. It was a look of resolve, confidence, determination. It was a look of battle lust, of one who wanted to burst with power and slay their foe. It was not the look of someone who had accepted their death. "Can you defeat him?" Lillian asked softly, reading John's thoughts through his expression alone. John glanced up at the Sovereign for a second, then back to Lillian. Then he smirked. "I guess we'll find out soon, won't we?" John smirked as he sat down and closed his eyes, his focus moving within towards his two dantions. Boom. A soft, muffled boom sounded out from within his body, its noise drowned out by the 1,000 cries of terror all around. His body dantions surged to life within, its power unrestrained by the Yang Sphere repression formation. While the Yang Sphere was a pinnacle creation of the Yang Sphere, the Danshan artifact was a pinnacle creation of the martial universe, unbound by a lesser creation. Like a desert soaking up rain, his body greedily drew in every ounce of power. His body chi expanded outwards around his Danshan, pressing against the formation energy, forming a barrier around his essence Danshan. The formation energy pressed down on his body chi, making it strain against the weight and power of the formation energy. John struggled back, quickly forming a stalemate between the two energies, both vying for supremacy. He tried to press outwards even further against the energy, but was not able to do so, only able to keep it at bay near his Danshan, but not at a distance. A frown appeared on his face as he was hopping to be able to use his chi to restore the cultivations of others in a similar manner. But the difficulty of keeping his own Danshan protected was already straining, making it impossible to do so for others, as he would need to keep his power activated all times, and at a much further range than compared to his own Danshan. "Good enough," he clicked his tongue, frustrated but not surprised. Having to shield his essence, Danshan would reduce the amount of chi he could use for his battle arts. But it was better than nothing. His essence Danshan, now protected from the formation by his cocoon of body chi, flared to life as the repression effects were blasted away, returning his full strength to his body. John bathed in the wave of power coursing through him, then he focused on what he had to do next. Up above, the three powerhouses continued to discuss amongst themselves, searching for any solution to this issue. All their solutions were centered around the Sword Saint, who was the only one who would be able to fight to any measurable degree. Every plan was cast aside after brief consideration, their despair growing as second by second hundreds of cultivators were being drawn into the Yang Lotus, consumed by its terrifying flames. Minutes passed by, the number of deaths and the hopeless despair growing by the second. Boom! The stadium suddenly trembled once more, startling everyone. Many braced for another catastrophe, wondering what next the Yang Sovereign had in store for them. They looked towards the source of the sound, their wide eyes locking onto a blazing aura surging into the sky, and the source of the aura itself. They watched as John rose into the sky, his power somehow unrestricted by the repression formations. John bathed in the feeling of breaking through to the late Tao transformation realm, his body and soul surging with newfound strength. Then, with millions of eyes glued to him, eyes filled with hopelessness, awe, confusion, and despair, he glanced at the sword saint, who was looking at him as if he were truly an incomprehensible monster. The words he said next were even more incomprehensible, but for some reason, despite its impossibility, his words ignited the tiniest glimmer of hope within the ocean of despair everyone felt. "I'm going to kill the Yang Sovereign. Will you join me?" Chapter 1127, An Unlikely Duo. What? A gasp of pure disbelief rang out from nearly everyone in the stadium. The millions of cultivators within the stadium couldn't believe what they had heard, their minds going blank for a moment, trying to process John's words. Even with everything that had happened, from the incredible grand finals, to the Sword Saint's interference, to the Yang Sovereign's plot, this was the most incomprehensible thing to happen yet. A Tao transformation youth said he was going to kill the Yang Sovereign. The Yang Sovereign, who was one of the two strongest cultivators on the planet. The Yang Sovereign, who had the other powerhouses like the Prime Shadow and the Sword Saint thoroughly defeated with no hope of salvation. The Yang Sovereign, who despite having his true cultivation restricted, was still able to battle at the early holy manifestation realm thanks to the power of the Yang Lotus. It was the most insane thing they had ever heard in their life. It was utterly impossible, so much so that the instinctual hope most felt vanished a moment later, logic and reason erasing that hope without second thought. That hope many felt turned to renewed despair, disappointment, and even anger. They were not angry at John, as he was apparently willing to fight the Yang Sovereign with no possibility of winning. That alone was something beyond commendable, beyond heroic. Instead, they were angry at themselves, angry that they dared to hope for a second, believing in such a farcical and impossible thing. How are you moving? And your power?" the Mage Sovereign finally said, her voice filled with absolute disbelief. "What's going on, John? How have you restored your power?" the Prime Shadow couldn't help but ask. While he knew some of John's secrets, he did not know most of them. He did not know about John's second Danshan, a Danshan so heaven-defying that even the Yang Sovereign's repression formation couldn't detect it, let alone suppress it. As such, John being able to move was no doubt a surprise. John ignored those questions, as time was not on his side. Every second he delayed, thousands died. The screams of those being sucked up into the Yang sphere, mostly youths at this point due to being the weakest, filled the stadium with cries of horror and despair, those cries snuffed out by the Yang Lotus just moments later. Eyes glued to the Sword Saint, awaiting his response, the Sword Saint looked back with disbelief, unable to comprehend what was going on. He was able to negate a portion of the Yang sphere's formation power by using his secret sword domain art, but even then, he was not able to negate it all. And on top of that, the sacred sword domain was the #1 secret art of the Sword Tao sect, a domain art never before revealed to the world. From what he could tell, John was not only fully empowered, uninhibited by the formation at all, but he wasn't even using a domain art as far as the Sword Saint could tell. "WH, what are you?" he asked, voice trembling. Time and time again, John had defied all reason and logic, his actions now even more impossible. First with the illusory talent tests, then with his performance in the tournament and against his prodigious son, and now this. "Will you help me?" John repeated, glancing quickly towards the Yang Lotus, then back at the Sword Saint. "You're the only one besides me who can fight, and fighting the Yang Sovereign will be much easier with your help. Even if you can't defeat him alone, that's fine. I'll take the lead, and you just need to assist me." Other than the continued screams in the background, the arena fell silent. The Sword Saint, along with the other powerhouses, looked at John with stunned expressions, still trying to process everything. Eventually, the Sword Saint snapped back into reality, an angry frown appearing on his face. "Now is not the time for your jokes," the Sword Saint growled. "Your strength barely reaches the world expansion realm, let alone the holy manifestation realm. You are nothing but an ant before the Yang Sovereign. Even with his power restricted to that of a normal early holy manifestation cultivator, he's still far beyond your ability to fight. John frowned, not surprised by the Sword Saint's reaction, but still disappointed. He turned around to move towards the Yang sphere, hoping that when the Sword Saint got a glimpse of his true power, he would join at that time. No amount of talking would convince the Sword Saint of the impossible being possible. "Sword Saint," the Prime Shadow suddenly said, drawing the Saint's attention. "Trust John. Although I've not known him for a long time, I know him well enough to know that he won't throw his life away on a hopeless endeavor. Besides, what other option is there? You said yourself that you are not strong enough alone. From everything we know, this may be our one and only hope." The Sword Saint fell silent for a moment, his face twisting with a multitude of emotions. He looked to the Yang Lotus above, grimacing as he watched thousands of youths and weaker cultivators flying up into the Yang Lotus, their lives incinerated in the blink of an eye. He looked down to the arena below, his gaze resting on his son. Jihin and the Sword Saint locked eyes, complicated expressions on both their faces. He took a deep breath, then looked back at John, his expression growing firm as he nodded slowly. "I don't believe for a moment that you have the strength to make a difference, but if it means my son has a glimmer of hope of surviving this ordeal, then I will join you. Besides, I'd much rather die fighting than being sucked into that fucking lotus." That last line incited a soft chuckle from John, not expecting the Sword Saint to curse in such a crass way. "Good," John nodded, feeling a tinge of respect for the Sword Saint for the very first time. Then he waited for the Sword Saint to activate his secret domain and join him in the sky. The Sword Saint gave Jihin one last glance, one filled with emotions of love and grief. Then, in a moment, his expression changed. It was so sudden that it caught John off guard, the Sword Saint's expression intensifying like nothing he'd ever seen from the man. Even with all the rage and anger he felt for John, he never once looked at John like this. It was a look that could almost kill, a look of someone resolved to die if that meant killing his opponent. A moment later, John felt an aura begin to emerge from the Sword Saint's body. It started small at first, but quickly grew in intensity and power. Like a small flame turning into a raging wildfire, a potent sword chi began to emerge from the Sword Saint's body, so sharp that it stung John's soul just looking at it. The aura, a pure white aura with tiny sword images flickering in and out of existence, expanded to be a few feet around the Sword Saint's body. His body glowed a brilliant white, almost blinding those who looked at him. At the same time, the Sword Saint's cultivation began to return, only stopping once it reached the half-step holy manifestation realm. "This is as far as I can push my power," the Sword Saint said after expanding his sacred sword domain. "Now what?" he asked, his words almost asking for proof that John was able to do something about this situation, and not lying for some inexplicable reason. "This," John smirked, sending a surge of chi from his body danshan through the rest of his body. He said a silent internal thanks to the Sword Saint, as his interference early in his battle with Jillian had made it so he had not expended a great deal of chi yet. Roar. The familiar draconic roar of the Dragon God shift boomed throughout the arena as John reactivated its power. The Sword Saint's frown remained, not moved at all by the Dragon God shift, not because it was weak, but because it was not enough. Suddenly, the Sword Saint's expression, followed shortly by everyone else, changed. Their eyes went wide and mouths fell slightly agape as a power began to emanate from John, one completely different from the Dragon God shift. A power that made them feel an instinctual dread, an instinctual fear and hopelessness. A black and red aura began to emerge from his body, while John's body began to change once more before their very eyes. They watched as his body grew in size, his muscles building like mountains beneath his flesh. They watched as his skin turned dark red, his eyes turned blood red, and two horns emerged from the top of his head. A collective gasp of disbelief and even horror rang out, as everyone felt as though a true demon had just appeared before them. Boom. As if the aura had broken through an invisible barrier, John's power surged to the sky, the mix of his Dragon God shift and new, dreadful power mixing to create an impossible strength. Space seemed to shudder and twist in the presence of this power, one that should not exist. A power that defied all reason. A power that defied the heavens itself. A power that reignited the hope everyone felt be snuffed out just minutes ago. A power known as the Asura transformation art, chapter 1128, entering the Yang Lotus. Like a demon emerging through the veil of reality, John's Asura form burst into existence. A black and red aura churned around him like an inferno from hell, twisting the air with its power. The Asura form overlapped his dragon god shift, red intertwining with green, changing his body into an amalgamation of dragon and Asura. John bathed in the power he felt, his eyes closing for a singular moment. He tested the limits of his new late Tao transformation powers, then opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. He then felt a gaze burning into his back, a gaze not filled with awe, horror, or disbelief, but instead shame and even anger. He looked down towards the source of the gaze and locked eyes with Jihin. Jihin stared up at him, his face mimicking the emotions John felt from his gaze. It was an expression of a TME genius humbled for the very first time in his life, a shocking realization that John had not even considered him a true opponent from the beginning. It was at this moment that Jihin understood everything. He understood John's lack of concern towards him. He understood Lillian's words of caution. He understood the truth of the illusory testing scores, and that John's impossible scores were not false, but just a testament to his genius. It was an understanding of what it truly meant to be heaven-defying. Jihin then hung his head, staring down at his feet. He couldn't force himself to stare at the one who had not only taken everything from him, from the spotlight to the ancient blessings of the three Taos. Most of all, he couldn't face himself. Please visit FR letter 1D41E letter 1D41EW letter 1D48F. Letter 1D4B8 letter 1D45C letter 1D52A website to read fastest update. Despite everything that was going on, despite the harrowing danger that everyone felt, Jihin's first thoughts upon seeing John's transformation were of jealousy, anger, and embarrassment. He now only felt shame at himself, shame from thinking about such trivial things when everyone around was going to perish. While he thought of the spotlight, John thought of stopping the Yang Sovereign. He finally understood that there were levels above himself, levels that he would never be able to obtain. "What? Are you a devil?" the Sword Saint finally spoke up after recovering from his shock. Pub Future ads. "No," John shook his head, his voice deep and sinister like that of an Asura. "But would it matter if I was?" "I suppose not," the Sword Saint shook his head. "You're on our side, and that's all that matters." John raised an eyebrow at the Sword Saint's even-headed reply, then nodded. The Sword Saint eyed him up and down for a moment, then frowned. "Is this the limit of your strength?" he asked. "I can feel your strength is on the same level as mine right now, the half-step holy manifestation realm. While we outnumber the Yang Sovereign, that will not be enough for us to win." "I have another trump card," John said with a confident smile, his words shocking everyone to their cores. His combat prowess was already at the half-step holy manifestation realm, a full 5 minor realms higher than his true cultivation. It was already beyond heaven-defying, beyond impossible, and yet he claimed to have more. "It's just that I can only use it for a few minutes at most, so I'm saving it for when we start the fight." The Sword Saint stared at John with an unreadable expression, too many emotions flittering across his face to determine his true thoughts. Then he glanced at John, his silent expression conveying his words for him, an expression that said, "Time to reveal the true limits of your power." John made sure the Sword Saint was ready, then nodded and turned to face the entrance again. Then, his focus shifting inwards, he focused on his innate power used only a few times in his life thus far. An innate power given to him by his true mother and father. An innate power that, much like the Asura transformation art, defied all reason and logic, and even the heavens itself. John prepared himself for the surge of power to come, a surge that would push his body and soul to his very limits, and then further. Then he committed to the act. Pub Future ads. Like a billion tiny Dantians come to life. Each and every blood cell in his body surged to life, pouring an incredible amount of qi into his body and soul as he activated his innate bloodline ability. The power coursing from his body exploded once more, pushing him over the edge, increasing his combat prowess from the half-step holy manifestation realm and into the early holy manifestation realm. The power coursing through him nearly overwhelmed him as he felt his body twist and creak, almost breaking apart from within. He controlled that surging power as best he could, doing his best to minimize the internal damage increasing by the second. Then, without looking back at the Sword Saint or anyone else, he sped forward as a Kirin avatar began to materialize behind him, following him into the entrance of the Yang Lotus. He sped through the tunnel-like entrance, stepping into a world of yang and fire. The internal area of the Yang Lotus was far more expansive than he thought it would be, the confines of the lotus stretching for hundreds of miles in each direction. In the middle of this domain sat the Yang Sovereign, his back still to them. Without missing a beat, lightning burst alight on John's skin as he sped forward with his maximum speed, his scythe crackling with lightning, the Kirin avatar exploding with power behind him. At the same time, the Sword Saint appeared next to him, his sword exploding in size, becoming over a mile long, slashing down towards the Yang Sovereign with his absolute might. Kirin God Extinction. Asura Reaping Scythe. Sacred Sword Scripture. The combined might of these three battle arts almost seemed to destroy everything as they surged towards the Yang Sovereign, who stood up and faced them at the last possible moment, his eyes going wide, his power surging with fiery anger a moment later. Boom, Chapter 1129, Battling the Yang Sovereign. From the moment he activated his bloodline ability to unleashing his attack, John had only one singular thought: unleashing the most powerful attack he was capable of, holding nothing back at all. He had done just that, as his Kirin God Destruction, channeled to his maximum potential, surged towards the Yang Sovereign like a world-ending meteor, followed up a moment later by his Asura Reaping Scythe. At the same time, the Sword Saint's sacred sword scripture slashed towards the Yang Sovereign with awe-inspiring sharpness and lethality, its killing potential not losing out to John's Kirin God Destruction or Asura Reaping Scythe to all, despite the Sword Saint having a lower effective combat potential. It was only as the two battle arts collided with the Yang Sovereign that John finally noticed a change within his body that he had not expected. After activating his bloodline ability, the invasive Yang sphere repression formation energy had been pushed back farther, no longer invading his body as it had done before. His body Danshan had allowed him to use his own qi, but the repression formation had still fought for supremacy within his own body, making the movement of his qi throughout his meridians far more taxing than normal. That was no longer the case, shocking him greatly. Unexpectedly, his bloodline ability had managed to push the energy of the repression formation completely out of his body, fighting the battle for supremacy not around his Danshan, but around his body instead. It was almost as if his bloodline ability acted in a similar fashion to the sacred sword domain, making him the sovereign of everything that happened within his body. John's expression twitched as he realized what was going on, his mind racing to figure out exactly what had happened. Did his bloodline establish a domain within his body? Was his bloodline beyond the scope of the Yang sphere and thus unable to be repressed? Or was it something else? Those rising thoughts were instantly squashed, left for contemplation at a later date. The only thing that mattered was the life and death battle he was charging headfirst into. His current task was to kill the Yang Sovereign and nothing else, as if he failed, nothing else truly mattered. With his strength surging once more due to regaining full control over his body and the qi surging within, John pushed forward even faster, his speed alone almost slicing space apart as he sped through the infernal domain of the Yang Lotus. The Kirin God Extinction, Asura Reaping Scythe, and Sacred Sword Scripture finally landed on the startled Yang Sovereign, who managed to take his weapon out at the last moment, swinging it towards the two battle arts as his aura exploded with the power of pure Yang. The Yang Sovereign's weapon, a flail with a long orange shaft, a chain made of pure Yang qi, and a striking head in the shape of a 9-petaled lotus, cracked against the 2 battle arts like a whip capable of shattering the firmament. The lotus-shaped striking head lit up like a star upon contact with the battle arts, then exploded with a power the human continent had not seen in millennia. Boom! As if a star had exploded within the lotus domain, a blast of pure yang, mixed with lightning and soared chi blasted outwards, its power capable of completely decimating entire continents. John's expression hardened as he raced headfirst into this expanding explosion, his arms bulging with his full strength as he slashed his scythe in front of him. The power of his 4 pinnacle dows burst alight once more as he unleashed another Asura reaping scythe, his bones creaking from the weight of the weapon, his muscles straining from the force of the attack, his meridians straining from the surging chi within. Chi. The Asura reaping scythe image cleaved forward into the explosion, its sharpness carving a path into the explosion itself. John raced headfirst into that path, one that still had the power to shatter the body of a typical early world expansion cultivator with ease. Boom! The blast of pure yang smashed into him like 1,000 exploding volcanoes. His skin shattered and vanished like ash under the heat and power of the horrifying explosion, revealing muscle and bone beneath. Teeth gritted, John pressed forward into the horrifying explosion, his body racing through the path carved by his Asura reaping scythe. As he raced further into the explosion, the path he created began to wane, the power of the explosion collapsing in on the empty space. As it did so, the heat of the pure yang surrounding him burned at his flesh and singed his hair, drowning him in a world of agony once more. Bang! The explosion finally collapsed on him, its power slamming into him from all sides at once. John felt as though he had been smashed into by heavenly mountains from all directions, his body nearly breaking from the force. His muscles tore and bones fractured, repairing a moment later from the combined healing factor of his dragon, Asura, limiters, and innate bloodline healing ability. Chi. John finally shot out of the explosion, appearing once more in the normal domain of the Yang Lotus. While the heat and power here was beyond terrifying, it felt like a breath of fresh air compared to the combined power of the Yang Lotus and explosion he had just been in. The world still burning around him, the air shimmering and baking from the Yang energy permeating the domain, John's eyes locked onto the Yang Sovereign. The Yang Sovereign stood several miles away, his lotus-shaped flail held in his right hand, his left arm lying on the ground next to him, no longer attached to his body. In the opening exchange of the battle, the surprise attack being the most crucial advantage John and the Sword Saint would get, a single severed arm was their only victory. For a cultivator as powerful as the Yang Sovereign, such an injury could hardly be considered as such. In their endeavor to kill the Yang Sovereign in their opening surprise attack, John and the Sword Saint had failed. Chapter 1130, Battling the Yang Sovereign PT. 2. John didn't know if his Asura reaping scythe or the sacred sword scripture had severed that arm, but it didn't matter either. Despite their best surprise attack, using their strongest attacks possible, they had only managed to sever an arm of the Yang Sovereign. Such an injury, while debilitating, was hardly battle-changing. It was a disappointing sight, as John had hoped their attack would have grievously wounded the Yang Sovereign at the very least, but it was better than nothing. The Yang Sovereign was looking at his severed arm, then the stump at his left shoulder. Blood and pure Yang flames burst from the open wound, as if the Yang Sovereign himself was a hybrid of human and Yang. His gaze snapped up, instantly locking onto John as he burst out of the explosion. His teeth gnashed, his expression as if it could kill alone. The Yang Sovereign turned towards John, only feeling rage and fury instead of shock and disbelief. Then, without uttering a single word of anger or mockery, the Yang Sovereign swung his right arm out, the pure Yang chain of his flail elongated as the lotus-shaped striking head shot out towards John, its power like that of an exploding sun. John dashed to the side with his fastest speed at the last possible moment as the striking head shot past him, its remnant power alone nearly overwhelming him. The heat of the striking head charred the right side of his body, turning it black. His skin cracked and turned to ash, then fell off, revealing his muscles and bones beneath once more before being healed over by his healing ability. John shot towards the Yang Sovereign with renewed speed, his scythe raised, prepared to unleash a decisive blow. "Naive child," the Yang Sovereign sneered, his right hand snapping the flail shaft downwards. A cracking sound as loud as an exploding battle art rang out behind John as the Yang chain snapped tight, the striking head changing course directly towards John's unguarded back. With the distance between the two, the striking head would no doubt land on John first, its power far too great for him to withstand through his body durability alone. With the level of battle he found himself in, only his Asura reaping scythe and Kirin god extinction could stand up to an attack from the Yang Sovereign. His heavenly lightning domain or 20-fold lightning ruin were far too weak to contest the Yang Sovereign's attack, making a quick counter-attack impossible. Only his full strength could deal with such an attack. However, if he turned to defend against it, that opening would be all the Yang Sovereign would be able to attack him directly, landing a killing blow while his back was turned to the Sovereign. It was the first counterattack of the life and death battle, and John had already lost. Yet he pressed onwards, his gaze unwavering, his speed increasing through the hellish inferno he found himself in. With things as they were, he had no choice but to trust in the one who he had despised more than anyone else on the Nine Dao world. A sneering smile appeared on the Yang Sovereign's face as he watched John fly towards him, his striking head catching up with ease, about to smash into John's back with the weight of mountains and the power of stars. Chi. A blinding white light suddenly shot through the explosion a moment after John, shooting towards the flail's striking head with a speed even greater than the Yang Sovereign's weapon. Before the Yang Sovereign could react, the Sword Saint appeared like a ghost next to the striking head, his sword slashing outwards with the power of a saint. Bang! The Sword Saint's sword slammed against the striking head. His power weaker but still strong enough to knock the attack to the side. The striking blasted to the side, narrowly missing John at the last possible moment. Asura reaping scythe. Arriving near the Yang Sovereign, John slashed forward with his full might, unleashing a point-blank Asura reaping scythe, the strongest version of the attack there was. His scythe exploded with the power of space and lightning, power and destruction, blasting apart the Yang inferno around him. Chi. Despite being locked down by the spatial repression formation, space itself was sliced into, as John's scythe cleaved down on the Yang Sovereign with lethal purpose. Boom! An explosion of Yang so intense that it nearly knocked him unconscious blasted out before John, erupting from within the Yang Sovereign himself. John was blasted backwards by the sudden release of power, his skin turning to ash, his muscles burning from the heat, his bones melting and reforging anew. John tumbled head over heels through the infernal air of the Yang Lotus realm, feeling as though he had been bathed in the center of a star. He regained his momentum a moment later, pressing down the blood rising in his throat, its heat making it feel as though pure magma was coursing through his veins. Chi. A sword image cleaved through the air as the Yang Sovereign exploded from his location towards John, space shattering beneath his every step. The Yang Sovereign turned and swung his flail towards the sword image, an explosion erupting as the two collided in midair. The sword image shattered like glass, then the very chi it was made of seemed to melt from the heat of the Yang Sovereign's attack, dissipating into nothingness. The Sword Saint was flung back in a similar manner, righting himself only a moment later. You sword cultivators think yourself the pinnacle of the cultivation world, the Yang Sovereign roared as he ignored John and shot towards the Sword Saint, his flail cracking towards the still recovering Sword Saint like a meteor of death and destruction. You look down on everyone as lesser creatures, considering yourself gods amongst men. Yet, before the power of true Yang, even the sword Tao shall melt, and even true gods shall burn. Boom! A cataclysmic beam of ruins lightning blasted towards the Yang Sovereign's side, drawing his attention at the last possible moment before his attack connected with the Sword Saint. The Yang Sovereign diverted his attack at the last moment, his flail slamming into the beam of the Kirin god destruction, shattering it and drowning the Yang Lotus realm in another apocalyptic explosion. Chi. A sword image pierced towards the Yang sovereign's side a split second later, piercing directly towards his heart. The Yang sovereign gnashed his teeth in anger and frustration, unable to deal with it directly as his offhand had been severed earlier. Bang! An explosion of pure Yang blasted out from the Yang sovereign's injured shoulder, as a new arm made of pure Yang Qi appeared with a flash of light, appearing more like a Yang petal than an arm. Bang! A blast of pure Yang Qi exploded towards the sword image, shattering it before it could reach his body. Then, with a roar of pure anger and fury, the Yang sovereign's aura exploded to heights yet unseen, his power seeming to reach the level of the surrounding Yang Lotus itself. Like a being of pure Yang come to life, the Yang sovereign's body began to glow with the power of essence runes, while tendrils of Yang Qi emerged from his body. The Yang Qi expanded a short distance around him, eventually stopping several yards in each direction as a translucent lotus of pure Yang enveloped the Yang sovereign, its 9 petals moving about like 9 arms of pure Yang. Then, with his eyes glued to John, eyes containing murderous malevolence, the Yang sovereign growled softly. 9-petal lotus transformation. Chapter 1131, The Yang sovereign's true power. John stared grimly at the Yang sovereign, who was now completely enveloped by a translucent lotus made of pure Yang Qi, his body enshrouded within. The 9 petals of the lotus moved independently of one another, like 9 limbs of destruction. While the Yang sovereign had called the art a transformation, John could tell it was not a true body transformation art. It was more akin to an essence art, one quite similar to the astral emperor's astral form. It was a form made entirely of Qi, so strong that it was almost like a body cultivator had embraced the Yang sovereign within, their powers working in unison to form the ultimate fighting form. The 9 Yang petals writhed like tentacles, slapping the air around the Yang sovereign. A blast of air strong enough to destroy weaker cultivators boomed out from each movement of the petals, like a primordial beast was trying to destroy everything around it. Most terrifying of all was the heat that enshrouded the Yang sovereign. The translucent lotus of Yang emanated a terrifying heat, one almost on par with the weakened Yang lotus. The air shimmered and space seemed to roil under the intense heat and pressure surrounding the Yang sovereign, greatly increasing the danger of approaching him. Just approaching the Yang sovereign at this point would be a dangerous undertaking, let alone landing an attack. John's gaze narrowed, his face grim as he stared at his opponent, one who truly deserved his reputation as a sovereign of the 9 Dao world. And most shocking of all, this was his weakened form. John could only imagine how horrifying the Yang sovereign was at his full strength, and didn't want to find out either. This battle needed to end here, and quickly. "I don't know what power that is you possess," the Yang sovereign said to John, his voice itself roiling like a hellish furnace was speaking, and not a human. "But it won't be enough to save you. Both you and the Sword Saint shall perish here, then everyone else as well." Boom. The air exploded behind John as he shot forward once more, understanding that the Yang sovereign was stalling for time by speaking to him. It was beyond obvious that John's current form was unsustainable, and every second the Yang sovereign wasted was a second closer to victory for him. Unfortunately for him, space was locked down by the Yang sphere formation, and so using his spatial movement art was impossible for him at the moment. While he could open space through his attacks, stepping into it and coming back out would require far too much time and energy, making it far worse than moving through physical speed alone. The Yang sovereign scoffed and swung his flail towards John, the striking head like an approaching star of destruction. John didn't even try to deal with the attack, as although he could deflect it with his full power, it would at best result in a stalemate between him and the Yang sovereign. In a battle where time was the most precious resource for him, it was a tactic he could not afford to do. Chi. As hoped, a brilliant sword image cleaved towards the striking head, followed by the Sword Saint flashing into existence before John, his true sword cleaving out as well. The two had an understanding that in this battle, John was the lead, while the Sword Saint was the support. As such, he needed to help John find an opening to land a decisive and fatal blow on the Yang Sovereign. Boom! The Lotus Realm trembled as swords struck flail, the powers of two holy manifestation cultivators clashing with apocalyptic ruin. The Sword Saint's sword image shattered and turned to ash from the first exchange, but weakened the flail enough for his true sword to deflect the striking head to the side of John, who sped by like a blur of lightning, a wake of lightning and Yang blasting behind him. Annoying gnat, the Yang Sovereign grunted, his arm snapping down as he tightened the chain of his flail, sending the striking head back towards John. A flash of brilliant white light drowned the Lotus domain for a moment as the Sword Saint activated his infinite sword domain. Tens of thousands of swords appeared in the air around him, the sight beyond awe-inspiring. The sword twisted and burned in the heat of the Lotus domain, but more swords took their place, forming a ceaseless sea of swords in the sky. Bang! The striking head slammed into the sea of swords, shattering through them like a cannonball through panes of glass. The swords shattered and dissipated as the striking head crashed through like an unstoppable beast, then reformed on the other side, surging towards the striking head with ceaseless determination. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. Swords and flail fought a battle of attrition, one that the Sword Saint was clearly losing. However, his actions were working, slowing down the flail's striking head to a point that it was almost useless to the Yang Sovereign. While the Yang Sovereign's flail was incredibly dangerous and unpredictable, with enough range to reach every corner of the Yang Lotus realm, its reach was being used against it at the moment, as the Sword Saint locked it down a great distance away from the Yang Sovereign. Locking down his weapon is about as much as I can do for you, the Sword Saint said through sound transmission. The rest will be up to you. John nodded wordlessly, his figure carving a beam of destruction through the Yang Lotus realm, piercing directly towards the Yang Sovereign, who was still pulling on his flail, trying to retrieve it. A grunt of frustration boomed from the Yang Sovereign as he abandoned his weapon for the moment, his focus returning to John. Two of the lotus petals shot out towards John, intercepting him before he could reach the Sovereign. Kirin God Extinction. And Kirin avatar of lightning formed behind John, its form becoming corporeal in an instant. The gem on its forehead lit up brightly, like a blinding blue sun, then unleashed a powerful beam of destructive lightning directly towards the lotus petals. It was not a fully channeled attack, but it was the strongest attack John could unleash at a moment's notice to deal with the Yang Sovereign's lotus petals. Boom! The attacks collided, shattering the air and sending an explosion outwards in all directions. The petals shattered the lightning beam, ending its path towards the Yang Sovereign, but lost a great deal of energy in the exchange as well. Chi. A scythe image suddenly cleaved through the explosion, cleaving its way directly towards the Yang Sovereign. John shot out of the carved path an instant later, his scythe gripped in two hands, ready to slash down on the Yang Sovereign with his absolute might. As he rapidly approached the Yang Sovereign, John saw the Sovereign sneer, a look of both amusement and malevolence appearing on his face. He narrowed his gaze as he watched the Yang Sovereign drop his weapon, the shaft falling through the air below him. Then, the Yang Sovereign raised his remaining hand, his index finger, ring finger and thumb connecting together above his palm. Suddenly, the Yang Qi permeating the Yang Lotus realms started racing towards the Yang Sovereign, like a tidal wave converging on one singular location. An incredible amount of heat raced over John, who ignored it as best he could while pressing on for his assault. He knew the Yang Sovereign was doing something, but couldn't back down now, not when time was of the essence. The Yang Qi continued to race towards the Yang Sovereign, converging above his palm and inside his conjoined fingers. A brilliant flash of glowing Yang materialized on his palm, like a miniature sun had formed. More and more Yang Qi converged into that sun of Yang, and instead of growing in size, the miniature sun continued to shrink, going from 2 inches across to a size John could hardly see. John's instincts suddenly flared with a warning only eclipsed during his battle with the Asura, his eyes widening with horrifying realization. His attack was not something he could withstand head-on from this close, at least not without sustaining grievous damage. Abandoning his attack, he shot backwards at the fastest possible speed he could. The Yang sovereign sneered as he saw this, while the space within the Yang Lotus realm suddenly seemed to freeze, almost as if time and space itself was stopping to watch what was about to happen, but only for a single moment. Pure Yang supernova. John heard the Yang sovereign sneer, his palm moving to face directly towards John and the Sword Saint. Then, as if a true star had collapsed and gone supernova, an explosion of Yang beyond anything John had expected or experienced appeared, its power coursing directly towards him. The Yang supernova reached him almost instantly, drowning both him and the Sword Saint in its power. Boom, Chapter 1132, plunging into the Asura abyss. Boom. Watching from below, the stunned crowd watched as a wave of Yang Qi, so powerful that it shook them to their cores, blasted against the edge of the Yang Lotus, its power enough to blast a small opening into the side of the lotus. Despite the power of the explosion being reduced by the Yang Lotus, the resulting shockwave blasted against those watching from below, its power enough to shatter the bodies of the weaker cultivators who had been present. Unfortunately for those cultivators, they had already been sucked up into the Yang Lotus, leaving only those in the Heaven Tribulation realm and above remaining. Those in the Heaven Tribulation realm groaned from the pain, feeling as though their bodies were about to collapse from the pressure of the shockwave alone. A moment after exploding out of the Yang Lotus, the remnant power of the Yang explosion faded away before it could reach the edge of the Yang sphere. The hole in the Yang Lotus reformed an instant later, Yang Qi reknitting the wound as if it had never existed. Millions of wide eyes, filled with both awe and horror, watched as the battle unfolded within the Yang Lotus realm. While they could not use their divine sense to peer into the lotus, its translucency allowed them to follow the battle within for the most part. They had watched as John, his power defying reality and the heavens, and the Sword Saint fought the Yang Sovereign, their battle beyond terrifying, their powers beyond comprehension. They had considered John's words of killing the Yang Sovereign to be nothing but empty blustering, but after feeling his true power, their hope was once again reignited. The 8 million remaining cultivators watched on with wide eyes and bated breaths, their hopes placed in the Sword Saint and a Tao transformation youth they had cursed and insulted for most of the tournament. Those hopes were squashed as they felt the horrifying power of the latest explosion, as almost none believed John, and the Sword Saint could withstand that and remain in fighting condition. Still, they clung to that last sliver of hope, millions of silent prayers said for the two who could provide their salvation. Boom! The pure Yang supernova blasted over John and the Sword Saint, both of them unleashing their strongest attack at the last possible moment to give them a hope for surviving this explosion. Kirin extinction. Sacred Sword Scripture. Sword and lightning blasted forward, slamming onto the unstoppable explosion of Yang. The two attacks were swallowed up instantly, their power eclipsed by the might of the pure Yang supernova. Bang! The explosion of Yang slammed against them an instant later, drowning them in ruinous power and horrifying heat. Despite his Kirin extinction lessening the power of the explosion by a small amount, he tumbled through the sky, blasted outwards by the explosion without being able to resist at all. His skin turned to ash, his muscles cooked within his body, and even his bones began to melt, nearly unable to withstand the unstoppable might and heat of the Yang Sovereigness attacks. Teeth gnashed, John did his best to control the qi within his body, sending it to the parts most damaged by the continuous blast. His healing qi coursed through his damaged body, healing the melted bones and cindered muscles and ashen skin, only to be destroyed a moment later by the explosion again. As he was flung through the sky, the battle between healing and destruction raged on within his body, John barely able to keep his body intact and mind focused. The pain was nearly overwhelming, even for someone as experienced with pain as him. After what felt like an eternity, He finally regained a sliver of control over himself and his chi, then slashed out with his scythe, carving a path through the explosion. He surged forward and burst out of the explosion just before slamming into the internal walls of the Yang Lotus, narrowly avoiding a gruesome end. Chi. A sword image cleaved out from the explosion a moment afterwards, followed by a miserable-looking sword saint speeding out of the explosion. Blood slicked the saint's body in many locations, with deep wounds covering much of his body. John was surprised to see the sword saint manage the attack even better than him. While the sword saint was weaker than him in power at the moment, and was not a body cultivator, his true body was still that of a holy manifestation cultivator. As such, it was on a comparable level to John's current durability, allowing him, alongside the terrifying sword arts he used, to survive that attack. "That's a true, holy manifestation cultivator for you," he yunted, returning his gaze to the distant Yang sovereign. The sword saint flashed towards John, appearing next to him an instant later. "Can you still fight?" he asked John, eyeing his gruesome condition. John merely nodded, his answer surprising the saint. "You're far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. I apologize for the way I treated you before. It was short-sight." "You can apologize after we kill the Yang sovereign," John cut the sword saint off, as now was not the time for heartfelt apologies. Every second was a second closer to his body collapsing from the tremendous strain his current level of power burdened him with, and so no second could be wasted. The two watched the Yang sovereign remain motionless in the distance, not approaching them, eyeing them with an amused smile. The surrounding chi from the Yang Lotus coursed towards him, reinvigorating the chi he expended in that apocalyptic pure Yang supernova. Both John and the sword saint grimaced, coming to a terrible realization. In this realm of pure Yang, the Yang sovereign has an almost infinite amount of chi to use, the sword saint said through sound transmission, his expression grim. "We cannot fight a battle of attrition against him. Either we suppress his power, weakening him to a point that we can kill him, or we cut off his ability to freely absorb the Lotus Yang. If we cannot do that, defeat is imminent." He glanced at John, eyeing his condition again, surprised at how much John had healed in just a few seconds. Compared to before, his condition was night and day. What he didn't know was the horrifying amount of chi John used to heal his body, chi that was slowly but surely dwindling. "I do not have a way to restrict his Yang chi absorption, nor do I have a way to suppress his power," the sword saint continued, his piercing gaze silently asking John the question. "Do you?" John remained silent for a second, his mind racing for solutions. They had already used their most powerful attacks against the Yang sovereign and had not succeeded in killing him. The sword saint was right in his assessment of the battle. They had to weaken the Yang sovereign first, or cut him off from his unlimited Yang. He didn't have a way to do the latter, but an idea was forming in his mind regarding the former. He gritted his teeth as the idea grew in his mind, one so crazy that he would never have considered it in any situation other than the one he currently found himself in. "I might have a way," John finally replied, expression grim. The sword saint's eyes lit up with hope and relief, his expression begging for John to explain. John glanced at the sword saint, then breathed in deeply as he prepared for what was to come next. "I have a domain art that I've been cultivating, one that has the power to diminish the powers of others within the domain," John said, his words growing the hope within the sword saint's soul. "But I've never been able to successfully unleash the domain, and I doubt I can do so now either." "Then," the sword saint replied with defeat, unable to finish his sentence. "But," John continued, "I may just have a way that will allow me to not only become a tiny bit stronger, but also allow me to comprehend the fundamentals of that domain to a point that I can use it in battle." "Truly," the sword saint replied, hope evident in his voice. "Then why haven't you used it yet?" "Because," John said after breathing out deeply, "doing so will push myself to the edge of destruction, both physically and mentally. In order to achieve this power, I will need to abandon a part of my humanity, sacrificing it to fuel the Asura within me. If I do that, I have no idea what will happen, and in the worst-case scenario, I perish from the power, or I lose my sanity and no longer have control over my body and mind. In that case, I could see you as an enemy just as much as the Yang sovereign. It's an all-out gamble, one that very well might fail even if it works. The sword saint fell silent for a second, then instantly made up his mind. There is no other option, John, he said to John with soft sincerity, using his name for the first time instead of calling him boy or some form of insult. Do what you must. From everything I've seen of you so far, I have full confidence in your ability to control this power. John gave the sword saint a surprised glance, then nodded slowly. His mind made up, he focused his chi inwards towards the artifact, the object that had been his body Danshan for many years now. Ever since stepping into the heaven tribulation realm, his essence Danshan and body Danshan became inexorably linked, making it nearly impossible for him to raise his body Danshan to a level above his essence Danshan like he had done in his early cultivation realms. Every attempt to do so had nearly pushed his mind and soul into the realm of insanity as his Asura powers sought to overtake his body and mind, a risk too great to ever take. Now, that risk was the only possible solution for getting out of this alive. To suppress the Yang sovereign to a level that they could kill, he needed to be able to unleash the Asura domain. And in order to comprehend the Asura domain, he needed to become an Asura. With one last deep breath, John plunged his mind over the edge as he sent his beast blood essence reserves into his body Danshan, pushing it towards the half-step world expansion realm and his soul towards insanity. The process was almost instant, as what stopped him before was not the difficulty, but the danger of doing this. An agonizing amount of pain assaulted his mind, body, and soul, as the familiar murmurs gnawed at his very existence. Defile, pillage, murder, slaughter. In an instant, his body Danshan stepped over the edge, taking his mind and soul with it. With the last shred of his remaining control, John formed a defensive wall around his soul using his strongest soul power he could, then plunged into the Asura abyss. As he took the plunge, deep within the palace realm, a deep, muffled growl emanated from the sinister gate as a hidden power stirred, tendrils of red and black chi permeating through the gate. Chapter 1133 whispers from the gate as he pushed himself over the edge, forcing his body Danshan into the half-step world expansion realm. John felt his mind twist and bend under the pressure of the murmurs, of the sinister aura growing by the second within his mind and soul. The pain became overwhelming, and then it vanished. Not the pain. No, the pain was still very much there. What vanished was the overwhelmingness of it all. John felt his mind snap, his humanity shattering like glass, his being embracing the Asura. At that moment, the pain was no longer an enemy, but a friend. He looked up, his eyes widening slightly before narrowing into a cold, murderous gaze as he stared at the sinister gate before him. Without realizing it, without knowing he had been drawn in, without doing it himself, John found himself standing before the sinister gate within his palace realm. The sinister aura permeated the massive room, a dark black and red glow to everything. This aura was far thicker than normal, almost like a mist thick enough to choke a person. It was as if he were nearly swimming in this aura of murder and malevolence, an aura that typically drove him to the point of insanity, beyond the edge of madness. Now this aura felt much less sinister, much less painful. Instead, it was something he found himself yearning for. More, he thought. More of this aura, more of this power, more of this pain. He glanced at the sinister door, noticing thick tendrils of black and red chi emanating from it, something that had never happened before. He narrowed his eyes, studying it for a moment, then turned to leave this place. The thrill and lust of battle nearly overwhelmed him, and in the outside world, there was a thrilling, murderous battle to be fought. So, a low growl boomed from the gate, causing John to pause his footsteps. He turned and looked at the sinister gate, studying the tendrils of black and red chi that writhed in the air as they made their way over to him. You have finally embraced the power of an Asura, and the voice continued, its pitch rumbling and deep, its nature sinister and malevolent. John's narrowed eyes stared at the tendrils that surrounded him, then glanced back at the massive gate. "So there really is something behind this gate," John sneered, a smile of amused derangement appearing on his face. "I figured as much." The tendrils of chi landed on him like soft feathers, touching his skin and embracing his body. At that moment, he felt as though he had TNLE been plunged into the depth of the vilest of hells, one that would cause the common mind to shatter and break from the murmurs alone. Those murmurs told him to defile, to destroy, to kill, to slaughter, to massacre everyone and everything. They told him to bring pain and anguish to the world and cause as much chaos as possible. Normally, he would have defied these murmurs, pushing both them and the tendrils away, recoiling in pain and disgust. His mind now seeing things different, he swam in these thoughts, not embracing or denying, but considering. The temptation of the murmurs were truly enticing, so he remained instead of leaving. "Yes," the voice growled menacingly, "I have been here, for time beyond counting, waiting for this day. Embrace me, and I shall give you power beyond your imagination." "Embrace you," John replied, his voice almost as deep and guttural as the other voice, but not quite. "I don't know you. Why would I embrace you?" "You need my power, do you not?" the voice said, its message clear, its tone enticing. "You need my power to kill that man, power." "I need your power?" John sneered, his face twisting. "Right now I have all the power I need. I understand everything my naive self wasn't able to see just moments ago. I do not need your power. I alone am enough." A growl boomed from within the sinister gate, shaking it and rattling the chains binding it closed. "You need me," it roared with loud malevolence. "Release me." "Piss off and stay in your cage," John said with a twisted expression and gnashed teeth, as if he were smiling down on a lesser creature. Then he turned to leave, his soul fatting from the sinister room. "This conversation bores me. I have things to do and people to kill." Then he vanished. The sinister gate boomed again, shaking with violent intensity. Then the tendrils of chi slowly began to withdraw back into it, the room returning to its former condition. "You will eventually reach out to me, open yourself to me and embrace my power," the voice growled, its tone a mixture of rage and expectation. "And when that day comes..." The Sword Saint watched John fall silent, his entire existence like it has become frozen in time. There were no movements, no sounds made, nothing at all. It was as if John had become an empty shell, unnerving even the Sword Saint. Then, as if a tempest of malevolence had erupted from the depths of the deepest hells, the Sword Saint felt a horrifying aura emerge from John, one far more sinister than anything he had ever felt in his life. He had dealt with the devils his entire life, beings of chaos, murder, and destruction. And yet, compared to the devils he had encountered, this aura was far, far more terrifying. Comparing the two auras was like comparing a child to an adult, a peasant to a god. A moment later, a sinister laugh suddenly filled the entire Yang Lotus realm, the malevolence of it shaking both the Sword Saint and the Yang Sovereign to their cores. That laughter was followed by the most horrifying cry that they had ever heard, like a roar from the most terrifying of primordial beasts. The sound was so shrill that it made their ears ache, and so evil that it made their souls tremble. Eyes wide, the Sword Saint couldn't help but move backwards instinctively, his guard raised as he stared at John. John's body wriggled and writhed, like worms were underneath it, changing by the second. His frame grew larger, his arms and legs far more muscular, his two curved horns longer. Every aspect of his body became more brutal, more sinister, more perfect for slaughter and destruction. Most terrifying of all were the two blood-red eyes that seemed to glow like twin suns, eyes that snapped onto the Sword Saint, plunging him into the depths of this sinister evil. He felt as though he was being stared at by a primordial demon, a creature of nightmares. He recalled John's words at that moment, when John had mentioned the nature of his power. The words struck the Sword Saint like a hammer from the heavens, his entire being becoming stiff, as he recalled all he knew of that mysterious, horrifying race that had plunged the universe into darkness eons ago. Chapter 1134, Asuraic domain of anguish. John's maniacal words echoed throughout the Yang Lotus realm as he sped towards the Yang Sovereign. A trail of black and red chi spread behind him, like a blight tainting the realm. A wild, bloodthirsty look dominated his face as he laughed loudly, his eyes glued to the young sovereign like a hawk. "Slaughter, maim, destroy!" John roared as he neared the sovereign, who just now recovered from his shock at John's sudden and terrifying transformation. While the sovereign had never seen or fought a true Asura, he had read accounts and seen drawings of them. The creature before him now was so similar that it was almost as if John had truly become an Asura, something he had no idea was even possible. At the same time, the young sovereign felt the increased power emanating from John, reaching a level that could truly threaten him. Recovering quickly, he put away his flail and raised his hand before him, connecting his 3 fingers in a circle as he had done just moments ago when unleashing his pure yang supernova. The yang qi surrounding him began to race towards him, the power contained within his hand busting alight with blinding brilliance. He watched as John sped towards him like a demon, the Lotus realm trembling under his speed and might. Unlike before, John showed no signs of retreating. Instead, his speed increased as he raced towards the sovereign, who smirked as the power in his hands increased, the miniature sun becoming smaller and denser. "Perish, vile creature," the Yang sovereign said as he prepared to unleash his pure Yang supernova in the instant before John reached him, ensuring the maximum damage possible. "Ha ha ha, you shall know. Anguish," John cried out, his laughter frenzied and maniacal as his aura suddenly exploded outwards. Thanks to his newly acquired power and the perspective it brought, John was finally able to understand the missing pieces to the domain of pain the Asura had used, one he had desperately tried to emulate. His human perspective had been his shortcoming, obscuring his ability to see the true nature of the domain. He had tried to create a domain in which everyone but himself was affected, giving him a boost over his opponents. Now that he had embraced the mental state of a true Asura, that perspective had shattered, allowing him to see the truth. All shall know pain and all shall be drowned in anguish, himself included. The domain of pain was not a self-excluding domain, it was an all-encompassing domain. Pain was not an enemy, it was a friend. Pain gave him clarity. Pain gave him strength. Pain gave him resolve. And more importantly, pain caused his enemies misery, caused them unimaginable anguish, caused them to suffer. To create the ultimate domain of pain, he needed to embrace the concept of pain to its fullest, using it on both enemies and himself alike. He could not make a true domain of pain while excluding himself from the effects. There were no exceptions, not even himself. Pain and anguish were absolute. Only when pain was absolute could his domain be absolute. Asuraic domain, domain of anguish. Boom. Without any warning at all, a domain of black and red burst into power around John, its power instantly mixing with the potent yang qi surrounding them. This domain enveloped the Yang sovereign and the surrounding area for miles in each direction, blasting against the sovereign before he could react. A surprised cry of pain left the sovereign's mouth, his face twisting in pain as an overwhelming pain assaulted his body, mind, and soul. Murmurs of slaughter, destruction, and other vile actions clawed at his soul, while his body felt a physical pain great enough to cause his body to shudder and twist. It was a power that made his every thought be filled with pain, every movement of his body be thick with agony. It was a power that was impossible to resist, which also made it impossible to fight with his full strength. Boom. Overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of physical pain and mental anguish, the Yang sovereign lost control of his pure Yang supernova. It began to ripple in his hand as it became unstable, and he desperately pushed through the sudden pain to regain control, but it was too late. Boom. The half-formed sun in the Yang sovereign's palm exploded right in his face, a cataclysmic explosion bursting into existence directly in front of him, as well as John. A wide-eyed grin appeared on John's face, one looking more like an Asura than a human at this point, as he increased his speed once more, diving headfirst into the horrific explosion. The explosion blasted onto his body with ruinous power, instantly destroying his skin, rupturing muscles and organs, and fracturing bones. Light snuff. A spurt of blood burst from his mouth, as well as open wounds on his body, blood that was instantly incinerated from the heat of the Lotus domain. The explosion fought to push him backwards, but John only increased his power, ignoring any wounds and embracing the pain they brought as he surged forward into the explosion. Then his scythe slashed forward with full power as he approached a dark figure within the explosion. Bang! The scythe blade slammed against the young sovereign's hastily raised flail. When he had managed to raise just as he saw John appear, the young sovereign's body was covered in deep wounds from his destroyed battle art, his skin charred in many places, blood dripping from several open wounds. "Gah!" the young sovereign cried out in pain as he shot backwards through the sky, his defense instantly overwhelmed by John's impossible strength. It was the first time in this battle that he had completely lost out on an exchange, causing panic to arise within the sovereign. The young sovereign shot out of the explosion, his body leaving behind a trail of blood and ash. "D!" A sinister cry followed as John shot out of the explosion an instant later, his arm that he had used to attack the sovereign completely shattered, the arm held together by flesh and sinew. That flesh and sinew sizzled and was cooked by the heat of the Lotus realm, but the healing factor within John's body fought against it, starting to reform his broken arm anew. His aura still enveloped both the young sovereign and himself, continuing the onslaught of pain and anguish both felt. The Yang sovereign grimaced against the pain, his body slowly but surely healing from his Yang-based healing abilities. "Come on," John roared, his face twisted to an unrecognizable state, his tone completely insane. More pain, more slaughter, more struggle, more death. Boom. John exploded forward with shocking speed as he put away his heavy scythe, his heels slamming down on the young sovereign's chest before the sovereign could fully react. The sound of breaking bone and tearing flesh rang out as John's leg exploded into a mist of blood, his flesh rupturing and bones breaking under the force of the impact. At the same time, the young sovereign coughed up another mouthful of blood, his ribs fracturing from the force of the kick. His body shot downwards through the Lotus realm, screeching towards the internal wall of the Lotus. He watched as John's maniacal smile grew wider, seemingly ignoring the pain of the domain and the anguish of his leg nearly shattering apart. A cry of pain and effort boomed from the young sovereign's mouth as his power exploded once more, finally able to recover slightly from the pain and sudden onslaught. His flail reappeared in his hand, which he swung outwards with incredible power, the striking head rising upwards towards John, who was speeding towards him once more. "Ha, good, resist, fight, suffer!" John roared manically as he sped towards the striking head, his scythe reappearing in his healed hands, swinging outwards with the power of a true Asura. Lights new Omicron Volchi. A brilliant sword image suddenly appeared, cleaving apart all Yang Qi and slamming into the striking head. The sword image exploded into a shower of sword Qi, but did enough to blast the striking head aside, causing it to burst past John and into the distance. John's head snapped to the side, his wide eyes glued to the distant sword saint who hovered just outside the reaches of his Asuraic domain. "Fuck off," John roared, his blood-red eyes brimming with rage and fury. "Do not interrupt my feast or I'll kill you next." Poster notes. I made a mistake while posting the last chapter and posted an incomplete chapter, so feel free to read it again to make sure you didn't miss anything. Gus chapter 1135. A gruesome battle. The sword saint recoiled slightly, completely surprised by John's sudden outburst towards him. He gripped his sword tightly, his guard raised to the maximum as the two locked eyes. In that moment, the sword saint felt what true terror was, of locking eyes with a creature of pure malevolence, pure destruction. He could tell that John was sincere in his words, that he would turn his scythe towards the saint if he interrupted this battle of his. The sword saint gritted his teeth, unsure of how to proceed for the moment. He had already been shocked to his core upon seeing John unleash his domain of anguish, which was unlike any domain the sword saint had ever seen. It was a completely brutal domain, one that inflicted just as much harm onto John as it did his opponents. However, this only seemed to fuel John's anger, fuel his bloodlust, turning him into a frenzied beast with no thoughts other than to slaughter and destroy. The Sword Saint then breathed a slight sigh of relief as John turned and shot towards the Yang Sovereign once more, his sword tightly gripped in his hands. His mind raced with next steps, but only one thought seemed to have any hope of victory. I need to support John, the Sword Saint thought, studying John's body closely. This form of his is beyond his body's ability to withstand, and each action of his does as much damage to him as it does the Yang Sovereign. While he seems to have a slight advantage against at the Yang Sovereign, his body will give out before he is able to turn that advantage into victory. There is only one option I can choose: trust in John and help him no matter the cost. Mind made up, the Sword Saint sped forward towards the battle, his sword pointing directly towards the Yang Sovereign's heat. Divine sword pierces the firmament. Chi. The Yang Sovereign's grimace deepened as his attack was thwarted, then breathed a sigh of relief after John paused to confront the Sword Saint instead of press the advantage. His weapon returned to his side as he recovered as much strength as he could in this opening, his grimace turning into a confident yet pained smile as he saw John approach. His body will fall apart before long. All I need to do is stall and why. Pub Future ads. The Yang Sovereign's gaze snapped to the side as he felt a lethal danger approaching from his side. He spotted the Sword Saint's battle art. The divine sword pierces the firmament, piercing towards him with unimaginable speed. This was the same battle art that Jihin had unleashed against Jaxus to destroy his Lotus battle art, only far faster and more lethal due to the Sword Saint's higher cultivation and increased control over the sword Dao. The Yang Sovereign roared out with panicked fury as he slashed his flail towards the attack, knowing that his Yang Lotus transformation form could not fully protect his body from such a terrifying attack. Bang! Sword and flail smashed into one another several dozen yards from the Yang Sovereign, creating an explosion of Yang and sword. The Sword Saint's sword image shattered like glass, unable to withstand the power of the Yang Sovereigness' more explosively powerful flail. Yet, that opening was all that was needed, one the Yang Sovereign realized as his gaze snapped upwards towards the one falling down towards him. Ha 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 ha! John's maniacal laughter boomed out as he slashed down with his scythe, which cleaved directly towards the Sovereign's head. All 9 lotus petals, surrounding the Yang Sovereign's body, surged upwards towards John, hopping to stop his scythe for long enough to put distance between the two of them. Another burst of frenzied laughter boomed from John as he did the unexpected and threw his scythe towards the Sovereign. His arms burst into a shower of blood from the force at which he threw his extraordinarily heavy scythe, but his maniacal laughter showed no signs of caring about such damage or pain. Chi. The scythe, turning head over heels like a wheel of ruin, cleaved directly through the lotus petals, its power and sharpness far too great to be stopped by concentrated Yang Qi alone. The Yang Sovereign opened his mouth, which lit up brightly like the sun, followed by a beam of pure Yang Qi blasting towards the scythe. Bang! The scythe was blasted aside, finally stopped by the Yang Sovereign's attacks. The beam then blasted onto John, exploding against his body with horrifying power, stopping his momentum and blasting him upwards away from the Sovereign. The sound of bones breaking boomed out as John was blasted upwards, blood spurting about him, turning to ash in the terrifying heat. His maniacal laughter paused for only a moment before he righted himself and burst alight with power once more, speeding back towards the Yang Sovereign with unwavering dedication, grabbing his falling scythe on the way. He didn't even utter words anymore. The only sounds he made were guttural roars and frenzied laughter. Bang, bangs, bang. John and the Yang Sovereign smashed into one another over and over, their apocalyptic power shaking all of creation. The Sword Saint continued to fight alongside John despite his earlier warnings, staying just outside the range of his domain, keeping John alive whenever he could. As such, the battle, a battle that appeared to be a battle between gods and demons for those watching from below, raged on with unbelievable power and cruelty. The sky fractured, and the realm shook under the weight of their powers, seeming as though it would fall apart at any second. As the battle raged on, the Sword Saint became increasingly anxious, his fears of defeat growing by the second. Despite John's incredible power and horrifying domain, and despite him holding the slight advantage in their direct battle, the Yang Sovereign was able to hold on. Even with the Sword Saint doing all he could, the Yang Sovereign persisted like an undying battle god, waiting for the time that John's body finally succumbed to the internal destruction, at which point the Sovereign's victory would be assured. And based on the rapidly deteriorating state of John's body, that time was rapidly approaching. It was already a miracle that his body could withstand such incredible power and such a horrifying burden for so long, especially considering his true body was only in the Tao transformation realm. It was beyond heaven-defying, but even those who defied the heavens had their limits. And if the Yang Sovereign was not defeated before that limit was reached, then everyone was doomed to perish. As expected of a sovereign, he's truly deserving of his title, the Sword Saint thought, although he hated to admit it. He always was jealous of the Yang Sovereign and considered him the sovereign's equal despite his lower cultivation. Now he understood that there was a gap between them, one that determination and the Sword Tao alone could not bridge. While speeding through the Lotus Realm, following the battle and unleashing his most powerful sword arts, the Sword Saint glanced downwards, his eyes locking onto a figure on the other side of the Lotus Realm, standing in the arena far below. The Sword Saint locked eyes with his son, Jihin, for a singular moment, then breathed in deep as he made up his mind. The anxious look on his face vanished immediately, replaced by one of pure resolve. A look formed by a resolve so strong, the Sword Saint could not recall a time when he was more resolved in his life. A resolve to win this battle at all costs, regardless of the personal price he had to pay. For his son's survival, everything was an acceptable price. A deep breath then escaped the Sword Saint's mouth as, mind firmly made up, he sped towards the battle again, piercing into the domain of anguish as his aura exploded like a brilliant, white sun, powered by the burning of his blood essence, the lifeblood of a cultivator. Chapter 11:36, the Sword Saint's his blood essence burning within, igniting a power that the Sword Saint had never felt before. He sped towards the battle, piercing into John's domain of anguish. The Sword Saint braced himself for the pain, but still couldn't help but gasp from the agony he felt, both mental and physical. It was as if his body was being flayed, his skin peeled, his muscles ripped, his bones ground into dust. It was as if his soul was being cooked alive by an infernal hellfire, making each thought excruciating, affecting both his combat prowess and instincts. Still, despite this excruciating pain, the Sword Saint pushed forward, knowing that he needed to help end this battle quickly and decisively. The only way to do that was to get up close and personal to the Yang Sovereign, unleashing an attack that the Yang Sovereign was not able to deflect at the last possible moment. As he sped into the dark domain, his vision became a blur as the black and red of the Asura domain mixed with the yang of the Lotus Realm. It was like being plunged into a sea of black and red magma, so thick it was difficult to move through. So hot that it burned his flesh, charring his skin and adding to the pain he felt. Within this sea of agony, the Sword Saint spotted John and the Yang Sovereign, the two of them locked in a brutal battle, exchanging attack after attack, wound after wound. The Sword Saint grit his teeth and firmed his resolve for the last push of power, both in this battle and potentially his life. Then, his sword glowing like a brilliant white sun, he joined the battle. Boom, boom, boom. The realm of the Yang Lotus trembled non-stop as John and the Yang Sovereign exchanged a flurry of attacks, both of them landing gruesome blows on the other. Qi and blood flew about the air, becoming singed by the immense heat of the Yang surrounding them. The Yang Sovereign flicked his one arm towards John, 5 balls of power, like miniature suns, appearing before each finger. The miniature suns sped towards John and surrounded him in an instant, then exploded before he could react. While not as powerful as the fully powered pure Yang supernova, each of the 5 miniature suns were powerful enough to destroy entire countries, ruin entire kingdoms. All 5 exploded at point-blank range, drowning John in the center of a horrifyingly powerful explosion. Boom! The entire Yang sphere shook violently, the Yang Lotus realm unable to fully contain the power of the explosion and shockwaves. The spectators below were blasted by this shockwave, many of them knocked unconscious by its power, then sucked up into the Yang Lotus as they no longer had the power to resist its suction. For those who stayed conscious, their anxious worries continued to grow, as there was seemingly no end to the battle in sight. And even if there was an end, it didn't look promising that it would end in victory. Ha ha ha! Maniacal laughter boomed from within the explosion of pure yang, followed by John shooting out of it, his expression twisted. His body was completely devoid of skin, while many of his muscles were ripped, many bones fractured or completely broken. The Yang Sovereign's eyes went wide as he watched John approach him without a care for his injuries, which began to heal at an unnatural speed. The Sovereign thought that attack would have given him breathing room, but no matter what he did, John continued to come for him like an undead zombie, unable to be killed. An immortal Asura, unable to be defeated. "Kill!" John roared maniacally, his scythe slashing outwards towards the falling Yang Sovereign. An Asura reaping scythe image cleaved towards the Yang Sovereign, parting all Yang before it, reaching the Yang Sovereign in an instant. The Yang Sovereign grit his teeth and swung his flail outwards, the striking head slamming against the scythe image. Another explosion blasted between them, which John ignored as he shot through it, his body destroyed and reformed anew before he could truly die. He no longer held his scythe, and so his speed was far greater than before, not slowed down by its immense weight. Like a meteor crashing down to a planet, John sped downwards feet first, his heels smashing directly towards the Yang Sovereign's chest. The Yang Sovereign had already received one of these attacks from John, and had no intention of taking another directly. He no longer looked down on John's physical body attacks, which were somehow just as strong as his attacks with his weapon, or so it seemed. The Yang Sovereign recovered his flail's striking head with a flick of his wrist, then swung it outwards towards John. With the power of stars, the striking head shot upwards towards John, intending on ending the fight now that John was weaponless. The Yang Sovereign's gaze suddenly snapped to the side, his eyes going wide as he saw a flash of light appear, like a metallic object catching the light just right. He then saw John's scythe, spinning through the air, moving directly towards him like a bladed wheel of death. Without realizing it, John had thrown his scythe in the middle of the explosion, which arced around towards the Yang Sovereign while he dealt with John directly. This simple attack would have been easily detected in a normal battle with divine sense, but the heat and intensity of the Yang Qi within the Lotus realm was so intense that it interfered with everyone's divine sense, the Yang Sovereign's included. The Yang Sovereign, a combat expert as he was, didn't panic. He continued his flail attack towards John, while his head turned to the side, his mouth opening, a deep glow emerging from within. Boom! A blast of ruinous Yang Qi exploded from the Yang Sovereign's mouth, blasting towards the scythe. The two met in the air, crashing against one another, followed by an explosion as the beam blasted the scythe off course enough to miss the Yang Sovereign. The Yang Sovereign smirked as his flail was about to reach John, whose legs would undoubtedly turn to paste if directly struck by the weapon. "What?" The Yang Sovereign suddenly cried out, his instincts altering him of an enormous danger approaching from the other side. He knew it was the Sword Saint, but was surprised by the level of lethality his instincts currently felt. He turned to look at the Sword Saint, ready to intercept whatever ranged attack he used, much like each of his other attacks. The Yang Sovereign's eyes went wide as he spotted the Sword Saint himself, piercing through the twin domains of anguish and yang, directly towards the Yang Sovereign. The Sword Saint's body glowed a bright white, tinged ever so slightly with a blood-red color. At the same time, the Sword Saint's power was actually on par with the Yang Sovereign, something he had not expected at all. "Have you gone mad, burning your blood essence?" the Yang Sovereign roared with a wild panic. "I'm dead either way," the Sword Saint sneered, his sword growing in his hand to become a full mile long, glowing with the white power of the ultimate sword Tao. With his power increased by burning his blood essence, he swung the massive sword towards the sovereign, parting Yang and Asura domain as if both were butter before a hot knife. The Yang sovereign felt dread creep through his body. He could easily deal with the sword saint with the power difference, but with their powers at the same level, that was utterly impossible. Unless he dealt with the sword saint with his full power, the latter would have the opportunity to cleave his body in half. The Yang sovereign was not dumb enough to look down on the sword Dao, known for being the most lethal of all Daos. In what was potentially the final battle of his life, the sword saint held nothing back as he swung his sword with his absolute power, intending to cleave even the heavens apart if that's what was required to win this battle. Sacred Sword Scripture, Chapter 1137, Finale of Devastation. The Sword Saint's mile-long sword cleaved down on the Yang Sovereign with unmatched speed and sharpness, capable of cleaving the Yang Sovereign clean in half if he didn't use his full power to defend against it. And on top of that, he had lost an arm at the start of battle, making it impossible to deal with both John and the Sword Saint with the same amount of power. As such, he needed to make a decision, and he did so after a moment's hesitation. The Yang Sovereign's arm flicked downwards, pulling on his flail's chain, redirecting the striking head towards the Sword Saint's sword. The striking head turned immediately, its speed or power not lessening at all as it crashed towards the sword. Then the Yang Sovereign looked towards John, his mouth opening again, unleashing another beam of pure Yang Qi, its roaring heat scorching the air, its power parting all before it. Boom, boom. Both attacks met their targets at the same time, immediately drowning the entire Yang Lotus realm in the ruinous power of all three cultivators. Space shook, and the entire Yang sphere trembled, the power so great that it bled out to the Yangdao sect outside the Yang sphere, rumbling the land for hundreds of miles in every direction. The Yang Sovereign was blasted downwards by the explosion, increasing his speed towards the bottom of the Lotus realm. The explosion blasted against him, nearly destroying him before he could muster the power to withstand it, then used the surrounding Yang Qi to heal his fresh and gruesome wounds. Hey ha ha ha! Sinister laughter boomed from within the explosion, loud enough to be heard despite the explosion around him. More, M-O-O-R-E. Boom. A beam of ruinous lightning pierced through the explosion, carving a channel directly through it. It pierced directly towards the Yang Sovereign, who spotted John from within the open channel, whose maniacal expression and sinister glowing red eyes locked onto him. His battle lust not lessened at all despite the fact that his body was almost unrecognizable by the damage it had sustained. Yet again, John's body began to heal at a terrifying rate, his rippled muscles reconnecting, his shattered bones reforging anew. However, the healing process was slower this time, fast enough to heal John in time for the next attack, but slow enough that the Yang Sovereign could tell John's Qi reserves and healing ability were almost at their end. His eyes flickered, and a determined look appeared on the Yang Sovereign's face as he prepared to deal with the lightning beam and hold on for just a bit more, when suddenly the danger from the Sword Saint reappeared, the Yang Sovereign's instincts flaring with grave warning. Qi. The massive mile-long sword cleaved through the explosion with incredible speed and sharpness, seemingly uninhibited by the Yang Sovereign's weapon attack at all. Each attack of his flail contained the power of a fully powered battle art, and yet the sword fell towards him as if it had done nothing to stop its power. PFT! A spurt of blood shot out of the Sword Saint's mouth as he appeared from within the explosion, his body like an ant, his sword like a mountain. His face was pale and spirit-waning, but the Sword Saint's expression was as resolved as ever, unwavering as he looked at the Yang Sovereign with hatred in his gaze. All of your blood essence, the Yang Sovereign roared. You'll become a cripple. That's better than being dead, the Sword Saint sneered as he used the last remnants of his power and blood essence to power his final attack. His body burst alight with brilliant white sword Qi. The Sword Saint coughed out another mouthful of blood, but ignored his internal damage as he mustered his full power towards the sovereign. "This is the last time I'll be able to unleash you," the sword saint said with a soft whisper towards his sword's artifact spirit. "So, let's go all out and make sure we end this battle with no regrets." As if inspired by the sword saint, his true sword exploded with another level of power, growing even larger, becoming faster and sharper. Then the sword saint swung his sword towards the Yang sovereign, his arms shattering from the force of his final and ultimate attack. It was the culmination of a lifetime of cultivation, putting everything towards one technique, one final attack, his strongest finale of devastation. Chi. Space parted despite the spatial repression effects. A thin line sliced into the void as the apocalyptic sword cleaved towards the wide-eyed Yang sovereign. The Yang sovereign roared with rage and panic as he turned towards the sword attack, ignoring John's lightning beam. He flung his flail out towards the sword, then let go as it sped outwards. An instant later, he pointed his 5 fingers towards the sword, time not on his side to unleash a pure Yang supernova, but instead his quick-release version of it. The 5 balls of pure Yang Qi raced towards the sword, reaching it a moment later and exploding with the power of 5 small suns. They then exploded with horrific power, the striking head smashing against the sword at the same time, the combined power of the Yang sovereign dealing with the sword saint, who he had looked down upon his entire life as a lesser cultivator. Then his head snapped towards John, who was almost upon him. His mouth opened as another beam of ruinous Yang Qi blasted directly towards the lightning beam, like the most powerful of volcanoes exploding. The Yang sovereign cried out in pain as his own explosion blasted against him, sending him downwards at an even faster pace. The bottom of the Yang Lotus realm was fast approaching, its barrier brimming with the ultimate Yang. Even for the Yang sovereign, smashing into this wall of pure Yang would result in gruesome injuries, ones he could not afford to sustain. He drew in the surrounding Yang to power his body and prepare his next attack. Instead, a chill of dread and despair crept up his spine as that sinister laugher boomed from above, followed by John, whose body was half destroyed, blasting down towards him as if he didn't care that his body was about to fall apart at any moment. His legs were shattered and turned into a meat paste held together by muscles and sinew. His body was devoid of flesh, exposing his muscles and bones to the heat of the realm. And yet, the menacing creature before him didn't care. He was relentless, unyielding, undying. In that moment, the Yang sovereign knew what true despair was. Boom! John's hastily reformed legs smashed directly on the Yang sovereign's chest before he could react. The gruesome sound of bones breaking, both from John and the Yang sovereign, echoed outwards, followed by a grunt of pain and a mouthful of blood being coughed up by the Yang sovereign. Then, before he could react to anything, the Yang sovereign smashed against the floor of the Lotus realm, his body crashing against the wall of pure Yang Qi with unrelenting speed and power. Boom! The entire Yang Lotus trembled as John, using the Yang sovereign's body as a shield, smashed into and then through the Lotus confines. The world outside the Lotus shook with horrifying intensity as a streak of fire and blood shot down from the Lotus above, crashing towards the ground below. With the terrifying heat of the Yang Lotus transformation surrounding his body, John's flesh cooked from the intense heat, the damage and pain seemingly ignored by him completely. Those in the arena below hastily made their way to the side, using their fastest physical speed to avoid being near where the 2 above were descending towards. They looked up with awe and horror as they watched the most terrifying creature descend towards them, a demon mounting a lotus of pure Yang, laughing maniacally the entire way down. Then, with a wicked bang and sickening crunch, the Yang sovereign slammed back first into the arena ground, John's full power smashing onto him an instant later. Boom! Chapter 11, 38 Carnage and Warmth. The Yang sovereign struck back first into the arena ground, an arena designed to withstand the most brutal of impacts. The arena ground barely broke as the Yang sovereign smashed into it, his body absorbing most of the impact. Bang! John slammed down on the Yang sovereign an instant later, his momentum and power so great that his legs shattered from the impact, turning into a bloody red mist as his bones pierced through his skin in several places, while his flesh and muscles ripped apart. The Yang sovereign's chest shattered from the brutal impact, which was akin to an entire mountain falling directly on top of him. A burst of blood shot out of the Yang sovereign's mouth, who, despite being used as a meat shield to pierce through the Yang Lotus walls, and despite crashing into the arena ground with enough force to kill a half-step world expansion cultivator, was still conscious, his power still relatively intact. The Yang sovereign growled at John, who was mounted atop him, ready to pummel the sovereign to death. The Yang sovereign breathed in deeply, drawing in a strong surge of Yang qi from the lotus above, restoring his power, mending some of his more gruesome wounds. Then he opened his mouth and sneered, his mouth glowing brightly, a Yang power to rival the most powerful of volcanoes emerging from within. After his attack, John's legs had yet to fully heal and were still quite damaged, indicating that his healing ability was almost done. With this point-blank attack, he was as good as dead. Chi. The Yang sovereign's eyes went wide with sheer horror and disbelief, as a sword suddenly pierced directly through his heart, its speed and sharpness far too great for him to notice, let alone react to in his damaged state. His wide eyes looked upwards, then found the sword saint hovering in the sky just below the opening in the Yang Lotus that John had created. The sword saint had unleashed his divine sword, pierces the firmament sword art, an art that focused on absolute speed over anything else. His heart suddenly pierced. The Yang sovereign's battle art surged out of control, exploding within before it could be unleashed. A burst of Yang qi emanated from the Yang sovereign's mouth, followed by him coughing up a combination of blood and ash. At the same time, blood spurted from the sword wound in the Yang sovereign's chest, followed by another burst of blood as the sword saint withdrew his miles-long sword, which retracted to its normal length. Then the sword saint, his face white as paper, his aura as weak as a candle, fell from the sky, his power gone, his body beyond grievously wounded and spent. "Father!" Jihin roared as he raced towards the falling sword saint, whose body slammed into the arena ground a short while later, rebounding off the ground with a sickening crunch. The Yang sovereign, eyes wide with panic, reached out to the Yang lotus, his one remaining arm reaching up into the sky as if to grab the lotus itself. "Help me," the Yang sovereign said weakly, as if speaking to the lotus itself. "I have always cared for you. Help me." "You enslaved me." An almost childlike voice, both immature and ethereal, sounded out throughout the entire Yang sphere, coming from above. Everyone looked up in surprise, not expecting the lotus to be able to speak, let alone converse out loud with the sovereign. I did that for the great." Bang! A fist suddenly smashed into the Yang sovereign's face, breaking bones and sending blood flying in all directions. "Ha ha ha ha, die!" John shrieked with a look of thrilling bloodlust on his face, interrupting the Yang sovereign before he could finish his sentence. Bang, 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 bang. Mounted atop the Yang sovereign, John rained fist after fist down on the sovereign's face, each punch as powerful as a falling mountain, its power shattering both face and fist with every blow. Bang, 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 bang. The blows rained down ceaselessly, hundreds every second, each punch shaking the arena as if a monstrously powerful battle art had exploded, followed by another and another. The crowd, eyes wide with horror, disbelief, shock, and a million other similar emotions, watched on as the most demonic of creatures they had ever seen, one who could hardly be recognized at John anymore, rained down a barrage of punches onto the Yang sovereign's face without any end in sight. Bang, 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 bang. After several thousand attacks, John's fists were nearly no more, replaced by fleshy masses at the end of his shattered arms. And yet, he continued to bash the Yang sovereign's face as if he didn't feel any of the pain at all, focusing on absolute destruction and carnage instead. Ha 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 ha! His shrieking, maniacal laughter boomed throughout the arena, the sounds accompanied only by those who were still being sucked up into the Yang Lotus, their powers leaving their bodies used to quench the Lotus power. Bang, 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 bang. John reveled in the feeling of obliterating the Yang Sovereign's face, which was now more of a mass of destroyed flesh than anything else. The Sovereign's face was no more, his power was no more, his life force was becoming weaker by the second. And yet, John continued breaking the Yang Sovereign apart, the impact of the Sovereign's face caving beneath his fists too enjoyable, the sight of the Sovereign's blood flying too exquisite, the feeling of the Sovereign's fleeting life force beyond intoxicating. It was the most enjoyable sensation he had ever felt in his life, his thirst for blood, slaughter, and destruction growing by the second. It was an unquenchable thirst, a desire beyond description, a craving beyond denying. Bang, 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 bang. Pub future ads. Pub future ads. Ha ha ha, more, more, John roared, his soul becoming stained by the Asura power creeping into every inch of his existence. The last wall of soul power he had put up to keep his sanity in check was encroached upon by the tendrils of black and red chi, while a satisfied growl emanated from deep within the palace realm. Yes, give in to your desires, the voice from within growled sinisterly. Destroy and slaughter all who stand before you, embrace the power of an Asura. Bang, 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 bang. John felt his vision grow darker, tinged with a red aura he had never seen before, while his soul yearned for more. More destruction, more blood, more death. He embraced the euphoria he felt, diving headfirst into the intoxicating madness. He finally stopped punching, his fists turned into nubs of flesh, his blood and the Sovereign's blood staining the ground around them like the most gruesome of murder scenes. A wide, malevolent smile appeared on his face as he reached out with his right hand, which healed Juts barely enough to restore his fingers with enough power to grip something. He gripped on the young Sovereign's blood-slicked hair, then yanked with his full remaining strength. The sound of tearing flesh rang out, followed by the loudest of gasps from the crowd as John tore the Yang Sovereign's head directly off his body, holding the Sovereign's face, his expression one of horror and absolute disbelief, above him for all to see. Then, his smile growing wider, John held the head above his own and opened his mouth, drinking the blood of the Sovereign like it was the most exquisite of wines. The Sovereign's hot Yang blood singed his mouth and tongue, but that only made John's euphoria rise, his maniacal laughter ringing out again as he consumed more and more of the blood. The Yang Sovereign's potent Yang-infused blood surged through John's body, absorbed by his body Danshan, then released as healing Asura chi, restoring some of his more gruesome wounds. He continued to suck down the blood, uncaring of all those watching. His face was stained red by the Sovereign's blood, his wide grinning maw the most sinister sight the crowd had ever seen. It was as if they were staring into the depths of the most hellish abyss, and John was staring back at them from within. The blood eventually stopped falling, the Yang Sovereign's lifeless head spent of the blood that had been flowing through it. A frown appeared on John's face as he shook the head, then frowned as no more blood came from it. He sneered and stored the head away, then suddenly looked to the side, his eyes locking onto a figure on the far side of the arena. "You," John growled, standing up slowly, his blood-red eyes locked onto the unconscious sword saint, and Jihin who stood over him protectively, stopping him from being sucked into the Yang Lotus above. Jihin felt John's gaze fall upon him, a deep grimace appearing as he saw John step off the Yang Sovereign's lifeless corpse, then begin to walk over towards them. It was as if the most terrifying of demons was approaching, instilling a terror Jihin had never felt before in his life. And yet, Jihin remained in place, moving in front of his father, sword drawn and pointed towards John. "You will not have him," Jihin said firmly, and coldly, his face grim as his aura began to rise within, the same aura as the sacred sword domain the sword saint had used in their battle. While Jihin's use of the domain was rudimentary in comparison, it did restore a portion of his strength, although not enough to stop John, even in his current condition. Step by step, John approached the two of them, his malicious smile widening by the second. At that moment, John felt something touch his shoulder, the object soft yet firm. John roared with fury as he spun around and reached out, grabbing the neck of the one who had appeared behind him and touched him. His grip tightening around the neck, he lifted the person up in the air, his hands trying to squeeze the life out of the one who had dared interrupt his next meal. Crystal blue eyes looked into his blood-red eyes, no hint of panic or fear in them. Instead, there was only warmth and love in those eyes, enough to shatter his current state of mind. John felt as if his soul was being peered into at that moment, the eyes of the one he held in his grip more than familiar to him. Like the weight of a mountain hitting him, John felt clarity appear in his soul, the face of the one in his grip clawing his mind back towards his true self, pushing aside the Asura consuming him. That sliver of room was all the remaining portion of his soul, defended by the cocoon of soul power he had set up before his battle, needed to burst alight with power. His soul flared like a white sun, pushing aside the darkness that had been encroaching on his very existence. Those tendrils vanished like shadows during the rising sun, his soul slowly but surely returning to his control. Those tendrils were not completely washed away, lingering like barely visible stains on his pure white soul, but their influence was washed away by the face of the one before him. John's aura began to fade, and his dragon god shift and Asura transformation vanished as well, his bloodline ability finally running out. A wave of exhaustion and pain, unlike any he had ever felt before, washed through him as he collapsed to his knees, unable to support himself any longer. Two arms caught him and drew him into a warm embrace, one that felt more comforting than any he had felt in his life before. "Welcome back," Lillian whispered softly in his ears, a sad yet proud smile on her face as she drew him into a tight, loving embrace. "You did well. You can rest now." Chapter 1139, a temporary victory. The veil of darkness surrounding him vanished, the tendrils of Asura corruption receding from his mind, body, and soul. John fell into Lillian's embrace, nearly overwhelmed by the exhaustion and pain he felt. Had it not been for the blood of the Yang sovereign that he drank, his wounds would not have healed as much as they did, and his body would have been completely devoid of energy. Even still, many of his wounds still persisted, the damage to his body far too great for him to heal though his innate healing ability alone. Only Leia would have a chance of healing his body into a working condition, and even then, it was doubtful she could heal him in less than several weeks at the very least. As for the underlying damage that lurked deep within his body, only time could heal those wounds. The millions of other cultivators breathed out a collective sigh of relief upon seeing John return to his human form. They had been just as scared at his deranged Asura form as they were of the Yang Lotus, but now that he had changed back to normal, the fears related to him disappeared. They couldn't help but stare at John with wide eyes, their expressions a range of complicated emotions. There was awe, disbelief, and pure relief as Yang Sovereign, the one who had plunged them into this abyssal hell, had been killed. He's dead. The Yang Sovereign is dead. He actually did it. John and the Sword Saint defeated the Yang Sovereign. The stadium suddenly erupted into a roar of absolute joy, disbelief, and relief as they looked at the headless corpse of the Yang Sovereign and the two who had defeated him despite the impossible odds. Pub future ads. At that moment, many of the cultivators felt nothing but pure shame as they stared at John, whose body was wounded beyond anything they had seen before, his existence nearly on the brink of collapse. They had jeered at him. They had taunted him. They had doubted him. They had said every insult imaginable to him during the duration of the 3-Dao tournament, and yet, in the end, he was the one who had saved them from the Yang Sovereign's betrayal. Saved! That word crept into the minds and thoughts of all, many realizing their plight was still far from over. While the Yang Sovereign, the one who had orchestrated this betrayal, was dead, there was still one massive problem that still needed to be taken care of. The Yang Lotus. "Can I?" John sighed tiredly as he looked up at the Yang Lotus above, its power still blazing in the sky like a small sun. "It seems we still have one massive problem to take care of. Your body is on the brink of true collapse," Lillian said sternly, putting him at arm's length to look directly into his eyes and soul. You have done enough. You need to What use is rest if we all die? John interrupted Lillian. The formations are still active despite the Yang Sovereign's death. And now that the Yang Sovereign is no longer absorbing the lotus, its power will start to climb until it destroys everyone here, and then everyone in the surrounding lands for thousands of miles. No, this isn't over yet. And what do you plan to do? Lillian asked sternly. Fly up into the lotus in this condition and try to absorb it yourself. You may be strong, but not even the Yang Sovereign could absorb the lotus without greatly weakening it first, and his control over Yang Qi is far beyond you. Even if you had your full power at your disposal, you would not be able to absorb the lotus without perishing. This is a task beyond your ability to solve. Lillian's words were not false. John did not have the power to absorb the Yang Lotus, as even if he had his full power and perfect body condition, the Yang Lotus was still far too powerful for him. It would burn him to cinders before the absorption process was finished, and even if he managed to absorb it, it would kill him from within, its power and heat far too great for him to withstand. The Yang Sovereign, a late holy manifestation cultivator focused on the Yang Dao, was only able to do so by greatly weakening the lotus, at which point absorbing it would push his cultivation in the astral realm, a realm with enough power to manage the terrifying power of the 9-petal Yang lotus. Despite his strength, John was just a late Dao transformation youth. His peak level of power was not enough, and that level could only be used for several minutes at the longest. Pub Future ads. You're right, John said softly, his tone hoarse from fatigue and pain. I can't absorb it, but that doesn't mean I don't have a solution. Lillian raised a single eyebrow, looking deep into his eyes to see if there were any lies at all. She found none, although that still didn't make her feel at ease. She knew John's level of recklessness, and even if he wasn't lying, that didn't mean he could accomplish what he hoped he could do. Still, there was no other option, and so she sighed deeply, then nodded slowly, letting go of John. John's legs trembled for a moment as he braced himself, then he walked over to the Yang Sovereign's body and stored the remainder of his corpse in his palace realm. There, he drew in some of the Yang Sovereign's normal blood into his body danshan, which after converting it to qi, spread throughout his body, healing some of the lighter wounds and restoring some of his energy. Bang! The ground trembled lightly as a figure landed on the ground near John. He looked at the prime shadow, who had jumped from his platform high above to the ground near him, the power of his late holy manifestation body enough to withstand such a fall with ease, even with no qi at his disposal. He walked over to John and handed him his spatial ring, which John took with a questioning look. I have no cultivation and space itself is locked down, so I cannot access the contents of my spatial ring, the prime shadow said as he patted John on the shoulder, a proud smile appearing on his face. But you seem to have the ability to do so. Inside is a healing treasure beyond compare, one of my most precious treasures. Take it and eat it. You'll need all the strength you can muster if you are to survive re-entering the lotus, as its power is only growing now that the Yang Sovereign is dead. John nodded and stored the spatial ring in his palace realm, where the spatial lockdown couldn't reach. He then inspected the ring and found what the prime shadow was speaking of. On an ornate marble pillar in the middle of the spatial ring realm was a singular fruit. The fruit was bright green in color and was a type John had never seen before. It was 3 inches across and star-like in shape, with a dozen soft ridges protruding from the fruit like how one would draw a rudimentary star. Most eye-catching of all was its innate aura, which was beyond anything he had felt from a natural treasure before. An aura of greenish-yellow surrounded the fruit, one that gave off a fresh and vibrant energy, reminding John of Leia. An aura that had unmatched vitality and vibrancy. An aura the complete opposite of death. The Tao of Life, Chapter 1140 Star of the Serpent Tree, the fruit was brimming with the aura of life, so great that only Leia's healing orb she gave John was more potent. John withdrew the fruit into the real world, which drowned the entire stadium in its vibrant aura. All eyes locked onto the fruit, with some gasping in recognition. The star of the serpent tree, the more experienced powerhouses gasped, recognizing the object. Even the mage sovereign, who stood on the platform high above, looked at the fruit with an expression of awe and envy. Based on their reactions, John could tell that the fruit was well known and an object of unimaginable value. He gave the prime shadow one last look for confirmation, then bit into the fruit, swallowing it after a few bites. An incomparable wave of life, chi began to flood through his body the moment the fruit hit his stomach, filling every inch of his benign, from his flesh to his soul, with a vibrancy he had only felt once before in his life. His wounds began to knit at visible speeds once more, all but the most deep and gruesome of wounds healed within seconds. Only the deeper, more foundational related wounds remained, wounds that not even this miraculous fruit could heal. Wounds suffered from using his bloodline ability and true Asura transformation. Still, John felt a wave of renewed vigor course through him, restoring a portion of his power and a great deal of his vitality. He bathed in the sensation for a moment, guiding the healing chi all throughout his body, the wounds that could be healed mending in less than 30 seconds. After healing what he could, John noticed that a great deal of the fruit's life chi remained, unable to be absorbed, as if its very nature was different from the healing chi he used to heal his body. It was potent and vibrant, but in a different way, a way that couldn't be used for healing wounds directly. John scrunched his face slightly as he tried to use this energy, but couldn't no matter what he tried. Giving up, he let the energy do as it pleased, which coalesced into an orb of pure life chi, then moved towards his body's spatial realm which held his danshin and his body danshin. There, it floated in the spatial realm around his essence danshin, like a moon orbiting a planet. John studied this for a brief moment, then asked the prime shadow about it. "I'll explain its purpose later," the prime shadow said, then looked up to the lotus above. "First, you'll need to deal with the lotus. I'm sorry I'm putting all the burden on you, it shouldn't be this way." "It's all right," John smiled. Then without wasting another moment, he flew up into the sky, soaring towards the infernal Yang Lotus. Millions of cultivators watched him rise into the air, first a demon of anguish and carnage, now a god of hope for them, the only thing that could save them from this damnation. John arrived at the lotus, the entrance into the lotus created by the Yang Sovereign's formations still intact. John felt the heat within the lotus rising, already hotter and more powerful than when he had been battling within. Without the Yang Sovereign's constant absorption of its power, it began to strengthen once more despite the yin blood of the cultivators being used to quench it. Then, wasting no more time, as every second others died to the lotus, John sped into the tunnel and into the infernal hell of the lotus realm. As he did so, his body shifted as he activated his dragon god shift and Asura transformation once more, pushing his frail body to the level required to withstand the heat of the lotus. The cultivators below grimaced as he entered, hoping that he still had the power to not only sustain his transformations, but also resist the growing heat and power of the lotus. They watched him become consumed by the hellish Yang Qi within, then watched him struggle to move through the lotus realm to the location the Yang Sovereign had been seated, trying to absorb the lotus. He arrived there a short while later, his flesh burning and turning to ash, his body wavering with struggle, pain, and exhaustion. Then they watched him stop in that location, and all any of them could do was pray. Pray for the one who they had scorned all this time, to once again save them from sure damnation. The infernal Yang Qi surrounding him blasted onto his body with ceaseless heat and destructive power, nearly overwhelming him from the very start. It was like swimming through the hottest of magmas, its heat unbearable, its currents nearly overwhelming. Through the horrific pain and growing fatigue, John made his way to the center of the Lotus realm, to the location where the Yang Sovereign had been seated. After great struggle, he arrived there, and noticed that directly above where the Yang Sovereign was seated was a small condensed ball of Yang Qi, far more powerful and potent than the Yang Qi permeating the Lotus realm. The ball was in the shape of a 9-petaled lotus, and in the depths of its core, John could feel the existence of a sentient soul within. The soul of the 9-petal Yang lotus, John couldn't help but exclaim internally. While most natural treasures didn't have souls, the most powerful of them were able to form a sentient core after hundreds of thousands of years of existence. For John, this was the first time he was meeting such a sentience. Then he reached out towards it. "Go away!" The same ethereal and childlike voice that had spoken to the Yang sovereign spoke, followed by the lotus core growing in power and intensity, far too great for John to withstand. He moved a short distance away to keep himself alive, then hovered in the air, peering at the core. "You hated the Yang sovereign, did you not?" John said, his tone as calm and friendly as he could muster in the moment. "He tried to enslave you, right?" "He did enslave me," the voice replied angrily, although its childlike tone made it hard for John to take it seriously. Were it not for the lotus' unimaginable power, he would have laughed at its tone, but obviously didn't as to not anger the already angry lotus soul. "He enslaved me for so long," the voice continued. "Tens of thousands of years, maybe more, I can't remember. All I can remember is becoming sentient and already being captured and enslaved by the Yang sovereign. I will not allow you to do the same to me." "I'm not trying to enslave you," John said, struggling to speak through the scorching heat every time he spoke. "I just killed the Yang sovereign. I'm sure you saw it." "So what?" the soul replied. "You killed him so you could kill me and absorb my powers. I will not allow you to do what that man tried to do to me. I will not be chained again." John fell silent for a moment, studying the nature of the lotus soul, contemplating its words and tone. From what he could tell, the lotus itself was not an evil entity. It had no part of the Yang sovereign's plans, and most likely didn't even know enough about the concept of death to understand the magnitude of the death and destruction happening just outside. It was like a child kept locked in a basement all its life, its perspective of the world limited to what the Yang sovereign allowed it to see and know. "So you wish to be free?" John asked, trying another angle. He needed to be able to touch the lotus soul without perishing, and to do that, he needed to have the lotus restrict its power for him for a moment. Otherwise, there was only failure and death. "Yes," the soul exclaimed, its tone full of yearning. "And then what?" John asked curiously. The voice said, pausing as if it had never contemplated such a concept before. I wish to become the ultimate source of Yang, even more powerful than the strongest of stars, so powerful that no one can ever enslave me again." "Ha ha ha!" A soft, understanding chuckle escaped John's lips, followed by the lotus soul growing brighter and more powerful again. "What's so funny?" it asked angrily. "You can't possibly understand." "I understand," John said, interrupting the lotus as time was not on his or anyone's side. "I understand more than you could possibly know." "Chapter 1140 won the end of the 3-Dao tournament. How so?" the lotus asked, its anger gone, replaced by curiosity instead. Its emotions seemed to change at a moment's notice, truly like that of a child. Despite being hundreds of thousands of years old, the soul of the Yang lotus was truly childlike. "It's why I started cultivating in the first place, and it's also the reason that I seek strength," John replied truthfully. "I wish to become the most powerful cultivator in existence, so that the only one who can control my fate is me alone. In this regard, you and I are exactly alike." "So you do understand," the lotus soul said, almost happy that someone finally understood it for the first time. "I do," John nodded, struggling to maintain his calm composure when his body was being cooked alive, while also falling internally from the damage of his dual transformations and previous battle. "And not only do I understand, I can also help you reach your goal." "What? How?" the lotus asked, its eager tone displaying its emotions on its proverbial sleeve. "Allow me to draw you into my spatial realm," John said truthfully, not trying to trick the lotus at all. If he lied and it detected he was lying, the consequences could be fatal. "I have a way to store you without harming anyone. Join me in my mission to climb to the top of the martial universe, and I promise you I will help you achieve your mission of becoming the ultimate source of Yang." "Liar," the soul trembled with fury. "You're lying. You're trying to trick me and enslave me as the Yang sovereign did." John shook his head. The Yang Sovereign tried to absorb you, and by doing so would have snuffed out your self-will, making you a true slave in every sense of the word. What I'm offering is an agreement. Not only do I swear on the heavens that I will not enslave you, I also swear that I will let you go when you desire to be set free. And while you're under my care, I will do what I can to empower you to reach your goal. You have my word. Silence filled the infernal realm for a while, each second more agonizing than the last, his body getting closer by the second to true failure. If that happened before he tamed the lotus, then all was doomed. John eagerly awaited a reply, which came after what felt like an eternity. How do I know you can do what you promise? The soul asked. You are not nearly powerful enough to do so. Did you not see me kill the Yang Sovereign? John replied, gesturing to the arena far below. I'm a late Tao transformation cultivator, and I just killed someone who had the power of an early holy manifestation cultivator. Even you must know the impossibility of such a thing happening. While I don't have the power now, you won't meet someone with a greater chance of fulfilling your dream. The lotus fell silent once more. No concept of the hastiness and seriousness of the situation for John and the others. I can promise you this. This is the best deal you are ever going to get, and when it comes to rising to the top of the universe, I'm the best shot you have. Silence again, one that seemed to last for far too long. The lotus soul trembled as it contemplated its choices, while those outside continued to perish, sucked up by the Yang Sovereign's formations. I just accept his offer. Another voice appeared in the realm as Kyrie, against John's wishes, appeared in the infernal realm. Ah, so hot! My skin is burning! Kyrie exclaimed with a yelp of pain, his body exploding with a thick coat of lightning to protect against the hellish Yang Qi. Even then, he struggled to defend himself, his body defenses crumbling by the second. While Kyrie was strong, he would not be able to last for more than a minute inside this realm of Yang. Kyrie, get back inside my soul, John exclaimed, worried that Kyrie would perish under this immense heat. Kyrie ignored him, instead moving towards the lotus soul. Unlike when John had approached it, the lotus soul didn't intensify in its power, and instead seemed to weaken itself slightly, allowing Kyrie to approach. You are The lotus voice trailed off as it allowed Kyrie to approach. Kyrie did just that, moving right beside the lotus soul, which, much to John's surprise, had no wariness towards Kyrie at all. In fact, the temperature around Kyrie dropped by a great deal, allowing him to withstand the Yang Qi with much greater ease. Kyrie then started speaking to the lotus soul, whispering softly as if telling secrets that could not be heard by others. He looked over his shoulder towards John, noticing that John was listening to their conversation, then leaned even closer towards the lotus soul, whispering so softly that John couldn't overhear their conversation over the roiling Yang Qi surrounding them. Kyrie nodded vigorously while rambling about something, occasionally looking over his shoulder and looking towards John, making sure he wasn't trying to peep in on their conversation. In response, the lotus soul grew dimmer and brighter, flashing as if its emotions were ever-changing. The two continued to converse for a short time, although this felt like an eternity to John, the pain nearly overwhelming, his body close to succumbing to his gruesome injuries. Still, he trusted in Kyrie, as he knew his companion wouldn't waste precious time for no reason at all. Then, finally, Kyrie stopped speaking and zipped back into John's soul, his ability to withstand the infernal heat of the lotus realm nearing its end. Then the lotus soul spoke once more, the soul core flickering as it spoke. I've made my decision. The millions of cultivators, from the most lowly of them to the pinnacle powerhouses, all stared up at the Yang lotus, and the one they could barely see floating within its confines. Time continued to creep on, each second an eternity. For those who were being sucked up into the lotus, that eternity was not nearly long enough. At first, everyone's hopes were fully ignited. If John could absorb the 9-petal Yang lotus somehow, this entire nightmare would be over. The lotus was the power source for the repression formation, the spatial lock formation, and even the Yang sphere destruction formation. If it was removed from the equation, everything would be solved. But time continued to tick on, and with it, the hopes of everyone started to fade. John had no chance of absorbing the Yang Lotus in the same fashion as the Yang Sovereign had attempted, and so in their eyes, either he had a way to succeed rather quickly, or his plan had already failed. They saw another figure cloaked in lightning appear, then after a short while, disappear. They had no idea what that was about, but their hopes continued to fade by the second, while the death count continued to rise. "Do you think he has a way?" the Prime Shadow asked Lillian, who was standing next to him. "If he said he did, then he does," Lillian replied calmly, not a hint of doubt to be found on her face. The Prime Shadow studied her for a moment, then looked back towards the Yang Lotus. "That fruit you gave John," Lillian said, turning to meet the Prime Shadow's gaze. "Oh, that's nothing important," the Prime Shadow said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Lillian narrowed her eyes slightly, studying the Prime Shadow's face. "That fruit was beyond incredible. If I'm not mistaken, it should contain properties that increases one's vitality and lengthens one's lifespan. If I had to guess, despite your recent breakthrough, you are still nearing the end of your life, with maybe a few thousand years remaining. That fruit was meant to add tens of thousands of years to your life at the very least. And yet you gave it to John." The Prime Shadow gave Lillian a surprised glance, not expecting her to see through everything so clearly. He smiled and shrugged, then looked back at the lotus. "I've lived a long life and managed to find the perfect successor for my master's assassination arts. A few tens of thousands of years is worth the cost of keeping him alive." Suddenly and without warning, the 9-petal Yang Lotus vanished, disappearing as if it had never existed. The process happened so quickly that no one could process what had occurred until several seconds later, as the Yang sphere dimmed and the formations surrounding it faded into obscurity. Almost every single cultivator's eyes widened like saucers, their mouths falling agape. They felt their powers return to them once more, a feeling of euphoria so great many had never experienced anything like it before. It was as if they were dying of thirst, and were given the most rejuvenating of waters to quench their thirst. Then they spotted a lone figure in the sky, falling down towards the ground below. "He came through, as you said he would," the Prime Shadow said with a wide smile, sighing the deepest sighs of relief. Lillian glanced at the Prime Shadow, then smiled as well. "He always does." Flash. Lillian appeared in the air next to John, catching him in her arms before he could fall to the ground. John's body was ruined and his eyes were closed, already having fallen into an unconscious slumber. There was stunned silence. And then, as if born of one singular voice, the entire stadium erupted in a cry of joy and elation, its collective power shaking the entire Yongdao sect. We're saved." "He did it. John actually did it. He saved us. Bless the heavens, he saved us. It's over. It's finally over." Millions of hearts joined in unison to celebrate the conclusion to the most intense, harrowing, and terrifying ordeal they had ever encountered in their life. They had been caught in a scheme with no hope of survival, and against all odds, the one who had been hated and taunted the most had become their savior. And thus, after 3 long months of trials, battles, deceit, and betrayals, the 3-Dao tournament finally came to grand and unforgettable close. Chapter 1142 Jihan's command amidst the roars of joy and salvation. Lillian began to descend towards the arena below, John held firmly in her embrace. His eyes were closed, his soul weak and flickering. His skin was blackened in many parts, burnt black by the 9-petal Yang Lotus' immense heat. Beneath his blackened flesh was even worse. His muscles were gruesome, with more of them torn than intact. His bones were fractured in hundreds of places and broken in dozens. His blood was drained, enough to make his body pale white was it not for his burnt flesh. Finally, his aura was as weak as a flickering candle, the candle saying a light from the remnants of his healing powers, as well as the healing chi from the star of the serpent tree fruit. Even so, it was as if he were a mere mortal at the moment, one on their deathbed ready to take the final step into the dark abyss at any moment. The jubilant cheers of the crowd started to die down as Lillian slowly floated down to the arena, with John's condition finally coming into full view. Those cheers were replaced by horrified gasps as they saw his condition, which was far worse than they had ever seen from a still living cultivator. As she landed on the arena ground, the Prime Shadow rushed up to Lillian, closely inspecting John. A grim look appeared on his face as he studied John's body, the grim frown deepening by the second. Ah, he's pushed himself to the edge of death. This isn't good. If not for the star of the serpent tree, the Prime Shadow sighed deeply. Healers, we need to get him back to the guild so that he may receive. His voice trailed off as he felt someone approach, as did Lillian. They both turned to look at Jihin, who held his unconscious father in his arms. The Sword Saint's aura was incredibly weak, as were the gruesome injuries covering much of his body. Much like John, his life force flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to be snuffed out at any moment. Jihin gently placed his father on the ground, then walked the remaining distance towards the others, who watched him approach with cautioned expressions. They didn't think Jihin was dumb enough to try anything in front of the two of them, but nothing was for certain. Jihin ignored their wary expressions and walked up to Lillian, stopping a few feet away, looking only at John. A small frown appeared on his face as he noticed John's gruesome condition, then looked at Lillian for a moment. The two shared a complicated glance, at which point Jihin turned to look at a certain section of the stadium, where the bulk of the Sword Dao sect and subsect members were located. He grimaced upon noticing how many seats were vacant, memories of those who had been sacrificed to the Yang Lotus. He sighed deeply, his grimace replaced with a firm, determined look. Members of the Sword Dao sect and subsects, with my father unconscious and the Sword Sovereign in closed-door cultivation, I am for the moment the ultimate authority of the sect, Jihin said, his voice loud enough for everyone in the stadium to hear. Many held their breath, wondering what Jihin was planning. Was he going to command them to help him squash John and the others, trying to use this opportunity to benefit the Sword Dao sect? Was he going to leave, leaving the mess to be cleaned up by others? No one knew for sure. Healers of the Sword Dao sect and subsects, I hereby command all of you to begin healing my father immediately, he continued, then paused and glanced back at John. As well as John, do everything in your power to keep both of them alive, or do not blame me for being ruthless in the future if you fail. Jihin's words stunned all 8 million remaining cultivators. They had thought of 1 million possible commands Jihin would give, but this was never one of them. Silence filled the arena as everyone tried to process Jihin's unexpected words. Did you not hear me? Jihin roared angrily. Heal them now. The crowd suddenly burst to life all at the same time, Jihin's furious commands stirring them into a hasty frenzy. Thousands of cultivators took to the sky and flew over towards Jihin and the others, landing next to the 2 injured cultivators. Lillian and the Prime Shadow exchanged a surprised glance, then looked towards Jihin, both nodding appreciatively. Thank you, Lillian said, something she never thought she would say to Jihin. Jihin merely nodded, then walked towards his father and kneeled over him. The more experienced healers, those in the world expansion realm and above, rushed towards the 2 injured saviors, instantly studying their conditions and barking out orders. In less than a minute, both John and the Sword Saint were surrounded by a group of thousands of healers, some sending streams of healing chi into their bodies, others debating on what the best next steps were. Lillian gently placed John on the ground, then stepped away to allow the healers to fully inspect him. With everything that had happened, they knew each and every healer would do their utmost to save the one who had saved them. Healers of the Yangdao sect and subsects, a voice roared loudly, drawing all eyes towards the source. Araxis hovered in the sky above the arena, his expressions firm. What are you all waiting for? Araxis roared angrily. Healers, get to work and help the others save John and the sword. Saint, for those who cannot help there, help the other injured. Another wave of commotion broke out as the Yangdao sect healers, those who had remained behind and didn't partake in the Yang Sovereign's plans, rushed towards the arena. The number was far less than those of the Sword Dao sect, as most of the Yangdao sect members had fled when given the opportunity by the Yang sovereign. Many rushed to join the healing in the arena, while others soared about the Yang sphere, finding and healing all the injured they could. "Will he be all right?" the mage sovereign asked as she landed next to the prime Shadow and Lillian, her gaze locked onto John surrounded by the healers. Silence answered her, as neither Lillian nor the prime Shadow had an answer at the moment. John's condition was unlike anything they had seen before, and even for someone like him, recovery was far from guaranteed. The three then watched on silently as the healers did their best, restoring as much vitality to John and the Sword Saint, keeping them away from death's edge. After quite some time, an elderly healer, a woman from the Sword Dao sect who appeared to be in her 60s but was far, far older, walked over to the prime Shadow and the others, her face pale from exhaustion. "The boy's body is a complete mystery," the elderly healer said. "No matter how much healing chi we pump into his body barely heals itself." "So you cannot heal him?" the prime Shadow asked. "You can keep him alive," the woman said with a deep frown, "but restoring his condition is something else entirely. When it comes to healing an injured cultivator, their rate of recovery is determined by three things: healing quality, healing quantity, and the nature of the one being healed. When healing someone, not only must the quantity of healing chi be enough to restore their body, but the quality of the healing chi must be of an equal level to the one being healed, or at the very least comparable." "So, your healing abilities are not enough to heal him?" Lillian asked. The woman shook her head, sighing deeply. "The quality of his body is unlike anything any of us have ever seen. Every single cell of his is like a transcendent existence, its quality far too great to be healed by ordinary healing chi. No matter how much healing chi we pump into his body, his cells are unaffected. We can stop his condition from becoming worse, but none of us have the ability to completely heal him." The prime Shadow eventually nodded in understanding, a grim look on his face. He turned to Lillian and the mage sovereign, his expression becoming cold once more. "Since John's condition is stable, we should take him from here and find a better source of healing," the prime Shadow said. "But for now, we need to take care of the remnant traitors outside." Outside the Yang sphere, a group of tens of thousands of Yangdao sect members waited at the entrance, their expressions anxious and eager. The dome of flames surrounding the Yangdao sect had vanished, a sign that the 9-petal Yang lotus had been absorbed. At the head of the group was Seraphia, the Yang sovereign's wife. Her expression was the most elated of all, one that grew even stronger as she felt someone leaving the Yang sphere. Her wide, joyous smile faded away as the figure stepped through the exit, followed by more and more leaving each and every second. What's going on here?" Seraphia exclaimed, shock and panic on her face as she stared at the prime Shadow, the Mei sovereign, and thousands of other cultivators leaving the Yang sphere each second. "Where is my husband?" "Your husband is dead," the prime Shadow said, his cold eyes locked onto her like a predator about to devour its prey. In that moment, Seraphia felt a horror unlike any she had felt before, and couldn't help but collapse onto the ground, her knees buckling under her. "Now, if all of you don't want to follow the Yang sovereign into death, then surrender yourselves immediately," the prime Shadow commanded, his aura of blackened darkness emanating from his body. "Otherwise, the Yangdao sect will cease to exist today. Make your choice." Chapter 11:43 News spreading like wildfire. The Yangdao sect offered some resistance initially, led by Seraphia, who was unable to yield when so close to becoming the ultimate power in the Nine Dao world. Despite having several early holy manifestation cultivators and one middle holy manifestation cultivator, the resistance was crushed in nearly a moment as the prime Shadow and mage sovereign vented their fury, annihilating thousands in an instant. The strongest of the resistance, the middle holy manifestation cultivator, was grabbed by the prime Shadow before he could react, then dragged face in hand up into the sky, their battle taking place hundreds of miles in the sky where their powers couldn't harm the others. The sky became consumed by a 1,000-mile-wide cloud of darkness, enveloping both the prime Shadow and his opponent. That cloud faded away a short while later, the prime shadow returning to the sect below with the head of his opponent in his hands. At that moment, all resistance crumpled, and the Yangdao sect was finally defeated, the remaining resistance rounded up and chained, their punishments to be dealt out at a later date. A few moments later, a frantic Nalia came rushing towards the group, tears streaking from her face, relief appearing as she saw Zuri, Araxis, and the others. That relief vanished as she saw John's condition, her face turning as white as snow. After the resistance was squashed and control over the Yangdao sect assumed by the Mage Sovereign, the news of the events that had occurred spread like wildfire across the entire continent. The viewing formation screens that had shown the tournament to those outside had gone dark when the Yang Sovereign had started his betrayal, making it obvious that something had gone wrong. No one expected the severity of what had truly happened, and almost no one could believe what they were hearing was the truth. The Yang Sovereign, the most respected human cultivator alongside the Sword Sovereign, had betrayed his own race, sacrificing millions in order to further himself. The official count of those who had perished during his betrayal came to 2,800,000, with many of those being the youths of all the sects that had attended, greatly crippling their future growth. No one could believe the Yang Sovereign was capable of such atrocities, and yet the evidence was overwhelming. The Yang Sovereign was dead. The dome of Yang that had enveloped the Yangdao sect for millennia was gone, as the 9-petal Yang lotus was no longer powering the sect's formations. The Mage Sovereign's proclamation of the events that had unfolded confirmed the truth of the matter, as none dared to doubt her words. A wave of horror and disbelief, stronger than any in history, washed over the continent, with hardly a soul not knowing of the Yang Sovereign's betrayal. Thousands of experts that had not been at the tournament flooded towards the Yangdao sect to held with the aftermath of the worst betrayal in the Nine Dao world's history, as now more than ever the human race needed to act together. As with the Yang Sovereign dead and the Sword Saint crippled, the human race was at its weakest in tens of thousands of years. As such, a coalition was formed, one created to get humanity back to its former strength at all costs. With the Sword Sovereign in closed-door cultivation, the Mage Sovereign was appointed as head of this temporary coalition. With her in charge, the human race began to work towards several key issues. The first was the Yangdao sect, which had fallen from grace. With the 9-petal Yang lotus gone, it would never be the powerhouse it once was, but its foundations were deep. Even with the loss of the lotus, the Yangdao sect was like a phoenix, capable of rising from the ashes. The old leadership cleaned out, the Mage Sovereign appointed Jaxus as the next leader of the Yangdao sect. The position had been offered to Araxis, but he had declined, feeling that Jaxus was a more suitable candidate for leading a sect. The Mage Sovereign appointed several of her key Mage Dao sect elders to positions around Jaxus, with the task of restoring the Yangdao sect to its former glory. While the powers of the human race worked towards restoration, another piece of information spread throughout the world. The information so shocking that most felt it more unbelievable than the Yang Sovereign's betrayal. The information had been contained at first, but with how many had been witness to it, it was impossible to keep the secret for long. Like a wildfire consuming an entire continent, news of John's battle against the Yang Sovereign spread, reaching the most remote corners of the continent in days. Within a week, almost every single human on the Nine Dao world had heard of the most impossible battle to ever exist. A battle between a pinnacle powerhouse of the world, a late holy manifestation cultivator, one who had other powerhouses dancing in the palm of his hands, and an unknown youth, one barely touching the late Dao transformation realm. A youth with impossible strength, winning an impossible battle. It was a story so mythical that it eclipsed the stories told as legends to youths of the world, of heroes battling against all odds, struggling with everything they had against beasts and devils, winning out in the end. It was so impossible that most doubted its veracity at first, considering it to be a tale made up to make the sovereign's betrayal more exciting. However, the fact that the Sovereign and the other powerhouses didn't decry the story as false was telling enough, and soon, none came to doubt its veracity. John Fenix, the unknown youth who had taken the 3-Dao tournament by storm, had unleashed a strength so heaven, defying that he was able, with the help of the Sword Saint, to battle against the weakened Yang Sovereign, killing him and saving millions, and perhaps more. Thus, over the span of a single week, John became a figure of unprecedented status, a figure of legend and myth, one that the entire human race could only look up to with awe and wonder. He became a bastion of hope for the older members of the human race, a hope that John could lead the world into a better future. He became an object of passion for the youths of the world, a figure that each and every genius strived to become, so that they could one day save the world in a similar manner. Eventually, the news of the Yang Sovereign's betrayal and the battle that had occurred spread beyond the confines of the human continent, the story too important to be contained to the human continent. The news of the battle spread across water and land, reaching the ears of those on the beast and devil continents and the powerhouses ruling them. Chapter 1144, Gathering of Devils on the Devil Continent. On the highest peak in the land, a black tower pierced into the dark clouds above, its sharp spires like claws reaching towards the heavens. On the top floor of that tower gathered a group of holy manifestation powerhouses, each more sinister and grotesque than the last. The 9 figures sat on thrones facing inwards, the thrones forming a circle. 3 of the thrones were higher than the others, with 2 lower seats on either side of them, forming 9 seats in total. 2 of the figures on the highest thrones had late holy manifestation cultivations, with the 6 on the lower seats having middle holy manifestation cultivations, the gathering of the pinnacle powerhouse of the 3 devil powers, the Titan devils, the blood devils, and the abyssal devils. The last of the 9, a devil who sat on the highest seat of all, had a half-step astral king cultivation, the strongest of the 9. Looks of consternation and contemplation appeared on each face figure. Their mouths snarled, revealing sharp teeth. Impossible! These accounts are utterly impossible! A deep voice growled, slamming his fist on his armrest. The figure, a member of the Titan devils, was the largest of the 9. His figure hulked over the others, standing 30 yards tall. It is impossible, and yet our sources indicate that everything is true. Another voice, a female devil with a blood-red face, a beautiful face and an alluring figure spoke, her sharp nails strumming against her armrest. Compared to the Titan devil nearby, she was like an ant, her height comparable to that of a normal human. The death of the Yang Sovereign is good, another male said, his voice deep but not as deep as the first. All fell silent as they looked towards this figure, another male devil. He wore pitch-black armor that covered his chest and lower body, leaving his bulging arm muscles to be revealed to all. His skin was a dark maroon color, like that of dried blood, while his eyes were bright red. Most eye-catching of all were the spikes on his shoulders and arms, with 2 small scythe-like protrusions on the backs of his elbows. This devil had a commanding presence, one that none of the others dared to look down on. When he spoke, all devils listened. When he gave commands, all devils obeyed. Such was the power of Malkazath, the leader of the abyssal devils, the half-step astral king powerhouse of the devil race. Malkazath is right. Had the Yang Sovereign succeeded in his plan to reach the astral king realm? The woman said, her voice trailing off, filling the chamber with silence. The Yang Sovereign failed, Malkazath said, his eyes sweeping over the others. We need not pay him any more attention. Our focus must fall on the boy, this John Fenix. He is too dangerous to be left alive, the alluring woman said, her lips drawn to a line. We must move to eliminate him before he grows to a level that threatens us. Based on his talent and combat prowess, it's a matter of when, not if, he reaches the astral king realm. HMPH, you're always taking the safe option, Sanguinia. To kill the boy is a waste, the hulking figure sneered. Sanguina scowled at the hulking figure, her sharp nails still strumming on her armrest. Then what do you suggest, Balramuth? Sanguinia asked. That we let him live and grow stronger, waiting for him to cut us down. Balramuth scoffed, his deep voice making the entire chamber rumble. Did you not listen to the details of the battle, of the boy's powers? So what of them? Sanguinia asked. He's still human, and humans cannot be trusted. The boy revealed a form that we can all guess as to its origins, Malkazath said, the others falling silent as he spoke. How is such a transformation possible? Sanguinia asked, her face scrunched with confusion. I do not know, Malkazath said, his voice like a constant growl. All that matters is, as far as we can tell, the boy can use the powers of the Asuras. That line made the room fall silent, a silence that lasted for quite some time. Then, if we don't kill the boy, what do you propose? Sanguinia asked, her gaze on Malkazath. All eyes fell on Malkazath, who fell silent for a moment, contemplating the next moves. After a short time, he spoke. This boy can use the powers of the Asuras. We cannot afford to kill him, not right away at least, Malkazath said, his eyes sweeping over the others to make sure they knew the weight of his words, his commands. We must do what we can to obtain the boy, either through coercion or force. Coercion, Sanguinia scoffed. How can we convince a human to come to us willingly? The boy, when he assumed his transformed state, was told to be unstable, Malkazath said. He lashed out at the sword. Saint and others, stopping only because his body could no longer withstand the strain of his powers. If the stories are to be believed, then his mental state must be quite chaotic, tainted by the Asura powers he uses. It's not impossible that such a human would join us if given enough incentives. But the humans surely know this, and will shower the boy with every single resource to keep him loyal to them, Sanguinia said, not convinced. Malkazath glanced at her, his bright red eyes seeming to look into her very soul. First, we will try coercion. If that fails, we will use force to bring the boy here. The secrets to using the powers of the Asuras lies within his blood, and we must do everything we can to obtain those secrets. This answer seemed to convince Sanguinia and the others. First, they would try to entice John to join them. If that failed, then they would use force, the thing they were best at. And if we are unable to capture him, Balramith asked. Then we kill him and bring his corpse back if possible. Malkazath growled like that of a primordial beast, while wide, agreeable smiles appeared on the faces of the others. When will we take action? Sanguinia asked, her smile fatting into a thoughtful frown. The boy will be guarded by the collective powers of the human race. We cannot barge into their lands to grab the boy. Doing so would be suicide. The only way we could guarantee success is to do a full-scale invasion of the human continent, throwing every ounce of our powers at it. But if we did such a thing, our victory would be costly, and we would open ourselves to counterattack from the beasts. The others looked at Malkazath, waiting for his answer, as Sanguinia was right. They couldn't afford to invade the human race, even with the Yang sovereign now dead. The humans not only had home field advantage, but also the prime shadow and sword sovereign. Those two alone would cause much of their invasion horde to perish, a cost they were unable to afford while the beast race lurked, waiting for an opportunity to strike and gain supremacy of the Nine-Dao world. Malkazath leaned back in his seat, eyes studying the others. We will have an opportunity to capture the boy appear before long, Malkazath said. What opportunity? Sanguinia asked curiously, to which Malkazath gave his answer, a snarling smile appearing on his face. The Continent of War, Chapter 1145, Bastion of Beasts deep in the heart of the Beast Continent, in a forest of towering trees that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions. A singular mountain pierced above the canopy, stretching 100 miles into the sky. At the very top of the mountain was a grand statue of a serpent coiling around the mountain peak, one that was several miles long and tall. Carved into the plaque at the base of the statue was the name of the mountain region, the Bastion of Beasts. At the base of the enormous mountain was a singular entrance, a tunnel over 2 miles wide and a mile tall. The tunnel was guarded by 2 massive stone doors which parted in the middle. On each door was a massive carving of a winding serpent, one that enveloped an entire world. The carvings were so real that they appeared lifelike, as if the snakes would lunge out from the doors at any moment. A wide road carved through the forest straight to the mountain entrance, which was bustling with activity as beasts of all races moved into and out of the mountain. 2 enormous beasts, Each 50 yards tall, with the body of a lion and the head of a serpent, guarded the entrance, their vertical pupils scanning all who entered. Their eyes locked onto a group that was swiftly approaching the tunnel gate, a group that made the surrounding ground turn to ice as they walked, the nearby air shimmering with a frosty mist. The group of netherfrost beasts, those who had made the journey to the 3-Dao tournament, marched up to the entrance, led by a lone, half-step holy manifestation beast. "We demand entrance," the leader said loudly as they were stopped by the 2 guards. "We demand an audience with the council." After a short and intense standoff, the guards backed down and opened the massive doors, which were so heavy they shook the entire mountain as they opened. The netherfrost beasts marched into the tunnel, which led deep into the heart of the mountain. The tunnel was as wide as the entrance, with beautiful multicolored crystals jutting from the walls and ceiling, providing all colors of light to the tunnel. The tunnel stretched for over a dozen miles, with smaller tunnels branching off periodically, burrowing into other parts of the mountain. The group of netherfrost beasts eventually arrived at the end of the main tunnel, which gave way to a massive circular chamber dozens of miles wide, and so tall that it seemed to stretch to the top of the mountain 100 miles above. The chamber was filled with countless beasts of all races, each going about their business. There were avian beasts, reptilian beasts, aquatic beasts, mammal-like beasts, and everything in between. Some emanated an aura of fire, others of ice, some of death, others of life. It was as all the Daos coalesced into physical forms and congregated here, more types of beasts and more Daos emanated than could be counted. Some of the beasts soared through the sky, while others ascended the stairs, spiraling up at the edge of the chamber. At the base of the chamber and every 500 yards, tunnels led into the mountain in all directions. These tunnels stretched up as far as the eye could see, like an infinite web of tunnels carving throughout the entire mountain. At the very center of the chamber was a raised transformation platform, one closely guarded by a group of half-step world expansion guards of varying beast races. The guards spotted the Netherfrost group rapidly approach, and as if instructed prior, allowed them onto the formation platform. The platform flared to life as the last Netherfrost beast set foot on it, transporting them to another part of the mountain's interior. Flash. The Netherfrost beasts arrived at the start of an ornate crystal hallway that stretched forward for several hundred yards. Crystals of all colors covered every single inch of the walls and ceiling, polished to a marble-smooth finish. The crystals flickered with a mesmerizing hue, almost beautiful enough to make the Netherfrost group forget their purpose for being here. Almost. After recovering their wits, the group walked forward down the hallway, passing by many closed and open side rooms. They ignored those as they strode towards the end of the hallway, arriving at another set of closed, ornate doors. The guards there opened the doors as they arrived, revealing a breathtaking throne room on the other side. 3 massive thrones lined the opposite side of the large chamber. A figure sat on each throne. The first throne was fiery red and orange in color, as if it was the source of all fire. On it sat a creature of fire, with the body of that of a human, but the head of a phoenix. The creature wore a bright red robe which flickered like flames, and had 2 beautiful wings of fire spreading from its back to either side, a regal creature beyond compare. This was the humanoid form of Eos, the phoenix beast matriarch. As many beasts did, it assumed its humanoid form, which many beasts found more comfortable to use for day-to-day activities. The throne opposite Eos was crystal blue in color, a color that seemed to change slightly, like waves rippling over its surface. On the throne sat a creature of a similar blue hue, another humanoid figure with the head of a water dragon. It wore a blue robe, while its body was covered in blue and green scales which shimmered and sparkled like the ocean under the sun. This was the humanoid form of Leviatanos, the ocean beast patriarch. Lastly, the throne in the middle was pitch black in color, with dark blue designs. On the seat sat another humanoid figure, one who wore a robe of similar color to the throne and whose skin was covered in pitch black scales. 2 green and yellow eyes with vertical pupils stared forward, its head like that of a serpent. This was the humanoid figure of Ataras, the serpent beast patriarch. These three figures were the pinnacle powerhouses of the Phoenix Beast clan, the Ocean Beast clan, and the Serpent Beast clan, the three pinnacle powers of the Beast Continent. The three figures watched the Netherfrost Beast group enter the chamber, at which point the guards closed the door to the chamber. The group stopped a respectable distance away from the three figures, then fell to one knee, their heads bowed in respect. "We humbly greet the three honored ones," the Netherfrost Beast leader said, his words echoed a moment later by those behind him. Silence filled the chamber for a while, before one of the three figures spoke. "We heard of the horrendous betrayal your clan suffered at the hands of the humans," Leviathan, the Ocean Beast patriarch said. His voice was deep and rippled as if spoken by churning waves. "We assume you are here on matters related to this incident," Eos, the Phoenix Beast matriarch said, her voice roiling as if spoken by a volcano itself. "Yes," the Netherfrost Beast leader said, raising his head to meet the eyes of the three. "At your suggestion, we accepted the offer of the traitorous Yang Sovereign, and we have suffered deeply from this incident." Pub Future adds, "We did suggest accepting his offer as a way to bridge relations between beasts and humans," Leviatanos said, then shook his head regretfully. "Never did we expect such an act of barbarity from the Yang Sovereign. He brings shame to all Yang-based creatures," Eos spat in disgust, her wings of fire rippling with a burst of disgust. "Speak," Eos continued. "What do you wish to say to the Council of Three?" "We demand retribution," the Netherfrost Beast leader said angrily. "We demand justice, we demand." "You demand nothing," Leviatanos cut him off loudly, causing the Netherfrost beasts to recoil slightly. "Of course," the Netherfrost leader hastily said. We have come here to humbly request justice for our clan." "What justice do you seek?" Eos said, her eyes of fire staring at the group before her. "The Yang Sovereign is dead and so are his followers. There is no justice left to obtain." "The humans," the Netherfrost Beast leader said, respectfully yet angrily. "The humans must pay for this betrayal. They cannot be allowed to slaughter us beasts without repercussion. The world will think us weak if we allow this." "You need not care about the opinions of the world," Eos interjected. "Care only about your people and how best to restore your strength." "Of course," the Netherfrost leader agreed, "but a price must be paid, a price of blood." "What would you have us do? Storm the human lands and demand justice?" Leviatanos scoffed, to which the Netherfrost leader didn't answer, knowing the stupidity of such a suggestion. "We merely demand the opportunity to enact our revenge," the Netherfrost leader said. "It matters not which humans or how many, just that we are allowed to restore our honor and wipe away the stain of this betrayal." The chamber fell silent for some time, at which point Ataras, the serpent-like creature, stirred lightly in his seat, drawing the eyes of all. The Serpent Beast clan, while not the official ruler of the beast races, was the de facto ruler. Not only were they the most powerful race amongst the beasts, but their blood contained a trace of the eternal serpent's blood, granting them not only power beyond most other beasts, but a connection to the eternal serpent no other beasts could claim. "Storming the human lands is out of the question," Ataras said, his voice powerful and commanding, but with the undertone of a snake-like hiss. "But the opportunity for your clan to avenge itself may be possible." "Do you mean?" Eos asked, while Leviatanos looked on with a questioning look. Ataras nodded his head, then leaned back into his throne. "I will converse with the eternal serpent and request the continent of war be opened once more. If the eternal serpent agrees, you will have your battleground to seek vengeance." "Thank you," the Netherfrost Beast leader said as he bowed his head, followed by the rest of the Netherfrost group. "We humbly accept his offer for vengeance." "Good," Ataras said with a light nod. "Then should the eternal serpent agree, the world shall converge on the continent of war once more, to bathe its land in blood for the eternal serpent." Chapter 1146, Yang Phoenix Sect Ceremony. As time moved on, the story of the Yang Sovereign's betrayal and John's last stand spread to every single corner of the world. with almost every soul coming to learn of the truth. For the beasts and devils, many thought the story to be made up, at least when it came to John's impossible power and defiant last stand. Many considered it to be propaganda from the humans, who were trying to shine the spotlight on a heavenly genius instead of the treacherous young sovereign. In times of defeat and suffering, having a hero to look up to was a motivation beyond comparison, or at least many of these beasts and devils thought. For the humans, John's legendary battle turned into something mythical almost immediately. Overnight, he turned into a figure more akin to a god than a human, something that the youths of the continent worshipped, and the older cultivators looked to as the new hope of the race. A future powerhouse, capable of weathering all storms and obstacles. Several weeks later, the lands surrounding the Yongdao sect were bustling with activity, with thousands of experts flooding to and from its lands, each charged with a task to complete in the efforts to restore the Yongdao sect to its former glory. Incredible progress had already been made in the weeks since the Yang sovereign's betrayal, with Jaxus leading the new sect with a firm grip. The remnant traitors were all rooted out and dealt with many executed for their treacherous crimes. Those with less egregious crimes, but still complicit with the Yang sovereign's schemes, were chained and used as slaves, their labor put towards restoring the sect and the surrounding lands. On this particular day, the restoration efforts had been paused, as an event no one wanted to miss was taking place within the grounds of the Yongdao sect. At the top of the tallest spire of the Yongdao sect, one that had pierced up to nearly touch the dome of Yang when the 9-petal Yang lotus had been under the sect's control, stood many figures familiar to the human race. The Prime Shadow, the Mage Sovereign, Araxis, Lillian, and several other powerhouses from other prominent sects. These powerhouses stood atop a balcony at the top of the spire, overlooking a ceremony taking place below in the courtyards of the Yongdao sect. In the largest courtyard, one stretching miles in each direction, gathered tens of millions of humans. The crowd ranged from youths to the pinnacle powers of the human race, all gathered for one singular purpose, the ceremony that Jaxus, the new sect leader of the sect, was leading. This ceremony was created for two purposes: to pay respects to those who had fallen during the Yang sovereign's betrayal, and to pay respects to those who had saved them. Standing on a podium before the endless crowd, Jaxus gave an emotional and riveting speech, then turned and waved his hand towards a veiled object behind him. As he did so, the veil formation receded, revealing the first of two objects for all to see. A collective gasp emanated from the crowd as they laid their eyes on the object, a wall that stretched wide to both sides of Jaxus. "This wall," Jaxus said to the crowd, gesturing to the obsidian wall behind him that was over a mile long and 100 yards tall, with white inscriptions covering most of its black surface, "is a wall dedicated to those who fell during the Yang sovereign's betrayal. The wall, forever known as the Tomb of Sacrifice, contains the names of every single person who died during the Yang sovereign's betrayal, as a permanent reminder of their legacy." A mournful applause broke out as many in the crowd wept, remembering those close to them that they had lost. Geniuses of premier sects, elders, patriarchs, matriarchs, sisters, brothers, fathers, and mothers. After giving another rousing speech, Jaxus gestured to the second veiled object, at which point the veil fell, revealing the large object for all to see. A collective gasp emanated from the crowd, followed by a thunderous applause that shook the entire sect. The unveiled object was a 200-yard-tall statue, or two statues connected as one at the base, of John and the Sword Saint. John and the Sword Saint stood side by side, their postures firm, their expressions heroic, their weapons held in one hand. Both statues were so detailed and ornate it felt as though they would come to life at any moment, and were so awe-inspiring that many were reduced to tears as they stared at them. "This statue," Jaxus continued, "will forever remain here as a reminder of the heroes that stood up to the Yang sovereign and thwarted his treachery, saving millions and perhaps even more. These statues will be a symbol of the new era for this sect, no longer known as the Yongdao sect, but instead the Yang Fenix sect. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, our sect shall once more rise again, and... As Jax's speech continued, the powerhouses above looked down on the ceremony, watching it unfold. Lillian raised an eyebrow as she saw the statue, which, while deserving, was quite gaudy. "That's quite eye-catching," she couldn't help but mutter softly, to which the Prime Shadow chuckled lightly. "True, but it's also a symbol of hope for many, which is important in times such as these," he said. A short while later, Jaxus finished his speech and soared into the sky, returning to the platform where the powerhouses were, leaving the rest of the ceremony to the elders of the sect. As he landed, he greeted the powerhouses one by one, eventually stopping at Lillian and the Prime Shadow. "How is he?" Jaxus asked, a hopeful expression on his face. "Still unconscious," the Prime Shadow sighed, to which Jaxus and the others nearby did as well. Is he at least improving?" Jaxus asked hopefully. While they had once been rivals, Jaxus now considered John more important to the Yang Phoenix sect than he himself, as John was a symbol of its new direction, a hero for the sect and the world to look up to. He had been hoping for John to attend this ceremony in person, but that had unfortunately not been possible. "Yes and no," the Prime Shadow replied, then elaborated upon noticing the curious expressions of the others. "He is no longer at risk of dying." That resulted in a collective sigh of relief from all those gathered, as the worst was finally over. "However, he is still far, far from recovery," the Prime Shadow continued. "What's wrong with him?" Jaxus asked. "If there's anything my sect can provide to aid his..." "Thank you, but his injuries are beyond the ability of your sect, or any of our sects, to heal," the Prime Shadow said, then explained further. "The first and most serious problem is that of his soul." "His soul," Jaxus repeated. "Yes, his soul," the Prime Shadow nodded. "The main reason he is still unconscious is because of his soul. While his soul is stable, it still contains the taint of the power he used to defeat the Yang Sovereign. That taint, while mostly removed, still lingers and holds onto his soul with unyielding relentlessness. As far as I can tell, John's soul is trying to break free from this foul taint, but is unable to do so, at least not quickly. Until he's able to cleanse the taint from his soul, I'm afraid he will remain unconscious." "Not quickly, so there is hope he heals after a while," Araxis chimed in, a hopeful look on his face. "Yes," the Prime Shadow nodded, "but we're talking at the very least a year, if not more." A dejected look appeared on everyone's face again, as this was not good news. A year for John to recover was unacceptable. This was the prime of his youth, and a pinnacle genius losing a year of cultivation was too great a cost to pay. "The second problem," the Prime Shadow continued, "is that his body is still far from healed. While his most gruesome injuries are healed, and there's no worry of him dying, some of the damage is far too profound to be healed through any means we have. If not for the meridian strengthening he went through recently, the power he used would have completely shattered them, turning him into a cripple. Even then, his meridians are quite damaged, with many on the verge of collapse. Even if he wakes up, he will not be able to use any power until his meridians are restored, or else he could permanently cripple himself." Chapter 11, 47 Temple of the Ancients. A grim look appeared on everyone's face, as everyone here knew how hard meridians were to heal. Meridians were one of the hardest parts of the body to heal, and for someone with heaven-defying meridians like John, healing them would be far more difficult than the average genius. "And the problem is compounded by his bloodline he has," the Prime Shadow continued, then elaborated as he noticed the questioning looks from the others. "His bloodline is beyond anything any of us have seen, and whenever healing chi is poured into his body, his blood greedily absorbs it all, leaving almost nothing for the rest of his body. The appetite of his blood is insatiable, and we haven't been able to restore his blood fully, let alone the rest of his body. I'm afraid only the most potent of healing treasures would be capable of such a thing, but none of us have such a treasure," Jaxus filled in the remaining words, and received a head nod from the Prime Shadow. "And lastly," the Prime Shadow continued, "is his foundation. When John pushed his cultivation as high as he did, his foundation was shaken. His dantian is quite unstable at the moment, and with him unconscious and unable to firm his foundation again, the cracks in his foundation could grow worse and worse, eventually becoming irreparable if he remains unconscious for too long. Silence descended on the group, lasting for some time as many sought for solutions, but could come up with nothing. At that time, footsteps sounded from behind them as two figures approached the group, emerging from the chamber leading to the balcony. Looks of welcome appeared on everyone's face as they moved towards the two who had arrived. "Welcome," Jaxus said, hastily rushing up to Jihin and the Sword Saint, the latter whose face was pale and posture quite frail. With the sacrifice of his blood essence, the Sword Saint had dealt an unrecoverable blow to his body and cultivation, which had receded to the early world expansion realm in terms of power. Not only that, but he would never be able to raise his cultivation in the future, forever stuck at this realm. For someone like the Sword Saint, a holy manifestation powerhouse whose future was bright, this was a mental and physical blow beyond compare. The Sword Saint greeted the others, exchanging some niceties with them before turning his attention to the Prime Shadow. With his power diminished and his perspective changed, the Sword Saint was like a different person, one far less haughty and confrontational. "I do not have a solution for the first two problems," the Sword Saint said, having clearly overheard the Prime Shadow as he arrived. "But I may have a solution for his unstable foundation." "What solution?" the Prime Shadow asked. "The ancient blessings of the three Taos," the Sword Saint said, his expression firm. "The ancient blessings," the Mage Sovereign chimed up, a thoughtful yet doubtful look appearing on her face. "While the ancient blessings would help to improve his foundation, the boy is still unconscious. He won't be able to guide the heavenly chi into his body and Danshin, and will instead waste most of the chi given to him. Are you sure it's worth the cost? After all, we can only open the ancient blessings once every 10,000 years, and only at great cost to us all." "John cannot guide the chi into his body, but someone else can," the Sword Saint replied, his words causing the Mage Sovereign's eyes to widen slightly. "Impossible," she scoffed lightly, then corrected herself. "Well, it's not impossible, but it might as well be." "What's the problem?" Jaxus chimed in, his eyes shifting between the Sword Saint and the Mage Sovereign. While he was not a powerhouse like the Mage Sovereign, or former powerhouse like the Sword Saint, his status as sect leader of the Yang Phoenix sect allowed him to speak freely with the others as a relative equal. "If anything can help." The Mage Sovereign glanced at Jaxus, then sighed. "It's not that it's impossible, but it's very, very difficult. Since John is unconscious, someone will need to enter the ancient blessings with him and act as a conduit to move the heavenly chi within the temple into his body and Danshin for him." "So what's the problem?" Jaxus asked curiously. "I'll volunteer too." "It's not that simple," the Mage Sovereign cut him off. "While I do not doubt your intentions, I doubt your resolve." Her words caused Jaxus to frown, not pleased by her opinion of his resolve. The Mage Sovereign noticed this frown and smiled lightly. "Do not take my words as an insult, because they are not. Not only do I doubt your resolve, I doubt everyone's resolve when it comes to this matter." She glanced at the Sword Saint, whose expression held firm, then sighed again and elaborated to Jaxus and the others further. "The ancient blessings of the three Taos is an ancient creation far beyond the scope of our current world. We know only how part of it works, and even those parts are beyond incredible. When one enters the ancient blessings, the accumulated chi of 10,000 years is refined into the purest form of heavenly chi one can imagine. To compare it to the chi surrounding us right now would be the most egregious of insults. One taste of this chi will drive any cultivator into a frenzy, with their only goal to absorb as much as possible. To a cultivator, the chi within the ancient blessings is like the most potent of drugs, so intoxicating that it would drive me into a frenzy, let alone anyone else. If I were to enter the ancient blessings with the boy in order to guide the chi into his body, while my initial intentions would be pure, the desire to absorb that chi for myself would become too great for me to resist. Myself, you, even the Prime Shadow would most likely succumb to this temptation, taking the chi for ourselves instead of giving it to John," she said, falling silent to allow the others to digest her words. "And there's one more problem," she spoke again after some time, all eyes falling on her once more. In his unconscious state, and with his internal battle with that foul taint, John's soul is in a state of heightened alert, treating any foreign entity as an enemy. Even if I was able to resist the urge to use the chi for myself, his soul would instinctively reject my help, treating me as an enemy the same as that foul taint. The only way this would have a chance of working is for the person who joins him to not only have a will beyond any temptation, but also a soul that the boy would never consider a foe. Only then is there a possibility of success, but there is no one like that here. "There is one," the Sword Saint interrupted the mage sovereign, who glanced at him curiously. The Sword Saint smiled lightly as he shifted his gaze to Lillian, who stood next to the prime shadow, silently listening to everyone. "Her," the mage sovereign said with slight surprise. "It's true that she is his master, but I'm not sure their bond is great enough to overcome this obstacle." "Trust me," Jihin spoke for the first time, drawing all eyes to him, while he looked directly at Lillian, their eyes locking onto one another. "If there's anyone who can do this, it's her. Of that I have no doubt." Lillian couldn't help but raise a surprised eyebrow at Jihin, never expecting to hear such words from him. Everyone glanced back and forth between these two, while the mage sovereign looked back to the Sword Saint, who nodded in agreement with Jihin's words. "Can you do it?" the mage sovereign asked Lillian, who glanced at the sovereign, then frowned. "Had I known this was an option, I would have already been inside that place restoring John's condition," Lillian replied, then nodded lightly. "I'll do it. When can we start?" "Tomorrow," the Sword Saint replied before anyone else could, then looked at the mage sovereign and Jaxus. "Make the preparations. Tomorrow we shall meet at the Temple of the Ancients and open it for John and Lillian to enter." Chapter 11:48c of Effervescent Tranquility. As the ceremony continued below, the powerhouses discussed the opening of the ancient blessings and what was required to do so. As they discussed the details, another person appeared on the spire balcony, walking towards Lillian. Zuri smiled and greeted Lillian, the two having struck up quite a friendship in the last few weeks. They were both in their 20s, were both prodigious talents, and also had similar interests. "Here, take this," Zuri said as she opened her closed fist, revealing a spatial ring on the flat of her palm. "What's this?" Lillian asked curiously, picking up the ring and sending her divine sense into it. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw the contents within, then she looked back at Zuri with a questioning expression. Zuri smiled lightly, then explained. "When John and I entered this city, we placed a bet on at the largest auction house regarding his performance in the tournament. The spirit crystals within are John's winnings." Even with her upbringing, Lillian couldn't help but draw in a deep breath. The Nine Dao world was richer than her homeworld, and so this number of spirit crystals was far more than she had ever seen or had in her life. Mountains upon mountains of spirit crystals, many of them medium and high-quality crystals, covered almost every inch of the spatial realm within the ring. The value of crystals within was even greater than the worth of the entire heavenly lightning sect, and by great deal as well. "John is now one of the richest cultivators on the planet," Zuri said with a smile, which saddened slightly. "When he wakes up to spend it, that is." The two of them conversed about matters while the powerhouses sorted out the ancient blessing details. After a long while, the matter was finally settled, allowing them to move on to the other pressing matters. "So, with the ancient blessings restoring his foundation," the mage sovereign said, "that still leaves the matter of his soul and body, both which need to be healed by means none of us possess. Does anyone have an idea of how to proceed?" Silence filled the air for some time, until the prime shadow spoke up. "While none of us possess such fantastic healing treasures, they do exist in this world," he said, drawing looks of curiosity and doubt, while the mage sovereign looked at him as if he were crazy. "If you are speaking of the continent of war, it's best you forget such a suggestion," she said firmly. "The continent is closed, and sneaking into it to steal from the eternal serpent is out of the question." "I've done it before," the prime shadow said to the surprise of everyone. A wry smile appeared on his face as he shrugged lightly. "How do you think I possessed the star of the serpent tree?" I see, the mage sovereign said, finally understanding how that came to pass. You're lucky the eternal serpent didn't chase you down and kill you. That serpent is far too lazy to chase me all over this world, the prime shadow grinned. It may be far stronger than me, but it knows it won't be able to catch me easily. For a being such as the serpent, the star was not worth the trouble of chasing me. True, the mage sovereign nodded lightly, a thoughtful look appearing on her face. From what we know, the eternal serpent is very protective of the heart of the continent of war. He never leaves the continent, as if refusing to leave something unguarded. She fell silent for a moment, then glanced at the prime shadow and shook her head dismissively. Still, this suggestion won't work. You were able to steal the star because of your movement abilities, as well as the fact that you didn't need to stay there long. I'm assuming the treasure you have in mind to heal his soul is the sea of effervescent tranquility. The prime shadow nodded lightly, to which the mage sovereign sighed deeply. While I agree that the sea of effervescent tranquility is the best chance for healing his soul, there's one problem. For his soul to be healed, John will need to be bathed in its spiritual waters for days, maybe weeks, in order to purge the foul taint gripping his soul. That makes intruding on the continent without the eternal serpent's knowledge or interference impossible. Perhaps we could sneak it and steal some of this sea of effervescent tranquility and take it back with us to heal him, Jaxus chimed in. Not possible, the mage sovereign shook her head. The sea as effervescent tranquility is enclosed in a large man-made structure, one of ancient designs. The only way to access the ancient structure is to venture near the heart of the continent, where the serpent's gaze is strong and all-knowing. The prime shadow was able to steal the star of the serpent tree due to its open location, but the sea is another story. Jaxus fell silent upon hearing this, a brooding expression on his face. Like many of the premier geniuses of the world, he had been to the continent of war before. However, due to his strength when he had visited, he had only ventured through the perimeter lands of the continent, and not deeper into the heart of that land. As you are well aware, the mage sovereign continued, the continent of war grows in both danger and opportunity as one ventures deeper into its lands. The continent was the central powerhouse of this world during the ancient war, and after its conclusion, the eternal serpent claimed it as payment for its service in defending this world. The perimeter lands where you have explored are safer but offer less opportunities. The treasures that can aid John are deeper into the continent, where the serpent is able to see all and know all. Only if the serpent opens the continent once more we have an opportunity to seize these much-needed opportunities. Another, heavier silence descended upon the group. The eternal serpent was the most famous creature in the entire world, one that every single person knew of. Its indifferent temperament was also well known, a creature so stubborn that almost none could entice it to do something it didn't want to do. If the creature wanted to open the lands of its continent, it would. If it didn't, it was almost impossible to convince it to do so. As such, their only hope was that the serpent did decide to open the continent soon, which had last been opened over 3 years ago. Perhaps I could, the prime shadow started, then stopped as a marvelous wave of multicolored clouds surged through the sky above, like a wave of sparkling clouds. All eyes widened as the clouds surged overhead, followed shortly after by a low and deep gong-like sound, one that chimed throughout the entire world over and over. Gong, 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 gong. 7 times the sound washed over the lands, its deep and permeating resonance fading away a while later. The sparkling clouds above also passed beyond the lands, surging towards more distant places of the world to announce the message for all to hear. Speak and you shall receive, the mage sovereign muttered, then glanced at the prime shadow. The eternal serpent has opened its lands once more, with the 7 chimes indicating 7 cultivation realms. In 1 month's time, all the world shall surge once more towards the lands of war and death. All in the world expansion realm and below may enter, the prime shadow said softly, a conflicted expression on his face. This timing is far too convenient to be coincidental. If I had to guess, the beasts have requested its opening, giving them a land to seek revenge against us for the Yang Sovereign's actions. That is my assessment as well, the mage sovereign nodded, as did the sword saint. World expansion, huh? The sword saint mused softly, then glanced at Jihin, who was now in the early world expansion realm, then Lillian, whose cultivation was in the middle world expansion realm, and was almost ready to step into the late world expansion realm. He glanced at the other powerhouses once more, then nodded in agreement to their silent but obvious intentions. Then it is settled, the sword saint said, his gaze returning to Jihin at his side. After John is out of the Temple of the Ancients, you, my son, shall lead a coalition towards the continent of war. Once there, your purpose shall be simple. Lead the coalition towards the sea of effervescent tranquility and heal John's soul. Shall you discover opportunities to heal his body as well, you may use your judgment to proceed if the risk is worth the reward. Do you understand? Jihin raised an eyebrow at his father, a surprised look on his face. He knew his father had changed his opinion of John after fighting side by side with him, but did not realize his opinion had changed to this level. After a moment of silence, a resolved expression appeared on Jihin's face, followed by a firm nod. As for you, the sword saint said, shifting his gaze to Lillian. Well, I see no better person to be charged with the personal protection of John. I assume you plan on joining the mission as well. I must warn you, the continent of war is a land of unimaginable dangers, both from the dangers there, as well as the beasts and devils that will be searching the lands. If you go, you may not return. The only danger will be for those who dare to stand in my way, Lillian replied calmly, to which the sword saint smiled and nodded. Then it is settled, he said, his voice surging with newfound hope. We will bathe John in the blessings of the ancients, and then we shall set out for the continent of war.